welcome to the Galaxy Battle Squad Heroes Grand Finals, all powered by Samsung Galaxy in partnership with Qualcomm. My name is Gojj. I want to welcome you from wherever you are watching right now. We are live all over the place with Samsung Galaxy. So first and foremost, I need to ask you to drop a follow where you're watching right now. This has all been made possible by Samsung Galaxy. And look, you need to follow them on all major socials because they've got all types of new devices we're going to be talking about today and more coming down the line, I am sure, and some incredible events that maybe you could be a part of. All right, so drop the follow. But today we're here. The Galaxy Z Fold 6 is here as well, recently released to the public. That's you, and you can get your hands on it right now by just scanning that QR code that's right down there below me. And pro tip, you can actually just take a screenshot on your device and then click it. It'll open it up. You can go check out the Galaxy Z Fold 6. An incredible device that all of our creators and players will be using today. But folks, we are here for an incredible tournament, and I've got an amazing co-caster. Got to bring him in. Full Frontage, my man. Welcome to the caster booth. It is great to be back with you.
Oh, Gojj, pleasure to be here. We had so much fun in the Squad Up event, and I'm excited to be back for Squad Heroes. We have some amazing matches coming your guys' way today with 10 creators and 10 qualified players. We're going to dive into that in just a moment, but man, this is going to be some awesome Squad Busters action.
It is. I love Squad Busters. I've been playing a lot recently, especially after our last event. Today is going to be even spicier. Get ready for it, folks. Nick already teased it. Let's take a look at how we got here, though, because today's a bit different. Now, first, we started with community open qualifiers. July 22nd, 23rd, we had a total of 27 players make it out of the open quals and make it to the community qualifier finals that was on July 24th. The top 10 from those open qualifiers, and I gotta say, the qualifiers were very tight race to the top to be the top 10. They've made it to today, so they're gonna be paired up with our 10 creators for a total of 20 players competing for $50,000. Yeah, you heard that right. $50,000 on the line in the grand finals today. And well, it is July 30th, 7 p.m. CT. You're in the right place at the right time, and it's about to get spicy. Here's what's going on today, though. This is the format. And Nick, I want you to talk to me about this because the semifinals, grand finals, a lot of action, but we are splitting up the creators and the qualified players to be 5 and 5 in each of our semifinals to start.
Yeah, that's right. We had 10 creators and 10 qualified players. They're going to be split, like Gojj said, 5 creators and 5 qualified players in one lobby. Each of those lobbies will be playing 7 games, which we'll be watching on the broadcast today, and the top 5 players by gem count will advance to the finals. Now, we're talking about the keys rule here. No keys are going to be allowed in the first game. However, every game following that, the players that are on the bottom 5 on the overall leaderboard will be permitted to use keys however they see fit. And then once we hit that grand finals mark, we'll be playing from 0. Everybody will have 0 gems, and the first player to hit 6,000 gems will become the grand finals champion, and we'll be following that same key rule set. And just as a reminder, players earn gems through both their rank reward and the gems they've collected in each game.
Yeah, a great breakdown, Nick, and really excited about this one because, again, yes, 5 players from the semifinals, and each of those will join together for the final 10 that will make it to the grand finals. But we mentioned they're playing for $50,000. Let's take a look at how it's broken down. You got to get to the finals, like we talked about, to earn anything. But here's our top 10 prizing. $15,000 for first, and the top 4 from the grand finals will receive a Samsung Galaxy bundle, which includes the Galaxy Z Fold 6, the Buds 3 Pro, and the Galaxy Watch 7. So a lot of money exchanging hands, a lot of devices as well, and here's our full breakdown, Nick. This is wild to see, and I am so excited. What I do know, Nick, is that these competitors have got to have been practicing when they saw this prize pool.
Oh, absolutely. And I gotta say, with these guys, they're all going to be playing on the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. So this is going to be an awesome competition with this new device in hand. I've personally been playing Squad Busters on it, as you can see here. And this device has been my go-to for playing Squad Busters, and I absolutely love it. So bigger screen making quite a difference
Yeah.
when playing Squad Busters. So I'm excited to see what these creators and qualified players are going to bring to the competition today.
Look, I can't even begin to guess how many games you've played of Squad Busters in your content creator career. I have played a sizable amount, but it's nothing compared to yours. So I'm impressed with the device as well. But we got to talk about the creators that are going to be playing on that amazing Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. And here are 10 creators. You might recognize them if you tuned in last time around. Nick, talk to me about a couple of these front-runner creators and who you expect to be at the top.
Yeah, we did see SirClaz coming out in the first part of the competition with that victory, and he was able to win 2 Samsung Galaxy bundles to give away to his community. And then we had a close runner-up with Chisgule. He's going to be someone that you want to keep an eye on as well. And then we also have some underdogs that were pretty close. Cori finishing 3rd in the previous event. Ashlyn, who's been a silent assassin, coming through here and making sure that she's able to come up, rise through the ranks. So those are going to be 2 players I'm going to keep my eyes on as well.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at a lot of these players to really step up, especially because when we talked about these creators, yes, they had another competition, but today is a brand new clean slate, all right? And I got my eyes on my man JuicyJ, okay? You heard me gassing him up last time, finished about middle of the pack, but this dude has been grinding daily since the last competition to prepare for our Squad Heroes event today. So watch out for JuicyJ. I'm pretty sure he's got a coach as well. This guy's locked in, really excited and impressed with his proficiency in the game thus far. But we have 10 more people to talk about full Frontage. We have 10 qualified players, and maybe if you're a fan of the game, you might know a couple of these community members.
Yes, absolutely. The names that stand out for those community members are going to be Firetrex and RenzaiX, both very well-known players in the US, sitting at the top of the leaderboards. If you were to go into Squad Busters right now and look at the top of the leaderboards, you'd see RenzaiX and you'd see Firetrex. So those are going to be 2 creators, they're 2 up-and-coming creators as well, but they're qualified players through the competition here. But interestingly enough, we do have 3 free-to-play players in this competition. We have Toby, we have exstah, and we have BeeBBQ. They are free-to-play players. They don't have ultras. A couple of them are not even in Squad League yet, and they have qualified for the competition today. So they got some skill in them, so I'm excited to see how those 3 rise up the ranks as well.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that because, of course, a lot of different ways to play the game and how you invest in it. But at the end of the day, you just got to be the best with whatever you have.
Yep.
And some of our qualified players, I'm talking, there were hundreds of people that tried to qualify for this event, and these are your top 10. So you can only expect that some of these will definitely make it to the grand finals today, having to battle their way through the semifinals. But we got to talk about the groups for today. Semifinals 1 and then semifinals 2. Let's start with semifinals 1, where we're going to be watching the first stage of the competition. We've got all their cameras, folks, all right? Lock it in. Everybody's locked in on their Galaxy Z Fold 6. You can see all 10 creators. These are the 10 competing in the very first semifinal, and I think some of them are recognizing that they're on main stage.
Yep, they're waving hi to the camera. They're very excited. Ben's giving a wave. He's excited. He's ready to play. Ben always has a good time in these competitions, and I'm excited to see if he's going to be able to make it to the grand finals because he's been practicing a little bit as well. So this is going to be a good match. I think all these players have been preparing for this moment, and like we mentioned, the $50,000 prize pool up for grabs. So we're going to see who's going to make it to the grand finals. We have 7 games coming up in the semifinals first, with the 10 players we just saw.
Yeah, look, you all need to buckle in, all right? 7 games goes quick in Squad Busters, so we're going to blink, and all of a sudden, we're going to be done with the first semifinals, moving to the next one. And I believe we're about to go into game here, Nick, so I want to put you on the spot already. Let's start with some early predictions. No keys can be used in this very first game.
Yep.
Do you have a choice on who you think might win the very first map of Squad Heroes?
Oh man, you know what? I'm gonna go with the underdog pick here. I'm gonna go with BeeBBQ. BeeBBQ is a free-to-play player coming into the competition, and I'm gonna say he's gonna come out swinging. He's gonna come out prepared and show that, hey, I don't need keys to win. I just need my skill.
Okay, I like the call. Well, we're going to start with Chisgule, who is definitely a favorite coming into this competition. Got second in a former event we did only a couple weeks ago. And, well, it's time to lock in on the very first map. I am super pumped about this one. Talk to me about what we're seeing here, Nick, with this start.
Yeah, so right now we're seeing Chisgule go with Tank, Hog Rider, Chicken. So he's building the movement with the Hog Rider and the Chickens. He's getting that extra speed boost, and he's going to try to lock in on RenzaiX here. We're on 1 coin chest here, and he just pushes Renzai out of there, gets the fusion chickens right away. So what Chisgule is doing is he's building up his movement. He's got the chicken, he's got the hog rider, which will let him move through grass quicker, will let him get his movement speed quicker, and will also boost his movement speed overall. He's got the trader for when he collects coins to give him some extra gems, and then he also has that tank ready to go for when he pushes to the middle and then gets into the tank, and that's when he'll start building up his DPS.
Yeah, great breakdown. Now, for those that didn't tune into the last broadcast, yeah, I don't know if you know Full Frontage, also an incredible creator. Make sure to follow him as well. Knows the game very well, as you can tell, but this is one of my favorite modifiers. We talked about it last time. The one-coin chest just totally changes the game. I mean, it is about speeding around the map as fast as humanly possible. You've got to have boots. You've got to have some boost to be able to not only catch some of your competition, but also get as many chests as possible. Because, again, they're only one coin, so you're not going to run out of coins. This is all about how many gems you can get, and also can you not get busted by the other competitors in this lobby. This is really the setting of the tone. This is the litmus test for how aggressive some of these players are going to play.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we're about halfway through the match, and we're only seeing 48 gems in first place. So this is interesting because typically in one coin gem, especially with trader in rotation for a lot of these players, they're going to be collecting coins and getting a ton of gems, but we're not seeing that. So I feel like a lot of these creators and players are building more damage, and they want to try to take fights. They want to try to win that way instead of just going for a farming strategy. They want to have DPS. They want to take the fights. They want to be on the top. They really want to show that they're the best of the best here, and it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. And because this is not a gem race, this is just 7 games for the most gems. It's going to be interesting to see how they play game over game, and if they play safe by just building a bunch of DPS, and then potentially later on transition to a farming strategy, depending on how their gem count's looking on the leaderboards.
Yeah, there's the efficacy of the trader coming through. That was quick. You can see how many gems you get picked up once you find a ton of coins. So working well here for Cori, and I think you're right. I think everybody is kind of building up for these final moments. The last 60 seconds about to be on the clock, and this might be when the floodgates open for some combat. Bailey's dad may be in a bit of trouble, looking a hair weaker than some of these other ones, but not too shabby, in 5th place right now. And I think, quick reminder, yes, it's gems collected. It is also rank rewards. So your rank in each game definitely matters, but also how many gems you are able to collect. But yeah, I think we're about to see some early, or rather late game fights here, Nick.
Oh, Bailey's dad is in a little bit of trouble now. He almost got pinched between Chisgule and Renzai, but he just rotates out of the middle, which is not what you want to be doing in the final few seconds. You want to make sure you're trying to stay in the middle as quickly as possible. And he saw a team fight, and Bailey's dad's going to reap the rewards there. A couple busts went down, and he was just able to pick up a few straggler gems. So not a bad position for Bailey's dad to be in there.
Yeah, and this is the key factor is when do you make the push? When do you push forward and try to fight a team? Because the question is, are you going to get third party? Here are the final 10 seconds. Usually teams go for broke, especially if they're not in the top 4. And it looks like exstah's in first right now by a sizable margin, over 200 gems above second. Whatever exstah was doing, certainly was doing it right. Very well done from exstah in the very first round. That is a massive start.
Yeah, one of our free-to-play players. No ultra units. He's just chilling at the top by a 224 gem lead so far. That's gems collected in game as well. So exstah going in right there. He pulls out 444 gems in that first game. And when we looked at his comp at the end, he did have a few of those traders. So when he was able to get those coins in the last 60 seconds, monsters are going to be dropping double the loot. So he was able to get a good amount of coins. He was focused on farming monsters, and he probably got a little picks here and there from enemy squads, which was able to drop some gems for him to pick up. He had a bunch of DPS, he had some tanks, he had some traders. He was building the best squad he could, and it paid off for him. 444 first place. Yeah, it was pretty well rounded, and I like the farm mentality of using the traders to pick up a sizable amount of gems toward the end, and seemingly it worked. A massive lead. Again, over second place by over 200 gems, which is a huge boon. Of course, then you have your rank reward, 200 gems coming on top of that, about 20 more than second. So a big win. Let's take a quick look back on that map and some of the highlights, because at first it was a little bit all quiet on the Western Front, and then finally some folks started to get a little bit mixy, but it felt like everybody was just testing the waters here at Full Frontage. Yeah, a lot of people were just trying to see what everyone was about, right? Because this is the first time these players are really playing together. Like, we've had the creators, they were in lobbies together, but this is the first time they're seeing the qualified players in action. You can see the leaderboard right here, that 244 gem lead for exstah after the first game.
Yeah, a massive lead right now over the second place. Chisgule, as expected, near the top. But this is a great time to remind folks, as you see maybe your favorite content creator or maybe your friend is competing right now and they told you to tune in because all of a sudden they're playing for $50,000 in Squad Busters. If you're in the bottom 5, we got a little get back mechanic with the keys. So you might see some of these bottom 5 in the next round potentially use some of those keys to try to get back near the top of this leaderboard. But as per the usual with Squad Busters, we're moving straight back into the action here, full frontage.
Yep, here we go, and this one is going to be good. Let's see, we got Ben Tim starting off with the Shelly. He's got that Ultra Shelly here, so that is going to be a nice start for him. Pulling in the Trader as well, looking to get those gems. We are going to be on Spell Overload for this one, so this is going to be interesting because what a lot of players will do is Spell Overload will actually help you be able to escape and also engage in fights. So we're going to see players utilizing all the spells that are going to be falling on the map to make sure that they're going to be able to get themselves in the best scenario possible to either engage with fights or disengage from fights if they don't have a good start or if they don't have the right squad to take that fight.
Yeah, that's a great shot. I think Spell Overload is actually maybe one of my favorite modifiers because you can just have a lot more flexibility with your play, especially you can find the spells that your playstyle is kind of afforded to. So talk to me about a couple of the spell options here while some of these teams, or players rather, are building up their teams. Because obviously I think things like cannons and things like that can be great for some of the farming, but what are your favorite spells to use in moments like this?
So in most situations, we're going to be seeing probably Shrink Spell. Shrink Spell is one of those things that you can really force the pathing of your opponent, because when you get into a Shrink Spell, it reduces how much damage that your squad will do if you're shrunk. So people do not want to be in that squad, in that Shrink Spell, especially when your opponent has a rage. So be on the lookout for Shrink Spells. It'll be that nice large purple area that shows up, and that is going to be one that players will look for map control. So if players see Shrink Spell, they're likely going to want to have that in their arsenal. Yeah,
that's a great shout. A Shrink Spell is one that I have not unlocked yet. I have like 300 games played, all right? I'm trying. I'm working my way that way. These players a lot more proficient than I am, though. And here, maybe an early encounter, starting to push the envelope a bit earlier than last time, especially when you have Rage. This could be the opening door that you need to try to take down one of these squads. And it does look like RenzaiX thinking about it, getting a couple picks at the very least. Doesn't want to risk a third party, but is cleaning up this squad. It looks like another one of our qualified players actually in trouble. He's going to go for the full blood here. Going to go for a bust potentially. It might trade the bust with an opponent, but picks up a majority of the reward.
Yeah, that was a great push from RenzaiX. He was able to get that Barbarian King with the Super Rage spell that is only available in the Ultra form, and he had one in stock after he already used one. It looks like he's going to be trying to go into a fight here with BeeBBQ, and BeeBBQ might want to engage here, but it looks like RenzaiX does not want to take that fight. He doesn't have much built up yet. He doesn't have any extra spells. He doesn't have those engaging spells that we were talking about, so he wanted to back away there. And we're heading into the final 60 seconds. We'll see what RenzaiX is going to do, but this top 3 is very close.
Yeah, it's very close currently, and again, things change dramatically in the final, like, 10 seconds or less every single time, but I think you're right. I think definitely Boots, again, always super dynamic, especially in modes like this where there's zoning off potential, but Rage is another big one. To frankly, just like this, Chisgule said, I really don't want to fight you, but if you do want to fight, I've got Rage up, and you're probably not going to like the result. We're probably both going to lose, and the opponent definitely thought better of it. Chisgule in second yet again, this time a hair closer than last.
Yeah, Pat and RenzaiX are going to be fighting for this first place position. Lightning Spell is going to come down and force away so he could grab Penny's treasure. That was a huge push, and Pat is currently sitting very close second place. Chisgule coming to make his behind. And here we go. Chisgule is chasing Pat down. It looks like he's going for the engage. The Super Rage Spell is going to come down, and this is going to be a huge fight for Chisgule. Wow. Pat out of that second place position and taking over.
Yeah, Pat frustrated. RenzaiX certainly not. A deep breath. He knows there's a lot on the line, but a great map number 2. Again, only playing 7, my friend. Keep up the pace. And I think the frustrating thing there for Pat is, man, why me, Chisgule? All right, like, at the end of the game, I'm doing pretty well, and it's probably because you're doing pretty well. Chisgule wants those gems.
Yeah, Chisgule had the Hog Rider, he had the Barbarian King, he had that Super Rage available when he opened that chest, and he knew, final 10 seconds, this is my opportunity to come through and push hard to try to make sure that I can get myself in the best position, because there's only 7 games in the semifinals, and that was game 2. Chisgule had second place in that first game, but he wanted to make sure that he was solidifying his lead so that he could secure his top 5 to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, a great shout. Again, 7 total games. We're still in the early part of this semifinals, but you're going to blink. And again, you're going to look up and you might be down by like 1,000 gems. All right, so let's take a quick look back on map number 2 here. And Nick, talk to me about some of the strategy you're seeing in Spell Overload for some of the players. Zap actually had a little bit of a frustrating one as well because of Renzai. Renzai pushed the equation early and was able to get the early bust.
Yeah, BeeBBQ, as you can see right there, came in and kind of helped Renzai get the KO there. And here's the chase down from Chisgule onto Pat. Look how close they were. And Chisgule's just like, nah, I need these gems. I want to try to overtake Renzai. And you can see Cori on the bottom side. You can see he was just standing still there for a few seconds. He was like, I'm in the middle of this fight. If they come to me, I'm just going to start dealing a bunch of damage. So I'm going to let them fight and just reap the rewards. But wow. Chisgule played it smart. He stayed back. You can see he was kind of fluxing back and forth and was able to climb up top. And you can see how close these top 5 are. Just 120 gems for this top 5.
Well, yeah, here's the thing. I mean, you're saying Cori was reaping rewards. Apparently, second place, Cori. Let's go, my friend. I like it. Only down by, you know, almost single digits, closing in on that, less than 20. So a great second map for Cori. 365 added to his total and helped the exstah. Only had about a 120 from the last one. So back to the third map we go, and full frontage. This is the time for some of our bottom players to start figuring it out and saying, what do I need to do to push up top? Again, top 5 moving on, folks, to the grand finals.
Yep, and we're going with Fusion Start. So Cori selected the Goblin first, and when you get the Fusion Goblin in its super form, it's going to give you 33 coins. So Cori already starting strong, able to build up his squad early because he got those 33 coins. Basically, Fusion Start, if you have Goblin available, that's what you want to pick because you can just build up your squad early and try to take fights from people who did not get that Goblin to start.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think that's the tried and true strategy for most. So it's going to see if Cori can maybe execute on that strategy and maybe get some early encounters to try to weaken their opponents. I think, you know, this is something we oftentimes see in Squad Busters too, is that if you can ambush fairly early, even if you don't get a full bust on that player, you could potentially weaken them enough to where they're really a non-factor in the late game. So something to think about as we continue forward. But this is your current leader, exstah, but only by a small margin now. After a monumental first map and maybe a frustrating second one, let's see what they can do in the third.
Yeah, so exstah right now is building trader strategy. So he's got a fusion trader to start things off, and he was going for a third trader here. You can see Ashlyn. Ashlyn does have the tank in her squad, and she's going to probably rotate up to this top side. Not yet. Wants to make sure she has a clear path to get that tank, so that way she can go in and have that huge amount of DPS. She's just looking for a clear opening. She does not want to get taken down, so she's playing very passively, which is honestly really smart because the tank in the tank girl, not in the tank, is very squishy. So you want to try to keep her as safe as possible until you can safely maneuver your way into getting that tank.
Yeah, definitely the case. I mean, I think also a couple Colts showing, also very squishy. So a smart move not to do some early engage. Yes, in first currently, but things could change quite dramatically quickly. So continuing to build up. Looking for another chest here shortly and just kind of lurking on the edge of the map as the vines continue to creep in because everybody else is pushing the encounter in the middle. Looks like a big fight happening in mid. We'd love to check that out as Ashlyn here continues to build up, and maybe we'll engage with that if we can get a couple more added to her squad. Might get involved here. We'll see.
Yeah, Ashlyn rotating back towards mid here. And we can see that she is trying to get herself in a position where she can get that tank ready to go. The bomb's going to be coming down here and just really forcing away. She wanted to create that spacing and was just trying not to engage just yet. She's working on building up with those traders. And as you can see, she's going to grab the Royale King here, which is going to help her out because those recruits from the King will help distract and give her the opportunity to kind of escape. And Ashlyn's playing a really smart game right here. Even though it's really close, she's just kind of staying on the outside, staying away from fights for the time being, and just working on building these traders.
Yeah, I don't mind this strategy at all, but it does look like Ben Tim is going to push the equation. A little bit of freeze is going to slow roll, but he's got some decent movement. Maybe he could catch up. This side's, no, not worth the cost of what could happen if there's another team lurking and waiting, but I paid a little bit for it. Unfortunately, I think Ben Tim was trying to push the equation because, well, he's down near the bottom of the leaderboard in this one. 9th currently with 30 seconds remaining. Got to get a move on, but just doesn't quite have the army to push the equation onto another team. Maybe you will think better of this fight. No, goes in with the Shelly knockback, and it actually opens up an opportunity. Now, exstah back in the middle in trouble as well. We've got a ton of team fights happening in the last 13 seconds because, well, that's exactly what we expect to happen in Squad Busters.
Yeah, exstah trying to stay as safe as possible. Renzai takes over first, and exstah trying to get some gems. Oh, he runs away from the gems, and it's going to be so close, and it's an 11-gem deficit. But exstah, you can see Renzai with a huge sigh of relief there. He was like, okay, got first. So that's 2 first-place finishes for Renzai in a row. And he had that warm-up game, you know, he was towards the bottom of the leaderboard, and then he came back hard and was ready to play. Game 3, 2 first places under his belt already.
Yeah, Renzai, I think, knows what he's doing, all right? It's 2 first-place wins back-to-back. A huge boon for the overall leaderboard. Should climb quite aggressively off of that one, but it'll be fun to look back on that, Matt, because full Frontage, it felt like we had a couple teams, or a couple players, rather, that were kind of lurking around the outside, but there was a ton of chaos in the middle, starting with about 80 seconds or so remaining, which is maybe a hair earlier. So let's take a quick look back, and this is one of those moments where Ben Tim maybe could have turned the tide of whatever was happening to him, but just couldn't quite get the cleanup because of a freeze.
Yeah, that was a fantastic freeze, and that's what we were talking about earlier, using spells to engage and disengage in combat right here. And exstah here almost had the opportunity to overtake Renzai. You can see he just ran away from those gems at the end. If he just stayed a little closer, he might have been able to take that Goblin Brawler down and get enough coins to build up and potentially overtake first place. But a 5-gem spread between Renzai and exstah for that first place.
Our qualified players coming in clutch almost halfway through the semifinals, and we got Renzai and exstah on top with Chisgule right behind. Cori not too far behind as well, only about 127 point deficit. Jim's rather behind Renzai, and then Bailey's dad there in 5th. Now, a reminder again, folks, I don't know that you've forgotten, but I'm going to remind you anyways because we are moving quick. It's top 5 only. So if you get 6th or you get 9th or 10th, you're not making it. If you get first, fantastic job, well done, but it doesn't give you any extra boon going into the grand finals as we hop in to map 4. So I want to give you a quick peek into maybe what Chisgule's thinking. We're going to do a quick listen in with his stream and see if he's talking or maybe he's just locked in.
Okay, I think we go trader here. That's fine. Where am I going? I guess I could go here. Chicken.
He's locked in and loaded. He's full focus right now. He's trying to make sure he secures his spot in the top 5. And like we were talking about when we saw those leaderboards, he was just about 100 gems away from that 5th place. So he's looking to stay locked in and loaded here for this game. And we're on monster pets. So basically every time you open a character from a chest, you're going to add an NPC to your squad. You can see the names above those characters. That will indicate when you have added a monster to your squad. So this is going to be really interesting because those monsters can also drop loot. So it's going to make for very interesting plays as we see players coming through as traders and everything like that, because they're going to be able to get some extra coins. With Monster Pets, you're just distributing extra loot onto the field, basically. So going to be interesting to see when we get to the late game how many of these players are going to be building up a trader strategy to capitalize on those Monster Pet loot.
Yeah, I was going to say, I always find there's so many more coins when you play Monster Pets, so a great shout yet again from Full Frontage. And yeah, Chisgule, I think maybe just was really quiet on his stream, was talking. If you want to tune in to Chisgule and hear more of his comms or any of these creators, they're all live on their own platforms as well, and usually are talking to their chats. Now, I will say in a competition of these stakes, they might not be. They might be just laser focused because there is a lot on the line as we continue to rotate perspectives and take a look here at BeeBBQ. And this is one of the players you shouted out right before map 1, saying they got a pretty good chance, but they got a lot of ground to work up this leaderboard. They need to do it probably now. At the end of this map, we'll be past halfway, semifinals 1.
Yeah, we could see the Expo coming down here. That is the Ultra ability from the Archer Queen. We can see Pat trying to farm up onto this Frozen Skeleton King and going to get some good value from that and climbs his way up to second place. Ice Golem takedown's going to be coming through here. And this is looking pretty good for Pat right now as we're heading into the final minute.
That is looking good. Up by a little bit, but it is tight. Here's the last 75 seconds or so where things can get a bit more mixy. Here come the players looking for some gems near middle. Not only a ton of gems here, but also a ton of teams. So your squad might be in trouble, or maybe you're the one causing trouble. We'll see. Looks like Cori. Again, Cori has been lurking right here in second to third pretty much every single map, and it's reflected on the leaderboard as well. Makes a lot of sense. That's how math works. But it's this strategy, I think the trader strat, a lot of these players favoring, especially in late game. You can just get paid in so many gems, but here's some of the fights, last 40 seconds.
Yeah, Zapfi, who was struggling a little bit in the first couple games, looking like he's coming alive here, just in fourth place, not too shy out of the top three. Lightning Spell's going to come down, but he's going to be collecting a lot of these gems on the right-hand side as we go into 30 seconds. And Bailey's dad's going to get busted away from that's going to be only 9 players left. And here we go, Pat in the middle, looking to take down Ben Tim here, and Ben is going to have to retreat. Pat dominating this game.
Pat enacting revenge on anyone. Whoever took him down last time, he doesn't care. He's taking everyone out. He needs to be at the top this time around to turn the tide in his favor, and it looks like he should be able to do so. A couple of his players are weak, but he's able to stay up and grab the victory with a nice margin. Very well done, Pat. I think there's just a slight smile there, but he knows job not finished. He stays laser focused and is ready for what's next.
Stone Cold Pat taking first place down. I love to see it. He was playing middle of the pack before, but he really came to play in that last game. He had good picks there as well. As you can see, he had a lot of expos going through with that Ultra Archer Queen. So that was a fantastic pickup for him, and he just took over the middle, which is what you want to be doing in that late game. He had 5 expos down from the Queen, so he was just selecting Archer Queen anytime she appeared in those chests and was able to climb his way to the top of leaderboards with a pretty convincing victory as well.
Yeah, a great shout. And look, folks at home, I got to remind you that everyone, our qualified players, our creators, are all playing on the Galaxy Z Fold 6 on that amazing, larger, and even wider cover screen is there, but it makes the internal screen even larger. So go get your hands on it. Incredible device as we take a quick look back at the replays from the last one. Again, that was map 4, so we are over halfway done already with semifinals 1, and a monster effort from Pat certainly is going to push him up the leaderboard.
Yeah, and watch how quickly this happens here. Pat just deletes Ben Tim's squad and just secures all of those gems. And I think he was locked and loaded. You can see the 5 expos putting in the work there. That mid control was super important for him to get that 228 gem victory.
Here is the leaderboard, and I gotta say, I'm not calling it an ace yet because, well, it's still very tight at the top, but exstah has been at the top since the very first map and remains at the top here in after map 4. But a quick look here, our top 5 very tight. Pat has creeped into the top 5, so that's a huge value add for him with a massive gem total. But it looks like Bailey's dad was the one that was just kicked out of top 5.
Oh, yeah, just ever so slightly getting knocked into that bottom 5. So Pat creeping his way up into that top 5 as we head into the second half of our games here. We got 3 more games left. We have played 4 in total. We have exstah, RenzaiX, Chisgule, Cori, and Pat chilling in that top 5 right now. They're going to be looking to hold their spot in the bottom 5, not that far behind.
Yeah, they're not. And I think in the final 3 maps, something for us to consider here, these final 3 games, full frontage, is how do you use your keys in the perfect way to get you right and get you in the top 5. So as we get into this next one, I need you to talk to me a little bit about the value that you can get from fusion keys and frankly, when to use them. I know when I use some of my keys that I've had in the past, fusion keys in particular, sometimes it gives me a false sense of confidence and I end up losing out. So let's keep an eye out for that and talk to me a little bit about it.
Yeah, so basically when you're using keys, the way the fusion keys work is the fusion key can only be used once per game. So you do not want to be using your fusion key first. Instead, you want to be looking for using that free key or the epic key. And that's really going to depend on your squad rotation when you're queuing into that match. If you have some really good epic characters like the Archer Queen or the Barbarian King, then you might want to be using that epic key to make sure you're getting that buff that they provide to their melee and range units respectively. Whereas the free key can give you a good opportunity, can get units like Tank or Hog Rider. Those are crucial units that will help build your squad and benefit your squad. So it really depends on the squad rotation whether you choose to use those free or epic keys, which have a 60-second cooldown. And then in the last minute or so of the game, that's when you want to be using that fusion key, because again, you can only use that fusion key once per game, and it'll put your battle bag on cooldown for the rest of the time. So that's when you want to use it, and that's how you can capitalize on using your keys the most efficiently.
Great breakdown on the keys. Again, only the bottom 5 on the leaderboard at any given time can use it. Right now, it looks like we are focusing on farming in the early game here, and it looks like Cori's maybe warding off an opponent, trying to take some of his farm. And again, I knew we would see a lot of like the trader strat. I think this is kind of a tried and true thing that you see in Squad Busters. It's one of the easiest way to farm gems early, especially in a competition like this. Why is the trader so important? Quickly here as this action continues to pick up, especially if you don't get contested, right? Like, it gives you a huge opportunity to find a ton of gems early.
Yeah, basically every 15 coins that your squad collects, the trader will deposit a certain amount of gems into your inventory. So that is going to be where creators and players will be capitalizing on the trader to just make sure they're getting as many gems as possible. For today's competition, as you can see, a lot of these players are not really building a ton of traders. They have 1, maybe 2, but they definitely want to make sure it gets fused so that they get the most value out of it. But then they're building a lot of utility and DPS, which is super important because, as we can see in the late game, a lot of these players are going for action. They're looking to fight. They're looking to take their competitors down. So that's why we're not seeing too many traders, but we're seeing just enough to make a difference. And honestly, it's going to depend on who has the best supporting cast for the trader, as well as the best amount of DPS that you can get for the squad to potentially win you some fights in the late game.
Yeah, again, masterful breakdown. But Chisgule here looking to break down his opponents. It's down by about 40 right now, trying to catch exstah, apparently, who can't be caught right now. Zap needs a big one as well, and we'll see what he's able to do. It looks like maybe he'll decide to either use a key or found one, but is looking for some opponents to maybe push the equation. Needs to really get a top 3 finish here with a sizable amount of gems and running out of daylight a little bit further down our leaderboard right now. And gonna find the pinata certainly helpful, but really needs to find a bust here to weaken opponents. And wow, back to exstah we go. And well, treasure maps galore. A great way to get a ton of gems in the late game, especially when you need it most to maintain your lead. Look at this difference that he is making on our leaderboard. 369 gems and counting. Chisgule hot on his heels. Cori right there tied with Chisgule in the last 14 seconds. See who pulls that one out.
Yeah, this is going to be very close. BeeBBQ also in contention as well. Chisgule, BeeBBQ, and Cori going back and forth with each other. exstah is just going to be able to continuously farm, but look at the Chisgule gems.
Wow.
Climbing. They just skyrocketed.
Yeah, that was wild. He looks excited about that one. Chisgule, my man. It's about dang time. Nice win with 500, I believe, in 13 is what I saw, gems. Maybe a little off there, but with the rank reward, that says nearly 700 gem total, a little over, actually. So that's a huge, huge win. Maybe the biggest we've seen here in the semifinals, and likely will shoot him up the leaderboard quite dramatically.
Yeah, that was a huge bump for Chisgule. I think he took over a huge fight in the middle. He had a really good comp going. He was looking at traders. He was looking at pennies. He definitely had that Hog Rider utility coming through. He was rocking the chickens, and he had the Barbarian King in there for himself to boost all of those melee units. So Chisgule was looking really good, and in those final like 15 seconds, he just skyrocketed from almost 300 gems to almost 600 in a matter of seconds. Yeah, likely some sort of a fight there off screen. I'm really looking forward to our replays on this one, and really looking forward to that leaderboard because, again, we got to take a breath here, full frontage. We are flying, and we only got 2 more games in this semifinal. We're running out of runway for some of our players to even make a move into the grand finals. So let's lock it in and see how that one went, because
end of the day, I think with 2 games left, you got to go for broke. This is where you change up your strategy, all right? I need you to fly around the map. You got to get some early ambushes. You got to get some busts early on some of the top players so that you have a chance to make it to the grand finals. And well, it looks like I think we've actually gone right over here to replays, and look at this. This is the start from some of our top teams in this one, and it was exstah with a great map, but it was Chisgule that ends up taking it.
Yeah, Chisgule absolutely dominated. He was towards the top 3 for most of it, and then just absolutely took over in those final seconds. You can see exstah getting huge penny treasures right there, and it climbed him up a good amount of gems with the amount that he was able to get from the trader. And you can see here's the fight with Chisgule on that top side, and Chisgule just climbs in and just dominates 3 squads there. So exstah was just farming, and you can see Cori's face. He's like, oh, what has happened? He was looking at that fight and saw 3 people going at it, and then just saw Chisgule's gems just immediately go up the leaderboard.
Yeah, no, I'm so glad that we got a chance to look back on that with our replays. Killing it in that department, by the way, wherever you are, replay man. But yeah, no, I think a big jump on the leaderboard likely going into the final 2. And like I was saying, because of that strategy, because of some of these players down fairly low on the leaderboard, you have to make giant moves, right? We're not talking about small moves, not a couple hundred gems. Like, you got to make massive moves. The best way to do that is to bust some of the top teams, but top players. But you got to bust some of the players that are ahead of you in the leaderboard. I think that's the crucial thing. You can almost get rid of, don't even think about the players that are maybe first or second, more so thinking about the players that are right there on the edge, maybe 5th or 4th. But we are going to take a very short break here in the booth. Now, when we come back, we have the final couple maps in semifinal 1. You're not going to want to miss it. Our players get a quick drink of water, and then we'll be right back into the mix.
Okay, guys, take it away.
Downward dog sweaters.
Branded sage.
We need new sound
Yoga
bowls.
mats for cats.
Steph, did we miss anything?
Recap sent. Wow.
Go for a bust potentially. It might trade.
It's currently sitting
Oh, wow.
close second place. Chisgule coming to make his behind. And here we go. Chisgule is chasing Pat down. It looks like he's going for the engage. Super Rage Spell's going to come down. And this is going to be a huge fight for Chisgule. Working on building these traders.
I don't mind this strategy at all, but it does look like Ben 10 is going to push the equation. A little bit of freeze is going to slow roll, but team, maybe you will think better of this fight. No, goes in with the Shelly knockback, and it actually opens up an opportunity. That's exactly what we expect to happen in Squad Busters.
Yeah, exstah trying to stay as safe as possible. RenzaiX takes over first, and exstah trying to get some gems. Oh, he runs away from the gems, and it's going to be so close. And like we were talking about when we saw those leaderboards, he was just about 100 gems away, and going to get some good value from that, and climbs his way up to second place.
I think the trader strat, a lot of these players favoring, especially in late game, you can just get paid in so many gems. But here's some of the fights. Last 40 seconds.
Lightning Spell's going to come down, but he's going to be collecting a lot of his gems on the right-hand side as we go into 30 seconds. And Bailey's dad's going to get busted away from that's going to be only 9 players left. And here we go, Pat in the middle.
Look at everyone out. He needs to be at the top this time around to turn the tide in his favor, and it looks like he should be able to do so. A couple of his players are weak, but he's able to stay.
Help build your squad and benefit your squad. So it really depends on the squad rotation whether you choose to use those free or epic keys.
You can use it. Right now, it looks like we are focusing on farming in the early game here.
We need some fights in the late game.
Yeah, again, masterful breakdown. But Chisgule here looking to break down his opponents. It's down by about 40 right now, trying to catch exstah, apparently, who can't be caught right now. Is certainly helpful. It really needs to find a bust here to weaken opponents. And, wow, back to exstah we go.
It's going to be very close. BeeBBQ also in contention as well. Chisgule, BeeBBQ, and Cori going back and forth with each other. exstah is just going to be able to continue to farm, but look at the Chisgule gems.
How many gems you can get, and also can you not get busted by the other competitors in this lobby. This is really, yeah, I think we're about to see some early, or rather late game fights here, Nick.
Oh, Bailey's dad is in a little bit of trouble.
Because the question is, are you going to get third party? You're the final 10 seconds. Usually teams go for broke, especially if they're not in the top 4. It looks like exstah's in first right. Spell overload is actually maybe one of my favorite modifiers, because you can just have a lot more flexibility with your play, especially if you find the spells that your playstyle is kind of afforded. This squad looks. Well, folks at home, welcome back to the Galaxy Battle Squad Heroes Grand Finals, all powered by Samsung Galaxy in partnership with Qualcomm. We have played 5 of 7 maps in our first semifinals, and I blinked and we're already almost done. We are moving quick, but folks, we gotta thank Samsung Galaxy for making this all possible, and it's all thanks to the Galaxy Z Fold 6. These players are able to play like they are in Squad Busters. Go get your hands on a Galaxy Z Fold 6 right now. You can scan the QR code right here or go down to the link in the description down below if you're over there on YouTube with Samsung Galaxy. The Z Fold 6 has a larger and wider cover screen of 6.3 inches, and this improvement makes the internal screen larger and more immersive. And like Full Frontage likes to say, he doesn't like the rounded corners, so there's a lot less of those on this brand new Z Fold 6. It makes competitive gaming even better. Go check it out. But we are going to check out the leaderboard. Let's bring back in Full Frontage and then head to the leaderboard. Break it all down for me, Nick, because things have gotten real dicey real quick as Chisgule makes a massive jump all the way to the top.
Yeah, we were talking about that last game just before the break, and look at that, 775 gems. He had that climb in the last few seconds, and we can see exstah, Cori, Renzai, and Pat. We have 2 creators and 3 qualified players in that top 5, but honestly, the bottom 5 are not that far out. One good game could swing them towards the top of the leaderboard, and there's still 2 games left, so there is a lot of potential for this top 5 to shift. Chisgule and exstah kind of starting to get in that point in the competition where they're just able to just creep away to make sure they secure their spot in the top 5, but everything else is fair game.
Yeah, only 2 games left, okay? So if you're somebody like a BeeBBQ right there on the threshold, time to make a move now. And like I said, maybe look to bust some of the players right there in 5th, 4th, if you're trying to make it in. Now, if you're 5th or 4th right now, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to call you out. It's the right strategy, all right? So we're going to head to Chisgule and see what he's able to do on this time around. After a wind, momentum behind him, the wind in his sails. Let's see how he continues to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, and we're going to be on Fusion start here. So Chisgule starting with the Fusion Barbarian and then just building into Fusion Chickens right away. And you can see Renzai just comes in and swoops the shoes from the box. That was a dirty play from Renzai. He let Chisgule do all the work, and I was like, I'll take those boots. Thanks.
Yeah, the best part is when you snatch the boots, they just can't catch you anymore, right? Like, you've got boots and you can get out. It's the perfect thievery. I love it. But Chisgule not paying it any mind. We are going to head over to Bailey's dad. I really would like to listen in to Bailey's dad and see what he's saying to maybe his chat or just to himself to lock in.
We're going to fuse something good, please. All right, trader. Another fuse trader. Watch how many gems come out of this. You ready? Look at that. So, here's the problem. We're not even going to chance. Let's get the frick. So, we absolutely need speed right now. We're lagging behind on speed. If we don't get speed soon, somebody's going to find us and possibly attack us. Now remember, because of the fusion key, we are far ahead of many other people. Alright, chicken. Fine. We go chicken. Screw it. We're far ahead of other people right now with that key. So in about a minute, we're going to pull another one, and we're going to try to pull max. Okay.
The need for speed, Full Frontage. He said it, and well, he's got it a little bit with chicken, but he's trying to pull max with his new key, and I love that we got a chance to listen in there because you heard a big glimpse into his strategy going into this map.
Yeah, he wanted to build those traders. He was excited that he was able to get fusion traders, so that way he can get some more gems. And then you hear that he wanted to build speed. So he's going for farming and evasiveness. That's what he wants to go with for this game to try to make that comeback towards the top 5 to secure his spot in the grand finals. And we can see BeeBBQ here with a pretty decent lead heading into the final minute and a half, but that will close very quickly as we get into that final minute.
Yeah, getting a little stressed, but yes, you're right, in the lead. And again, BeeBBQ needs it right there on the fringe, I believe in 6th place or so. It's a very close margin, too, within a couple hundred across the board for 4th all the way down to, I believe, 8th. So A lot of room. You can move up this leaderboard if you can make a move now. Again, this is our penultimate game, if you will. It's time to make a move, but Ben Tim also needed to make a move. We're checking him out near middle of map here. Last 60 seconds. Does see maybe a squad that he thinks get the better of, but instead just selects to use Mavis and get some extra gems, get some extra coins.
Oh, wow. He shot up from 7th to 3rd with that Mavis pull. And we can see Renzai farming in the middle, trying to get this golem down. Bailey's dad looking to come in and steal some of those gems for himself. Renzai sitting on the brink of that 5th place and immediately goes back into 3rd as we head into the final 30 seconds. BBQ still looking to hold a pretty decent lead here of about 53 gems.
53 gems is not too shabby, but the tides can change quite dramatically in the last 20 seconds. Chisgule did it in about 300 gems in about 3 seconds. So let's see what happens this time around as Renzai trying to push the equation, trying to chase down some of these squads. Looks like some of his main competition, exstah's here, maybe in trouble. exstah running for his life and losing some of his life in the process, which allows Renzai to jump all the way up to 2nd place. But BeeBBQ with a fantastic map. Look at that. Off screen, we get a quick glimpse at it. And with that last pull, picks up 373. You needed it, my friend, and you needed it now. Very well done.
You can see BBQ is locked. He's like, yep. You know, gives a little fist bump. He's like, let's go. He is looking to get his way back into that top 5, which we love to see. And a fantastic game at that as we are getting ready to head into our final game. But BBQ coming out on top, looking to secure his way and wiggle his spot into the grand finals.
Yeah, it was a brilliant map 6 of 7. A big moment for BBQ. Likely will jump up to, my guess is somewhere around 4th or so. It has a little bit of breathing room, but probably not too much, because the exact same thing can happen in the next one. And who knows? I think here's the thing, especially with our competitive format, use a fusion key like Bailey's dad was talking about. Maybe use it early, or maybe use it a bit more strategically like you talk about full frontage, and you could have a massive jump if you can bust some of the top teams in that map. Could see the biggest map of the day in the final map. And I love our replay operator able to slow that one down and grab the boots. That was beautiful.
Hey, I will say that final boot could have helped Renzai chase down exstah to get him those extra gems at the end to go to 2nd place.
That's true. It's definitely possible. I mean, it's a huge boon, but go to Ben Tim here. Quick look back. Maybe was thinking about pushing the equation. Ashlyn, a decent rep as well, but not a ton to write home about comparatively to what BBQ was able to accomplish. And it felt like BBQ just wasn't contested as much as some of these other players, and because of it was paid in strides, utilizing these treasure maps towards the end. This was a massive jump from BBQ in the final moment, but it had a good enough squad to ward off any advance.
Yeah, a massive play from BBQ there.
Wow.
See, number 3, 573 gem jump from 6th to 3rd. And man, this is going to be a very close final game.
Very, very close, and that's how much things can change in the final moments. And you're right, the final game only dramatically going to happen again. Now, Pat needs another big map. He's at risk of relegation here. Bailey's dad, Zap, Ben, Tim, Ashlyn, all not moving to the grand finals as of right now, but we have one more map to go. Now, I'm not saying Chisgule, exstah, BBQ, Renzai are all safe right now. There's still a ton of opportunity to jump up and down this leaderboard and all over the place. So we're going to kind of take a look at all 10 of our players. Everyone sweating, everybody leaning forward. And Cori on the fringe needs to make sure he secures a spot in the grand finals.
And this is interesting. We have Angry Vines as the final modifier for this lobby.
Yeah, that is a game changer. I mean, talk about the difference that this makes, especially for some of the more farm-heavy strats some of the players have been able to pull. This is going to get really dicey in the middle of the map, and it will definitely come down to the final 5 seconds to determine who even makes the grand finals.
Yeah, so in Angry Vines, players are going to be looking to build their speed especially. It's like speed is important in the game, don't get me wrong, but in Angry Vines, it is super important because you need to be able to maneuver around your opponents quickly and make sure you don't get busted because those vines are going to close in and the only thing that's going to be left is the middle. And I have been in Angry Vines games where there's still 10 people left in that middle and there is not much room to move.
Yeah, I know, and I've done it as well, and it's maybe one of the more not even frustrating, but difficult. And the rage spell pop. Pat thinks better of that fight. That's tough.
BBQ got busted with the 3rd spot spot. Oh man, this is an opportunity for Pat to climb back into the top 5.
A great catch. That is a huge value add to the stakes of this one. He got busted at, what, 2.5 minutes or so, or maybe even a bit earlier. A huge window of opportunity for some of these players on the fringe like Pat to make a massive move. But he's got to stay alive. And right now, if you're Renzai, you're exstah, you're Chisgule, you can really only play spoiler to somebody trying to make it in. You've pretty much assuredly made your way to the grand finals as long as you have a decent map.
Yeah, they just if they're still alive and have like probably 100 gems left, those 3 are probably safe. Everybody else, it's fair game right now.
Bailey's dad also on the fringe, or I think in around 7th or so. Could make a move, trying to make top 5. I don't mind the Shelly play here, but he doesn't look, he looks a little squishy to me. I don't know about you, Nick, but I'm a little worried about the late game here.
Yeah, he drafts a bandit there to go in, and you can see exstah trying to push in on Renzai and get a little bit of poke damage, and not a bad use of the rage spell there to try to push Renzai away so he can farm up a little bit. But Renzai, sitting in first place, has the Pam for the healing, has Dr. T, which will give him Mega Crabs to be able to help him kind of scour the middle and see where every enemies are, because the Mega Crabs are only going to focus onto enemy squads and nothing else.
And Zap looked like in a bit of trouble there as well. Everyone looking a lot more weak this time around because the Angry Vines are quite angry. They forced everyone to the middle and not a lot of gyms to go around. This is also a big note here with 54 seconds remaining. The gym tally is much lower than in the past, and because of that, there's going to be less room to move. But Bailey's dad in trouble. No! Gets eliminated and likely will not make it to the grand finals. I can't imagine he's getting out on that one. People being busted all over the place. It looks like we've only got like 4 or 5 players remaining even in the middle, and well, that's the nature of Angry Vines.
Yeah, and here we have Ben Tim having 114 gems, sitting in first place. He's looking to go for the engage on Ashlyn here. Ashlyn had a big fight with Renzai. Ashlyn does have a Mega Eunuch. There's a Magical Shelly, which is going to do a lot of damage. Ben trying to take this fight, but Pat's going to come in and reap the reward. Pat's now shifting his focus over to Renzai, and Ashley and Ben Tim are going at it right now. And Pat is just slowly getting the rewards, and Ashlyn is just holding Ben on the vines right now.
No way! Ben Tim! He pushes the equation and gets punished for it. Who's going to win this one? It will be Pat, but just barely. Ben, frustrated about it? Pat, you gotta be excited. My goodness, Pat needed it, and he needed it now, and he got it in the final map. Game 7 is his, and I think maybe that pushes him up. I think he was only a couple hundred behind or less, and he was in 6th going into that one. That, truthfully, might have just pushed him to the grand finals in the final moment of the final map.
Yeah, Pat needed that big, and he came out on top. That is what we call the clutch gene there for Pat. That could have secured him his spot in the grand finals. We'll take a look once the leaderboard is ready. And man, Chisgule stayed alive. He's probably in top 5. Renzai stayed alive, probably in top 5. So they're looking pretty good right now. They're probably feeling pretty safe. They know they've secured their spot in that top 3. But we'll see where the rest is going to shape out.
Yeah, I'm so pumped about this leaderboard, and we're going to take a little bit longer on this one. We want to make sure everything is perfectly put in because a lot is at stake here, but I want to give a huge congratulations to all of our players in the first semifinals. You all played masterfully. It was a fun game of tug-of-war across the board for every player involved, and I think the best part of that map for me as we run over to replays here and take a quick look back was that final Ben Tim push that actually punished him. He had to make a move. He knew it. And here's a quick look back at some of those fights here in the late game.
Yeah, you can see exstah popping the rage spell. Very good use of that to try to push Renzai away from him as exstah able to build up his squad a little bit more. And then in the final seconds, we see Renzai chasing down Bailey's dad here. And then Chisgule kind of shapes his way into the corner. And then this is where things start to get out of control. And everybody starts going to that bottom right-hand corner. Ashlyn and Ben Tim are getting into a fight. Renzai is getting pushed away to the side from Pat. And then Pat goes back and starts taking Renzai. And then Pat sees that Ben Tim's going down. And he's like, I want a little piece of this, and comes back. Pat was everywhere in those final few seconds.
Look at that. Pat's on 170, and right here, because of that bust, he jumps all the way to 236. Right there in the final moments when Ben Tim falls, Pat likely secures a win and likely, yes, jumps all the way to 3rd place. We're going to be seeing Pat in the grand finals. Chisgule, exstah, Pat, Renzai, and Cori just barely making it. And as expected, Oh, BBQ or maybe BeeBBQ. I am so sorry, my friend. You missed grand finals by 15 gems. Are you kidding? I knew it was going to be close. I didn't know if it was going to be that close.
Cori staying alive in that final game secured his spot in the top 5, and that bust early on for BBQ was the deciding factor. I'm not sure who actually busted BBQ, but I'm very curious to see and find out later on, because that is 15 gems is heartbreaking, but nonetheless, congratulations to our top 5, and we're very excited to see what they can come out with in the grand finals.
You know what's crazy about 15 gems, full frontage, is that if he just gets busted a bit later and picks up like 8th, right, instead of last, I think he gets enough rank rewards to make it. That's 20 extra gems, right? I mean, I think he makes it to the grand finals if he just could have lasted a bit longer. Wow, that is brutal. But we love the fact that he made it here and made it on main stage. Such a valuable player, and just barely misses out. But congratulations to our top 5 folks. This has been Semifinals 1, Semifinals 2. I can only imagine it is going to be wild, all right? So if you like the action thus far, you gotta stay tuned. An incredible semifinals on the way. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna take a very short break, and when we come back, we're gonna talk a lot more about the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and have a lot more competition.
Okay, guys, take it away.
Downward dog sweaters.
Branded Sage.
We need new sound
Yoga
bowls.
mats for cats.
Steph, did we miss anything?
Recap sent.
Possible. Renzai takes over first, and exstah trying to get some gems. Oh, he runs away from the gems, and it's gonna be so close. And like we were talking about when we saw those leaderboards, he was just about 100 gems away, and gonna get some good value from that, and climbs his way up to 2nd place.
I think the trader strat, a lot of these players favoring, especially in late game, you can just get paid in so many gems. But here's some of the fights, last 40 seconds.
He's supposed to come down. He's going to be collecting a lot of these gems on the right-hand side as we go to 30 seconds. And Bailey's dad's going to get busted away from that's going to be only 9 players left. And here we go, Cat in the middle.
Look at everyone out. He needs to be at the top this time around to turn the tide in his favor, and it looks like he should be able to do so. A couple of his players are weak, but he's able to stay.
Help build your squad and benefit your squad. So it really depends on the squad rotation, whether you choose to use those free or epic keys.
Can use it. Right now, it looks like we are focusing on farming in the early game here.
Win you some fights in the late game.
Yeah, again, masterful breakdown. But Chisgule here looking to break down his opponents. It's down by about 40 right now, trying to catch exstah, apparently, who can't be caught. Right now, certainly helpful. But really needs to find a bust here to weaken opponents. And wow, back to exstah we go.
It's going to be very close. BBQ also in contention as well. Chisgule, BBQ, and Cori going back and forth with each other. exstah is just going to be able to continuously farm. But look at the Chisgule gems. Yeah, and we're going to be on Fusion start here. So Chisgule starting with the Fusion Barbarian and then just building into Fusion Chickens right away. And you can see Renzai.
Folks, welcome back to Galaxy Battle Squad Heroes Grand Finals, powered by Samsung Galaxy in partnership with Qualcomm. I hope you got a drink of water during that break. And during the break, you probably saw the record, recap, relax, note assist with Galaxy AI is all part of the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. You can note smarter, not harder, on-the-fly notes organized instantly. Go check it out. You can get your hands on a Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 with the QR code right here or the link down in the description below. All of our players competing on it, all of our creators been using it, but you can also take amazing notes with it with the Samsung Galaxy AI. So a lot to talk about with our device and a lot to talk about with our event. We are about to move into semifinals 2, and I need to bring back full frontage back into the booth so we can talk a little bit about what happened in the last semifinals, but also look forward to the new semifinals. Let's bring Nick back in and see what's going on in his head. Nick, talk to me. The first semifinals, was it what you were expecting?
Honestly, yeah, kinda. The only thing I wasn't expecting was Cori played well. Cori was a little bit of an underdog. I mean, we did say he finished 3rd in the squad up, but He did come in here. He was off to a little bit of a rocky start, but he came back swinging and came back hard and was able to secure his spot in the top 5. And we did see Chisgule coming out on top, which I think we both expected based on how well he's been playing and how good of a player that he is inside of Squad Busters.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I definitely thought he would. I also knew some of our qualified players, like you were talking about, are some of the best players in the game, all right? They made it here for a reason. They worked their way through hundreds of other players to make it to this stage. I knew they were going to show out, and they definitely did that. Again, a massive shout there to Pat making it in the final moments. Heroic effort, and now has a moment to breathe and maybe just watch semifinals too to see what some of his competitors or future competitors in the grand finals will do in their semifinals to make it there to compete against him. But exstah, you're right. RenzaiX, incredible players. They dominated the entire time. Frankly, we're in top 3. I think most of, if not the entirety of the competition for semifinals 1. Yep. Really no risk of being relegated, so very well done there. But let's talk about semifinals 2. Nick, let's take a look. All of our players getting ready, and a couple of them smiles on their face, but most of them locked in. And I see JuicyJ maybe giving some reassuring nods to his coach who's talking to him right now. This guy is locked. Watch out for JuicyJ, but oh yeah, Virtrix is, I think, flexing a little bit for us.
Yeah, he's like, take a look at all my Ultra units. Let's go. And take a look at that beautiful Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 as well. Look at how nicely that the Squad Buster squad was. Like, I could see all 15 of his squad members perfectly thanks to the nice big screen on the inside of the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6.
Yeah, no, it was great. And again, howdy partner with the cowboy hat on as well. I can only imagine it's going to be locked and loaded and ready for the game. We're going to start with SirClaz here on screen, and talk to me about what you're seeing, Nick.
We're seeing double trouble. I'm seeing double here. We got 2 tanks and 2 Mavises coming out for SirClaz, and this is a really good start for him because right now he's going in the middle and thinking he wants to grab those tanks and make sure he has a ton of DPS, and this is the winner from the squad up competition. So things are looking really good for him, and it's going to be exciting to see the 5 qualified players we have in this lobby as well.
Yeah, Double Trouble's a fun one. I'm frankly I sometimes just don't build correctly with it. Like, I'm always trying to hit fusions, and then I've got extras, and then I'm getting busted. I don't know. So I need to take some classes with full frontage, or maybe JuicyJ's coach, I don't know. But OJ locked and loaded as well, as we see currently in last. But hey, all things good when you've got a couple Gregs by your side cutting down trees in a matter of milliseconds.
Yeah, he's looking to get that farming strategy building up, and it's honestly not a bad play. We see JuicyJ going full farming here. He's got traders, he's got Mavis, 2 fusion traders, 2 fusion Mavises already, so he's going to be just running around, probably picking a lot of these carrot patches to make sure he's able to build up a good amount of coins, which will then convert to gems thanks to his lovely traders.
Yeah, it's something to keep in mind too. Like, you don't need to season it with Worcestershire sauce. You pick up the carrots, you eat them, they'll also heal you, right? Like, they don't have to taste good. They're going to heal you every single time you do that when you've got your Mavises leveled up. So watch out for that with JuicyJ. Maybe as we get into some fights, he might look for some of those to make sure he stays alive. But so far, so good with his current strategy. Apparently, he has learned something.
Oh, yeah, and he pops the raids there to try to engage with SirClaz a little bit and kind of pushes him away. Wanted to take down one of his tanks to kind of force SirClaz to kind of rotate back around and focus away from farming and instead building his squad back up. And honestly, that's one of the best things that you can do in those situations, is really just take the poke game to the next level and just poke away at your opponents. You don't necessarily need to fully engage in a fight. If you can pick off one part of their squad, that is game changing because it could throw off their entire strategy.
Yeah, great shout. Tag, and maybe in a bit of trouble in terms of the leaderboard currently on this map, but everybody has 0 going into this one. Nobody can use keys. Could see a massive jump here if you can build up a squad to a sizable level, start engaging with some other squads. Go look at some of our qualified players. We've got Sam 963 ready and rocking, and frankly looking pretty solid with his squad right now, and in first with a sizable, almost pushing 300 with 75 seconds left. Look at the value he's getting out of Mavis.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of value with Mavis. He also has the Wizard going for him, which is going to give him that double spell value. Wizard in the classic form and above will give you 2 spell slots, which is super, super important because you can hold double the amount of spells, and that is game-changing because you can go for an engage spell, and then you can also go for a support spell like a Rage, like a heal spell, things like that, or a healing station if you have Pam in rotation. So that is going to be huge for Sam moving forward for the rest of this match.
Here comes some of the action. A couple teams getting pinched. It looks like OJ maybe in a hair of trouble, but able to get out of dodge because he's got a lot of boost. Keep running away. The boots certainly help with that. And it feels good to stay alive. JuicyJ in second, by the way, slowly creeping towards the top total of nearly 500 for Sam. Wolf trying to have a decent game going, but not anything yet. Wow, look at the value Sam is getting with Mavis and the rest of his build here. And right now, no one wants to contest him. And I think at this point, he doesn't want to engage. He needs to run away. And unfortunately, Tag is being caught in the crossfire of a couple different fights. And this is the final engage from Sam. Is going to risk it here and try to go for some fights. But JuicyJ is taking the lead.
Oh man, 1 gem. Are they going to tie for first? Oh, JuicyJ grabs some gems at the end. You can see he's excited. 613 gems for JuicyJ.
Look, there's one thing I know about JuicyJ. He will always work to get better. And he'll always also celebrate. Let's go, Juicy. I've got you at the top of the leaderboard now, especially after that one.
Oh my god.
Next time, I'll let his screams come through as loud as they possibly can, because I assure you, you will hear more of them.
Oh yeah, I mean, Juicy is one of those players that just gets so into it, and I love it. You can see the excitement, you can see the strategy and thought process that was going in to that match. And Double Trouble is a super fun one as well. I'm really glad we got that as our first match for the second semifinals lobby, because that really is just going to set the tone for the rest of the semifinals. And JuicyJ coming out on top with a huge 600 plus gem gain.
Yeah, again, that was kind of casually in the very first map of Semifinals 2. I think the biggest map that we've seen thus far in the competition is going to be over 800 gems in one single map. So I think that was the biggest one, which means JuicyJ is not only going to be on top, but is doing it in style. Let's take a quick look back at that map and see what went wrong for some of our players and what went right.
Final stretch. So you can see right there, Juicy actually just took one of Tag members, and then Tag popped the rage spell and then just ran away. And that's exactly what that's what I was talking about, being able to just slowly pick away at other people's squads, and that'll help you in the late game. You can see Sam got a huge amount of gems there. And then as we get into the final 15 seconds, look at JuicyJ had 460 gems heading into the final 15 seconds, and he climbs all the way above 600. Wow. He gets a huge fight against SirTag, and also is able to pick off units from Fire Treks as he's walking by. And then Juicy and Sam were so close at the end, and you can see the trader coming in clutch for Juicy to give him those 15 gems to put him in first place.
Wow, look at this early lead from JuicyJ, and it looks like SirTag, Toby both got busted there in the final moments of that one. Unfortunate first map, but don't worry, you've got 6 more, but a nice lead from Juicy and Sam at the very top. SirClaz not too far behind though, and again, Claz won our last competition, but it was JuicyJ that won a competition a while ago that we did in the Supercell ecosystem. So JuicyJ may be just a Supercell god.
I mean, wouldn't be surprised with the dedication that Juicy puts in.
Well, let's take a look at JuicyJ's perspective first, by the way, because, well, he won the last map, and also he's a great content creator inside of our Supercell titles. Let's see what he can do, and let's listen into his comms.
That's what we're going to need to go middle. We need a fighting squad right now. I'm going to need a fighting squad a bit here. Alright, let's try and see if we can head middle now. Let me get that Fused Barbarian real quick. Alright, Fused Barbarian is hella nice. This, let's drop this cannon, let's throw this here, we're gonna loot this, we got that, we're gonna go ahead and grab another Mavis, wanna fuse that Mavis next probably. Take this boss with the help of my cannon, my turret, very good. Okay, drop some boots, that's really good honestly. Okay, nice, we got the tank chat, we get the tank, I'm not allowed to use keys. We are going to hop in the tank, we're gonna pop off here. Okay, everyone's looting those Mavis patches but me here, that's okay. Nice snipe out a little bit there. We're just trying to get some gold at the moment. Yup. Let's grab this gold from these. Perfect. Go and grab a... Oh, let's go and grab a trader. We're gonna need that. Okay, I do want to hit this Mavis patch real quick, because the Mavis patch will actually heal me up. Okay. we're
Okay,
looking pretty good.
Nick, I gotta say, I like the comms. This is the classic streamer POV where he says, don't worry, chat, I'm gonna tell you exactly what and why I'm doing it. So, you heard a little bit from the comms with JuicyJ. Everything feeling good from your side?
Yeah, he's looking like he's got it on lock. He knows what he's doing. He's picking Mavis. He's going Trader. He's like, I have Mavis built up. Trader will help me a little bit. Mavis is going to heal me from the carrot patches. The Trader's going to heal me from every time I get gems. He's building the right DPS with the tank. He's building the correct tank for HP with the Barbarian. So he is looking good right now, and his strategy is on point. And this game mode is ring grab. So that ring is going to pop up in the middle. And basically, as soon as you grab that ring, you get an extra 100 gems added to your score. So this could, whoever has the most rings at the end could pull in quite a significant amount of gems for the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, it's a great shot, especially towards the end in some of those fights. You're going to see giant gem swings, especially when some of these players end up inevitably dropping their rings. So watch out for that as well. But back to Viretrax we go. And, well, howdy, partner. Let's see what you can do. 4th place currently in this map, but still plenty of time on the board here. Let's see. He's going to kind of farm the edge of this map. Get prepared for what's next. Is really looking for at least one more chest before he can even kind of engage. Frankly, looking a hair weak. I don't know what he's going to be able to do here against some of these more built-up squads.
Yeah, he does have the Resort Royale King, which is a mega, and you get megas by basically being in a lower position after the first 2 minutes of the game. So he was able to grab that mega and then start grabbing rings to secure himself in a pretty decent spot. And the Resort Royale King is going to help him a ton. It is very tanky, and it also has Elite Royal Recruits that actually follow your entire squad around. So he basically has 3 extra units in his squad for free, and that is going to help him because his enemies, when he's in a big fight, they could target the recruits instead of Viretex's actual squad.
Yeah, great breakdown. And again, a classic thing. I saw it right as I passed, and I was like, this is the deceiving part sometimes in Squad Busters. You think, oh, I've got that fight, no problem. And all of a sudden, they either have a mega or they've got a couple fusions you didn't even notice because of the chaos, and then you get punished for it. But in the final couple seconds, SirClaz in the lead as expected, but it's JuicyJ in second yet again. Sam hot on his heel, but Claz grabs the second map victory and is extremely excited about it.
He is he knocked the arm off his chair. he's so hyped, he's breaking things.
Oh my god.
I mean, you got to, all right? You're playing for a lot right now, all right? I think he, like, fully broke his chair there. I don't know if that's repairable, but maybe it's worth it, especially when you win the second map in this competition. You're feeling good, and he's probably going to be near the top, if not at the top of the leaderboard. Didn't get a chance to see that final gym count, but it was sizable. I think in the 500s with JuicyJ not too far behind in the 4s, with Sam right there as well in the low 400s. So a great map yet again from our top 3 players in the first map.
Yeah, I mean, they came to play. They're showing that they are consistently being top 3 in these first couple games. So really looking good for SirClaz, Sam, and JuicyJ. And JuicyJ wasn't that far behind. He had 400 plus gems for himself, and he's already broken 1,000 gems on the leaderboard. So we're going to see that in just a few moments. But let's take a look at that last match.
Yeah, quick replays from the last one. And Viretrax with the deceiving squad here in 4th and had a decent map. And Mega certainly helped with that, and make sure you collect your rings. But Juicy had 2 here, so you see that 426. It's really 226 and counting collected with 2 rings. It's an important note, because if you start losing some of your members, if we play ring grab again, you'll drop rings, and all of a sudden, a massive point swing. But SirClaz with 2 as well. They get 1st and 2nd accordingly, and almost 500, just shy. 491 in total, plus an extra 200. But here is a quick look at the overall tally, and wow, look at that. SirClaz does jump up from a margin standpoint, but because Juicy was so close behind him, he actually doesn't move positions. Look at that. The top 3 pulling away, but stay in the exact same order after map 1.
Yeah, and then Viretrax has a decent lead on Woof, and then Woof also has pretty decent lead above the bottom 5. But I mean, it's not that comfortable of a lead, right? You're looking at 225 gems between 5th and 6th. That is easily a gem count that you could come up with in one game. So I'm excited to see what these bottom 5 are going to bring in. SirTag had a pretty decent game there. OJ did get busted early on, but he had a really good first game. So it's all about swinging things back and see how they'll come back from this in this third game.
Yeah, great shout on SirTag. Remember, he, I think, got busted there towards the end of the first map. So being all the way up in 6th place after the second means, yeah, had a great game. So watch out for SirTag as well as OJ. They're 6th, 7th in a row, looking to try to better their encounter here. And OJ trying to make some early decisions. And talk to me about what you're seeing. This is our epic chest modifier. So a little epic overload to get into map number 3.
Yeah, epic overload, and it looks like OJ is going to be building Archer Queens and Mortises, and right now we have SirTag building double Archer Queens here, which is great because Archer Queen is going to be able to boost the attack speed of ranged units. So if you're building a lot of range, Archer Queen is a must to have in your squad.
I like that a lot. I always try to build up. I think the biggest map I've ever done was with a crazy amount of Archer Queens, and then I just fought everybody, okay? So, look, I'm no noob. I do know Archer Queens are quite good, and it wasn't as impressive as this gameplay. As we look at what looks like SirTag's start, which isn't bad necessarily. Again, kind of being in 9th right now, it doesn't necessarily matter if you're building up, but it's kind of struggling for coins right now, and is trying to figure out where does he need to go for more. Just kind of picking up some of these smaller mobs is not going to be too valuable, so elects to move on and try to move to a different kind of starting area.
Yeah, CryingMan building a really good squad. He's got the battle healer for that extra tankiness. He's got the max for some good speed added to the squad, and he also has the Archer Queen for that boosted ranged attack speed. So that is going to be looking good for him. The Hog Rider coming out. Hog Rider is going to be very clutch. We can see Power trying to take control of the mid here and really climb his way back to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Power, not a bad start in 3rd, like you said. But again, fairly low gem counts with the clock slowly ticking down. This is where things are about to start amping up, and JuicyJ thought he thought about it. He looked at SirTag and said, "You better run." And here comes Juicy actually with a cleanup, a perfect execution. Saw Tag cross the bridge, it breaks. He knows he's trapped. JuicyJ with the flow. That was beautiful to swing up, but we kind of check out a couple different perspectives here, and it looks like Power is still feeling good in the middle as SirClaz and others continue to farm in the outer edges of the map.
Yeah, SirClaz sitting in 1st place currently and trying to get as many DPS as he can. He has a Mavis there, which is going to help him build up. He's got a Penny, so he's able to get that loot with them, and then he's building up some DPS. He has 2 Fusion Maxes. He's got the Fused Archer Queen in there, and he's looking to get a 3rd Battle Healer to get that fused up. He gets a free key from Penny's loot, which is going to be huge for him, and that is one of the values that Penny can provide with her treasure, is that at the Classic form, she can give you the opportunity to get a free key from that map.
Yeah, Claz is in the lead. I don't know if anybody can catch him, too, with the amount of maxes he has. Would love to do a quick listen in to end this map and see if we can catch some of the celebration here from SirClaz at almost 180 gems and no one too close. Let's see if he can win it.
This guy looks weak. This guy looks like he needs to go. Sorry, it looks like a kill that I can get a bunch of gems on. Come on. Is he going into the... He's leaving the map. Oh, is that OJ? That's OJ I just saw. All right, okay. Currently, let's get another max for the speed. Pick up the loot. We are in 1st place by a lot. It's not particularly that close, all right? So let's get another Archer Queen. Get you. Let's mind our own business. 5, 4, 3. We are probably set. That's the 2nd 1st place in a row. And that wasn't really that close as well. Whew.
There you go, SirClaz, 2nd 1st place in a row, and it really wasn't that close. I couldn't have said it better, frankly, and I think he knows he's feeling very good on the leaderboard because, again, top 5 are making the grand finals, and it frankly doesn't matter what order you make it. You just gotta make it. That's where all the prizing is. All $50,000 and our Galaxy bundles as well. So you're gonna want to take a look at this grand finals. It's gonna be crazy. Before Frontage, talk to me about what you saw there from SirClaz. He was sitting pretty in that final part of that map.
Yeah, I think the key deciding factor for SirClaz was he had the Mavis available to him. So he got that Mavis fuse, which means he was going to be able to pick 6 carrot patches at a time. And he also had the penny to get the treasures, and he was able to get a couple free keys from that, which is absolutely huge, especially in a game mode where you're not going to be able to farm too many coins. That is going to be a crucial factor in your success.
Yeah, we saw some good sportsmanship there from JuicyJ earlier in this one. Had an opportunity to maybe grab a bus, but either was thinking, I don't want to risk this, even though I win it. Maybe I weaken myself too much. And, well, SirClaz didn't have the same mentality. He said, yeah, this is just too free, OJ. I'm so sorry, my friend, but I'm taking it all. And he had little to no remorse in that one. But a quick look at JuicyJ's perspective. Again, I think he was in second and then barely gets past there. No, Juicy actually passes Sam, and Power passes Sam as well to take third in that map. So it should move up the leaderboard. And look at that, Power all the way up to 6th now. Not too far behind Wolf, but Firetrex, Wolf, Sam all right there in the mix. But it's SirClaz and JuicyJ on top.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the spread between 5th and 10th, it's less than 500 gems. It is not that big of a difference. So this could be interesting as we head into our final few games because, hey, you can get a lot. We've seen games tonight where it's 600 plus gems in a single game. So nobody's out of this competition just yet.
Well, I call this the old loot goblin galore. Talk about a need for coins. The exact opposite of the last map. You're going to see so many coins on this map. The amount of loot goblins running around that you can farm. So a little bit different strategy probably in this one than the last.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing players build a lot of DPS early and not so much focusing on the farming strategies because those goblins are going to be all over the map. So they're going to want to build high DPS to make sure they can take those goblins down quickly and gather as many resources as they can. So that way they can build their squad for the final fights. And in Loot Goblin Rush, things can get pretty hectic towards the end because there's so much loot going around that these players are able to build up a pretty decent sized squad. We're going to see a lot of fusions coming out early. We're going to see a lot of spells coming down here. And OJ might get taken down here. Woof going in for the attack. The trader's going to go down. OJ pops the fusion key, but it's going to be a Greg, which is not going to do much. Because OJ, he's like, no, I need to escape. But
that's brutal. OJ, a little frustrated, but I think Power actually got rewarded a little bit for that one. Came in and stole a bit of that as Wolf continues to farm. And again, Power, Wolf, Sam, 3 of our qualified players really having a day right now. Power needs to continue to have a day. And, well, can I just say, Power's locked in, all right? The old forehead cam, no more. It is the top of the head cam, and that's all we're getting. And I respect it. This guy is leaning down this massive screen with the Galaxy Z Fold 6 and is locked and loaded because he has to qualify for the finals.
Yeah, he is ready to play. He came up. He's been middle of the pack these past couple games, but he's like middle of the pack no more. I'm going to sit at the top of this leaderboard for as long as I can, and I'm going to do my best to hold that position. We see Firetrex looking pretty solid. One of the top players on the US leaderboards in game.
Yeah, top player and fairly sizable performance thus far as well. Here in game 4, sitting in 4th. So top 5, it's all that matters. So doing what he needs to do, but not feeling super comfortable right now. So needs a good game here. Continue to stretch that lead. Sam in a similar position. Having a great day thus far.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of fusions here. Fusion on everything except for that Hog Rider, and he's looking to build up a second fusion El Primo. And El Primo has that flying elbow ability, which will help him get some good AoE damage as well as knockback and stun. So Primo can be a very good utility unit to engage in a fight or disengage if he needs it.
Yeah, look at this. This is what I'm talking about, the loot goblins galore. This is what I mean by that, all right? 124 some odd coins with Claz as he gets another chest. I mean, this is nuts. This is what happens in loot goblin mode because, well, there's just a lot to go around. And SirClaz is going to try to protect his top position in the lobby, but it's Power now taking the lead. This is going to be a really tight race to the finish line here. Look at the size of gems that every single player has. Again, we're talking 5, 6, 7 gems separating them into the final 27 seconds, but some of these treasure maps, massive for the final moments, especially when you have the boots to avoid all engagements. This is a great play by Power, but Firetrex seemingly doing a lot of the same.
Yeah, RenzaiX building a squad of his own, looking for some fights. Power slowly creeping up. There's just a 6-gem difference between these two. Mavis is going to come over and help RenzaiX get some good gems, but Power still looking to farm up. There's only a 6-gem difference, and RenzaiX is able to take the lead. 7 gems.
That was a nice finish. And, well, RenzaiX telling us what he's thinking about. Well, he's mewing, and he's locked in. He's got the cowboy hat and everything. So I love it from RenzaiX, up-and-coming content creator and a fantastic player when it comes to Squad Busters, showing us his skill on display in that one. Only a couple more maps to go. We've passed the halfway point of semifinals 2, and, well, full frontage, RenzaiX is looking good.
Yeah, that was a very close back and forth game there between RenzaiX and Power right at the end. Both had pennies. Both were looking to get those treasure maps, and I think both of them had Mavis as well. And RenzaiX was just able to get the carrot patch towards the end of the game when Power ran out of treasure maps to collect, which put him over the top by just that 7-gem margin. And hey, those 20 gems make a huge difference. We saw 20 gems between 5th and 6th in the first semifinals lobby, and now we'll see if it plays a factor in this semifinals 2 lobby.
Yeah, a great shout and a great breakdown. I just can't get past RenzaiX's celebration. Can we get some celly? People need to study up on their cellies. They need a celebration coach. If RenzaiX somehow doesn't make the grand finals, pull him in as your celebration coach, because that was beautiful. But let's a quick look back at some of these plays. And again, Sam, another great player thus far, had a pretty solid map as well, just kind of maintaining pace in the top 5, and did a lot of the same in this map.
Yes, Sam was building a really good squad. A lot of these players are building fusions, especially in Luke Goblin Rush, and look at all these goblins just flying all over the map, leaving so many coins behind. And we can see this is where the race between Power and RenzaiX starts. Power has 4 treasure maps to collect for himself, and RenzaiX was able to come through and get that carrot patch at the end. And you can see that one final carrot. Look at the gems that he gets from that. He's able to run through and clean up in the middle, and that is it. RenzaiX takes that first place in game 4.
Well, look at this leaderboard. We are past the halfway point, and JuicyJ is maintaining the top position in semifinals 2 with SirClaz hot on his heels, and even closer, Sam 963 right there in the mix. But RenzaiX moves up pretty sizably here, maintaining pace for 4th. Power creeps into 5th. Now, what's fun about this leaderboard right now, frankly, full frontage, is that, well, Power is 400 some odd gems behind RenzaiX, but is only like 44 ahead of Wolf, and Toby's not too far either. So truthfully, this might be a race for 5th, and it's a protection of 5th if you're Power.
Yeah, I mean, he started off slow, but as we saw in the last couple games, Power has slowly climbed his way back to the top of the leaderboards in game, bumping him up overall to that 5th place spot. And like you said, he's in protection mode right now. He wants to secure that spot in the top 5, as we only have 3 games left to play. And this is going to be a very entertaining final 3 games.
Definitely entertaining, and a lot on the lines. We've got to lock in, and we need to make a move. If you're OJ, it's time to push, and you need to not get busted. And OJ, seemingly, it's going to go straight for maybe either a treasure map. He is moving all the way across the map. Let's do a quick listen and see what's going on, as apparently SirClaz is thinking about taking him out.
Bum, 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 bum.
I don't know what OJ's doing, but that might be the world's best listen-in of all time. All we got was some sort of onomatopoeia of something, some sort of language. I don't know. I don't know what that was, but all I know is OJ's having a good time.
Oops. I don't know why I picked Archer Queen. Reflexively, I did. Big mess up on our end. Not the end of the world, though. All right, goblins. You're trying to pick as many goblins as you can so you can just get all of the gold. And then maybe I can fight people in this one.
Yeah, it looks like Tag's doing a lot of talking to his stream as well, talking a little bit about his strategy, and it was goblins, goblins, goblins. So talk to me, full frontage. What are you thinking?
I mean, doppelgangers, every time you get those goblins, that is going to be some extra coins added into your pocket. And you can see Sam having a similar thought process, but cycling between Mavis and Greg's. And you can see he gets goblins there. So he's just going for a quick cycle between goblins, Mavis, and Greg to build up as many resources as possible. And then he's going to look for that fight. You can see he's got 5 fusion cells. He's going to be shifting over to Dynamite as well. And he's just looking to get that resource and build up his squad so that way he can do some damage in the final minutes of this game.
Yeah, you and I were talking about this strategy before the broadcast because last time we were out, I was saying I was really bad at doppelgangers. So you were like, let me give you some tips, all right? And the tips is anytime you can pick up goblins, do it. You're going to get paid in kind with coins, and then you can swap over to something with damage. You see that from SirClaz there. Picks up a crazy amount of coins and then can switch to whatever else you need. And sometimes one of the things you need is definitely some of those characters that give you a ton of gems as well. So if you can cycle back and forth between bandit and goblins, a huge value add if you're just farming in the middle of the map.
I mean, yeah, SirClaz putting that strategy into fruition here, and he had, look at that, 240 coins for SirClaz. He can just basically go through and he could pick up another 5, 6, 7 chests if he wanted to.
Yeah, SirClaz says, Sam, I am not scared of you. Actually, bust one of the characters that Sam had, even with the goblins, but now swapping over to Max, I just can't imagine that. Unfortunately, Sam has 80 chance, which means this might blow the leaderboard a little bit wide open. Sam, where are you going? You're not finding Nemo. You can't swim through the anemones. The vines are going to take you down. Claz takes down one more player, another bust here on main stage, but JuicyJ still in the mix, trying to do a lot of the same. SirClaz is relentless.
Yeah, Juicy building up the bandits here, and SirClaz coming through with the Archer Queens, which is going to be huge, and JuicyJ responds with Archer Queens of his own. It is Expos galore in the middle, and oh, Juicy just lost one of his characters to the Expos, and the Spike Archer Queens going wild in Doppelgangers.
I'm telling you, some of these spells, you think they're like not a big deal, and then all of a sudden you look up and you've lost half your squad. All right, lock it in. You can't be losing to some spells or to some mobs or something. But Power picks up Max and goes flying through, picking up a ton of gems in kind, and has the lead currently, by the way, 345 and counting. Claz on his heel, but in trouble. Claz getting a bit of punish from this rage spell, answers with one of his own, but still losing out on some of these fights, is able to maintain for a couple more seconds. Is Firetrex going to be able to do anything? Able to crack a couple and drops him. Firetrex jumps to the top again and starts mewing on main stage. Firetrex cannot be stopped.
He is on another level right now, and Firetrex is looking good doing it. And Power, we were talking about Power there. Power was able to finish second in that game. And we were talking about how he needs to defend his spot in 5th and potentially secure his spot in finals. Well, he did that exactly in this game. He held that second place very solid, while Firetrex was looking to push SirClaz out of the running and move himself up the leaderboard. I think Firetrex at this point is going for the top of the leaderboard. He's like, yeah, I want to qualify for the finals, but I also want to be the best one doing it.
Taking no prisoners. Firetrex does not care. He wants to win the semifinals. Even though it doesn't matter whether you get 1st or 5th, you just got to make the grand finals. By getting top 5, was able to win that map and is going to keep pushing the equation, wants to prove that he's one of the best in Squad Busters right now. And apparently that is certainly the case after that map. A very well done finish there in that one. Let's take a quick look back at that map and see what went right for a lot of our players. And specifically, I think JuicyJ maybe had a bit quieter of a map this time around. And a quick look here, was doing pretty solid near the middle of the game, but the final moments really changed everything. Even Wolf was right there into the mix. Final 6 seconds, Nick, changed everything.
Yeah, that final second, you can see the gems going through. Firetrex pushing SirClaz down the leaderboard. You can see the engagement here. Here comes Firetrex. He just tunnel visioned on SirClaz. He was like, hey, leave Juicy alone. I want to fight you. You fight me, not Juicy.
Quick look at the leaderboard for the first time in a while. JuicyJ not on top, but still in top 5 with a nice margin. And this is what we were talking about. Firetrex had a huge jump and closes the distance on Sam to a mere 115 gems, which is frankly, pretty small comparatively, especially when Firetrex is putting up numbers like 561 in the last map. And frankly, he's just continuing to widen that gap on also a great map, from Power at 1683, still around 400 gems behind. So there's still room to move on this leaderboard, but that room is getting smaller and smaller. So we'll see what happens as we hop in with, well, Daddy CryingMan on screen right now. And Nick, what type of strategy does CryingMan need right now to try to make a massive jump up this leaderboard in the final couple maps?
Well, we're looking at Fusion start right now, and CryingMan decides to go with the Barbarian as his first start, which honestly is a pretty decent pick. You have that high DPS with the Elite Barbarian immediately from the Fusion, and then you also have the HP that you can get from the Barbarian as well. And you can see CryingMan going with the Ice Wizard as well, opting to throw that Lightning Spell just to get a little bit of poke damage, and then going through for that Super Freeze, which is going to help him for engagements and also disengages if he really needs that situation.
Yeah, but he's pretty far down the leaderboard. It really needs a big map here. It needs a couple of the top players, frankly, 5th, 4th, 3rd, maybe, to get busted pretty early. So there's a lot of room to work on this map. We'll see if he's able to do that and check back in later. But to one of our top players right now, and one of the top players in the game, SirClaz, a fantastic content creator, but also a very strong player. And look, experience usually yields results, and so far that is definitely the case in semifinals too.
Oh, CryingMan looking to engage. He's like, I want this fight. And he actually got a good amount of damage on Claws there. Wasn't really able to capitalize on it. I think he kind of ran out of some boots there, and he didn't want to get held up and potentially risk getting taken down. And we can see JuicyJ going in for the push onto Wolf here, and Juicy is going to be able to get the bust, and Juicy climbing his way up to first place and gets a free key with it as well.
Oof. Yeah, Wolf, literally. That is the definition of an onomatopoeia. This is brutal for Wolf as he tries to make a move at this leaderboard. He was right there, I think, in 6th place going into this one or close to it, and that's going to be troublesome going into only one more map to go. Again, we're on the penultimate map, and with only one more map, that margin getting thinner and thinner for what you have to do. I don't know if he's going to have enough going into the final map unless he has a banger, really because of JuicyJ's ferociousness. I thought there was maybe Juicy was going to play a little bit light on some of his competitors, but not this time around. Not when there's a lot on the line.
No, he at this point, Juicy's playing for that first place, and he really wants it. He wants to prove he's here to compete. And Toby, who's one of our qualified players, pushes Juicy away. He thought he was going to go for the engagement, and Toby was like, nope, I got a rage spell. Stay away from me.
Yeah, and again, I think that's how I like using rage spells as well. It's you pop the rage and you either try to push or it just kind of wards off your opponents from saying, this is not a favorable fight for you. You're going to lose a lot. And speaking of losing a lot, Toby cannot stay alive here. Barely is able to make it out because two teams start engaging these squads. Pretty tight, and SirClaz thinks this is one he can win, and I think he might be right. Toby in big trouble here, losing 1, 2, 3, yes, and gets busted. Frustrating, I'm sure. Toby, you're playing against some of the best in the world, but you made it here, and that's a big accomplishment thus far. See what you can do in the final map.
Yep, Sam sitting in first place, not by much though. Trying to build up his squad here. He's got 2 Elite Barbarians, he's got 2 Colts, he's got a Mavis running through, he's got the Hog Rider. He has a squad built for success, and he's trying his best to keep this first place. Viretrek's chasing him down, and there's a very, very small margin between our top 5 right now.
Yeah, it's our top 5. Top 3 in particular, very, very close. And the top 3 are some of the top 3 in the game, or top 4 in the game. But here's a big fight. A push that'll push Sam all the way up to the top, only by a small margin, but at the top continues to push the equation. 190 to 166. Sam, 963. My friend, very well done. And, well, no celebration from Sam because he says, folks, in the caster booth, Gojj, full frontage, what are you talking about? I gotta lock in, my man. What are you talking? I got one more game. I can't celebrate. You kidding me? We got one more. We gotta make it to the grand finals. We'll celebrate when we win some cash.
Yeah, he is locked in. He's ready to play. He had that stone cold look on his face like, I am locked and loaded. I'm ready to play. I'm ready for that grand finals prize pool. I want my Samsung Galaxy bundle, he says, and he's looking to make his way to the top of the leaderboards with that.
Yeah, and if you saw in our friend Sam's hand, he had the Galaxy Z Fold 6. All of our players, creators, everyone in between, all playing on the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. It's brand new, and it's been upgraded with a Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 processor. The Z Fold 6 delivers sharper, faster faster gameplay, as you can tell. Look at his gameplay, folks, as we head back into the replays. JuicyJ, a little bit quiet in that one, but doesn't matter. Still ended up getting, I think, third, actually, with an early bust here on, didn't see which player that was, but the early bust there, on Wolf, that's right. Oh, how could I forget? Juicy, an early bust on Wolf there, was able to grab a key and set himself up for success, and unfortunately push Wolf down on our leaderboard.
Yeah, and Wolf was trying to secure his way into that top 3. We could see in the last like 3 seconds right there, OJ, CryingMan, and JuicyJ were just like fluxing up and down those leaderboards, and OJ getting a pretty decent amount of gems for himself, and Firetrex slowly climbing up. But we have ourselves a pretty decent gap between 4th and 5th place, over 500 gems, and even 5th to 6th, little over 400.
Yeah, this is such a different leaderboard compared to semifinals 1, right? You've got some really top-heavy teams, but it's really the top 4 pulling away from everyone else, and then Power's out on an island, right? 1920. He can't really catch Firetrex unless something crazy happens, and doesn't look like necessarily Wolf could catch him. Doesn't look like definitely anybody from 7th all the way down to 10th could catch him right now. So it's really going to be Wolf having to make a heroic play here. From Wolf, we're looking for at least 600 gems, and you need Power to fall early. So I will go ahead and predict if Wolf sees Power on the map, he's going to push and go for a bust here. That's his only hope.
And we have ourselves a double modifier. I think this is actually our first one of the night.
Yeah.
And it is Double Trouble and Spell Overload.
Yeah, this will certainly change things up. A lot of spells on the map, and the Double Trouble just means you've got a lot more enemies to fight through if you do decide to engage, but you've got more firepower as well. So talk to me a little bit about your builds in Double Trouble. Is it the same strategy, you just have more, or are you trying to build up DPS a bit more early because some players might elect to ambush?
Typically with Double Trouble, what I personally like to do, and seems to work in most cases, is start with the farmer and then build tanks and DPS, which we can see Wolf is actually doing right now. He goes with the Mavis, so that way he's able to get some carrot patches and build up his resources. And then he also has 2 Fusion Barbarians already, which is going to help with that DPS and the tank. You can see he's constantly building those Barbarians. He's looking to get that DPS. He grabs the Barbarian King here as well to boost the attack speed of his Barbarians. And he's looking for an engage on Sam here, and he's going to pop the Super Rage spell, and he is going to give chase.
Yeah, I was going to say a heal, a nice value add for Sam, but the Super Rage definitely going to reign supreme. Looking for a full bust, could potentially take down Sam, which is one of the main competitors ahead of him on the leaderboard. Not one that he could catch necessarily, but opens up the opportunity for a lot more gems. But this is the nature of Double Trouble. Gets the fusion off in just a millisecond remaining, ends up not mattering. Wolf on top currently with 1 bust to his name and moves on to grab his free chest.
Yeah, what a chase down from Wolf. Able to put himself in a decent spot to potentially make a comeback here. And that's exactly what he needs. He's just shy of that top 5 with 400 gems. But I mean, that could be very well made up in this game here.
Yeah, again, 400 gems behind Power. So we're looking for Power to fall if you're a Wolf fan. So we'll see what happens. Power really just needs to play. I mean, the best defense is always the best offense, in my opinion. But Power needs to stay alive. So especially in Squad Busters, I'm favoring Boots here. Hog Rider's a great choice to stay alive so you can avoid getting pushed earlier than you would like. Still 90 seconds on the clock. But this is a really important upcoming fight, likely that'll happen in mid. And I don't know if Power wants to get involved. It looks like CryingMan maybe was trying to get a piece of that one, but now Power in trouble getting chased. This is, I think, SirTag trying to push the equation, and a couple other players in the area. Power is able to get out as expected and picking up a couple in rotation. SirTag, an opportunity here. Had a chance to listen in briefly, but Tag is focused. He needs to make a big move in the final moments of this map. There we go. 50 seconds in counting. SirTag maybe in trouble. Wolf a part of this, by the way. Tag able to make it out and get to a chest. Immediately picks up what looks like Royal. So he's going to find some guards with him, which should maybe help a little bit. But right now, we are staring at Wolf at the top. Not a ton of gems to write home about, but remember the rank reward is 200. Wolf at 419, 420 right now. If he can secure the victory, was down by 400. Has to find power though. Where is power? Can he be eliminated? That is your only hope, Wolf. You have to make a move. Keep collecting gems. Make your move now and find power with 14 seconds remaining, Nick.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Quick listen in, and Wolf tries to make a play. No words spoken. A big play. 247, 250, 288. Is it enough? I don't think so, but it is dang close. And he's thinking it's that close as well. A furrowed brow, a slight smile. But unfortunately, I don't know if it's enough. We celebrate a win regardless, Wolf. Very, very well done. He had to find power, though, and he wasn't able to secure it. There's a quick look at our creators and our qualified players all staring urgently at the leaderboard, because what's going to happen? The most nervous people right now is Power and Wolf, staring, waiting, watching. Did we do enough? What a finish.
Yeah, I think it's really going to depend. Where did Wolf finish in first? Where did Power end up? He wasn't near that top. He was kind of near the top 5 in the middle of that game, but didn't end up close to it. And it's going to come down to that. I don't think he really had a lot of gems there towards the end of that game. I'd probably say sub 50 at that. So this could be a huge opportunity for Wolf to sneak into that 5th spot.
Yeah, certainly. Let's take a quick look back at the replays and let the admins do all the math, frankly, because I don't know, it was dang close. And Wolf had a great map, perfect setup, and executed. But here's a quick look at Power. We were watching him as much as we could and was actually able to grab some value here. 6th place, like not a lot to write home about. Only 32 some odd gems, but there is a rank reward. And this is the big fight at the end where Wolf is actually able to pick up a ton of value, jump to 199 with no one even, frankly, kind of even close. Look at this. Over 100 gem lead, Nick, in the final fight. And this is that moment you look back on and say, what if? Could I have gotten more if I take down Firetrax?
And let's see where it is. No, it's not going to be enough. Sub 100 gems.
Unbelievable effort from Wolf. Look, Wolf, you've got a fan in me, my man. A great effort to push up towards top 5, but Power was barely able to ward off your advances, and we have a top 5 leaderboard. All 5 of these creators and our qualified players making it to the grand finals. SirClaz on top, but can I give a shout out to my man JuicyJ? Good grief, 2nd place, near top of the leaderboard. Talk about the consistency. JuicyJ certainly leveled up for this competition.
Absolutely. Finishing behind SirClaz by 41 gems. That is no small feat considering how talented SirClaz is in this game, and JuicyJ coming in determined to beat him out in this competition. But he didn't get it in the semifinals, but maybe he can overcome him in the grand finals.
Yeah, look, that was just a warm-up for our top 5, all right? We got the main stage of the competition, the grand finals right around the corner. Folks, this has been an incredible 2-part semifinal series. And, well, we have 2 creators and 3 qualified players in each semifinal, the exact same number, all moving to the grand finals to see who will be the best Squad Busters player. I gotta take a break, folks. Okay, I can't lie. We gotta get some water. We gotta stay hydrated because this action has been non-stop and it has been hot. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're gonna bring you the grand finals of this incredible competition, all brought to you by Samsung Galaxy.
Okay, guys, take it away.
Downward dog sweaters.
Branded safe.
We need new sound
Yoga
bowls.
mats for cats.
Steph, did we miss anything?
Yeah, you good. It was totally fine. The first time, and then we got the call, like I got the flag that you were back, so that I passed you and you weren't there, and I was like, oh,
Recap
damn.
sent.
Wow, it's all good though.
Is just going to be able to continuously farm, but look at the Chisgule gems. Yeah, and we're going to be on Fusion start here. So Chisgule starting with the Fusion Barbarian and then just building into Fusion Chickens right away. And you can see RenzaiX.
So we absolutely need speed right now. We're lag. Okay.
The need for speed, full
He's
frontage.
like
He's
Okay.
The need for speed, full
He's
frontage.
like
He's getting a little stressed, but yes, you're right. In the lead. And again, BBQ needs it right there on the fringe. I believe in 6 you can move up this leaderboard if you can make a move now. Again, this is our penultimate game, if you will. So it's time to make a move. But this last 20 seconds, Chisgule did it in about 300 gems in about 3 seconds. So let's see what happens. Running for his life and losing some of his life in the process, which allows RenzaiX to jump all the way up to 2nd place. But BeeBBQ with a fantastic map. Look at that. Off screen, we get a quick to me. I don't know about you, Nick, but I'm a little worried about the late game here.
Yeah, he drafts a bandit there to go in, and you can see exstah trying.
Angry Vines are quite angry. They forced everyone to the middle, and not a lot of gyms to go around. This is also, the gym tally is much lower than in the past, and because of that, there's going to be less room to move. But Bailey's dad in trouble. No! Gets eliminated and likely will not make
Had a big fight with RenzaiX. Ashlyn does have a Mega Eunuch.
Whoa.
There's a Magical Shelly, which is going to do a lot of damage. Ben trying to take this fight, but Pat's going to come in and reap the reward.
Oh.
Pat's now shifting his focus over to RenzaiX, and Ashley and Ben Tim are going at it right now. And Pat is just slowly getting the rewards, and Ashlyn is just holding Ben on the vines right now.
No way, Big Tim! He pushes the equation and gets punished for it. Who's gonna
Take down one of his tanks to kind of force SirClaz to kind of rotate back around and focus away from farming and 2 spell slots, which is super, super important because you can hold double the amount of spells, and that is game changing because you can go for any
towards the top total of nearly 500 for Sam. Wolf trying to have a decent game going, but not anything yet. Wow, look at the value Sam is getting with Mavis and the rest of his build here. And right now, no one wants to contest him. And I think at this point, he doesn't want to engage. He needs to run away. And unfortunately, Tag is being caught in the crossfire of a couple different fights. And this is the final engage from Sam. Is going to risk it here and try to go for some fights. But JuicyJ is taking the lead.
Oh man, 1 jet spell's coming down here, and OJ might get taken down here. Woof going in.
Back to the Galaxy Battle Squad Heroes Grand Finals, all powered by Samsung Galaxy in partnership with Qualcomm. We have had 2 semifinals down, and we've got, well, the Grand Finals for $50,000 on the line here shortly. Folks, I got to remind you at home, this is all made possible by Samsung Galaxy. Yes, they're the reason we are here, and we are live all over the place right now. We've got creators live all over the place, so make sure you drop a follow wherever you are watching, but also on all of Samsung Galaxy's major socials. Samsung US on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook, and Samsung Mobile US on Twitter. They've got incredible events all of the time and some incredible products we're here to celebrate, like the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, which you can get your hands on right now as well. We've got an incredible QR code right below me. You just scan that and it takes you straight to the site where you can learn more about everything the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 has to offer, like all the multitasking opportunities. The Z Fold 6 unique form factor allows you to do more than ever, folks, all right? So go get your hands on the device. It's incredible, and all of our creators and players have been competing on it today. So whether you're a tried and true gamer or you're just trying to multitask or take some good notes, go get your hand on the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. Now, my name is Gojj. It's always been Gojj, and I will continue to be casting this with the incredible full frontage. Let's bring him back in because the grand finals of the grand finals is here, all right? So we have to set the stage. We've had a total of 10 players make it through the semifinals to this point. They're all going to be walking away with something, just a matter of what. And specifically, those Galaxy bundles going to the top 4 players, but also $15,000 to first place. We got a lot on the line here, Nick.
15,000 in first place. That is no easy. And there's quite a big gap there between first and second, but the beautiful thing is the top 4 players get to also take home the Samsung Galaxy bundle with the Galaxy Z Fold 6, the Buds 3 Pro, and the Galaxy Watch 7, all incredible devices going to our top 4 finishers in this grand finals.
Yeah, a great breakdown. So much on the line, all right? But, folks, we got to talk about the 10 players that got here. Whether they had to work their way through a series of qualifiers or they are a big creator that made their way here as well. Here are our final and top 10 players. The only question in my mind is in what order will they fall? And, full frontage, I said this right before the break, and I think it's such a fun note. We had 2 creators and 3 qualified players from each semifinals all make it to the grand final. So 4 creators and 6 qualified players make up our 10 final players, which is nearly a perfect split and exactly maybe what we thought, or at least I thought was going to happen. Our qualified players, they're very strong.
Yeah, they came to play, and this is going to be a very exciting grand finals, and we're hopping into it. And just as a reminder, we're going to 6,000 gems. The first player to cross 6,000 across all the games will be declared the champion. And we're kicking things off with a beauty doppelganger and monster pets.
Okay, again, you coached me up on Doppelganger. I feel a bit better about it. However, this is probably statistically my worst modifier. So talk to me about strategy. We know it's goblins, 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 but what's the strategy, especially in late game? What are you trying to pick up?
Well, right now, Chisgule seems to be cycling through chickens, which is also a fantastic pick because boots are very important. Movement is extremely important. So Chisgule wants to make sure that he's able to get as many chickens as possible to be able to get a ton of boots in his arsenal. So that way he can chase people down, or if he really needs to, he can run away from people. He's also going with Mavis as well to build up on his resources and try to get as many coins here moving forward by picking these carrot patches.
Yeah, great shout. And as a reminder for everybody at home, if you missed the first part of the broadcast, I need to remind you, 6,000 gems is the race we're on. So this is not a 7-game series like the semifinals. The rules have changed at least slightly in terms of what the win condition is. It is the first player to reach 6,000 gems, and if 2 players or more reach 6,000 gems all together at the same time, it's just whoever has most at the end of that game, all right? So we're actually going to be here for a little bit longer than the semifinals for a race to 6,000. During our semifinals, full frontage, it looked like maybe our top player had right around 3,000. So about the same amount of time for 2 semifinals combined is how long this finals will take. And it is certainly going to be a race to the finish. I can only imagine it's going to be very close at the top.
Yeah, I'm hoping for some very exciting modifiers as well. And like I said, this is a great one to start off on. Doppelganger is one of my personal favorite game modes. So I'm really excited that this is how we get to kick off the grand finals.
Yeah, and we saw a couple mega chickens there, but trying to figure out where he wants to go next. It's also one of my favorite things, by the way, in Doppelganger. Talk to me a little bit about the, well, what I call the roaming bears, right? Once you grab this fusion and then you change, the bears don't go anywhere.
Nope. They stay with you. And honestly, having the Bruces is super helpful because if you can get them to follow around and target with you, they could be pretty distracting to your opponents, which means they're going to focus onto the bears instead of onto your squad, which is going to help you deal a bunch of damage. And you can see Viretrax here trying to cycle through and getting as many bears as possible. He was also cycling to Jesse, which is going to give him a good amount of DPS. And you can see Expos lining up, protecting that bridge. A barrage of arrows coming through there. And there's not a lot of gems here with just a minute left.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of people chose Nita in their rotation in Doppelganger, which I don't mind at all. A couple maxes, and then the Archer Queen stack is... it's a brutal one. Now, you are a hair squishy comparatively to some of the other ones you can get, but if you can kind of kite some of your opponents, you can do a crazy amount of damage really quickly.
Yeah, Power looking to build up these Archer Queens and trying to just kind of stay safe here. Viretrax is going to take a good amount of damage, but gets the Barbarian King, and Power's like, I do not want to fight this anymore.
Yeah, it does able to get away, but there are so many Nita Bears all around this map, as well, frankly, some really tough squads to take down. I don't know who's going to push the equation first. Look at the amount of spells that have been thrown down here, the amount of expos and everything in between. This is just literally cannon fire as Chisgule is just protecting his space here, just protecting his position on the leaderboard.
Yeah, Chisgule is stuck with Mortis, so he's not really going to be able to do a lot of damage compared to the players who have Max, Barbarian King, or Archer Queen. And you can see he's like, it's okay, I can live with that. But Sam coming out on top there with a good amount of gems. Honestly, not as much as I was expecting, but I don't think there was really many farming strategies going through. A lot of people were trying to build damage there to make sure that they stay alive because it's doppelgangers. If you get caught out with the farming strategy with Barbarian King or Archer Queen, you are going to go down very quickly.
You know, it's funny because I think usually in the first map of a competition like this, people swing for the fences. Maybe they try to set the tone of how they're going to play. Everybody seemingly was kind of playing protect mode, and no one really pushed a lot of fights. They didn't want to risk it, so it was pretty low gym tally, which just means this leaderboard is going to stay wide open as we continue forward. Now, again, we're going to show the leaderboard as much as we can between games and things, but you're racing to 6,000, so a couple gyms here or there could be the difference at the end of the day, but it's not make or break, at least in this stage of our grand finals.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it in the first grand finals, 15 gems between 5th and 6th. So all these games are going to matter a ton, and these small gem gaps could make it up at the end of the competition.
Quick look back, the replays from the last map, and again, it wasn't a quiet map. There was a lot going on in Doppelgangers, and a lot of native bears, but not a lot of overall big fights. Not a ton of busts this time around, it seems like. Again, I really like the Archer Queen strat from Power, but when you get a Barbarian King army chasing you with the Rage spell up, yeah, you might be in trouble.
7.
Yeah, and then you can see Chisgule here with the Mortis, not really able to do much. Mortis doesn't have a high amount of DPS, and Firetrex gets busted right at the end there, so losing out on any bonus gems that he could have gotten. So he's just going to sit with 100, but I mean, not that big of a game. Most of Sam gems did come from that first place bonus, getting that 200, but it's going to be very close moving forward. Not that big of a gap here in game 1.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, I don't love talking about it, but Firetrex down at the bottom, cowboy hat and all, but the silver lining of that is because the gym total across the board wasn't very high, not a bad one to have a bad game on. You know what I mean? Like, your margin for error here is still fairly large in comparison to what could have happened if maybe Sam dropped like a 900 gym game or even more. Certainly possible. Maybe not in Doppelgangers this time around, but excited to see what the new map is and some new modifiers, because you and I were talking in the break and you were saying in the semifinals we didn't have a lot of like massive modifier sets for those big gym games that you sometimes see in Squad Busters. We're talking, you know, 4 digits and beyond, and so maybe something like 1 coin chest this time around maybe could open up a window of opportunity for a massive game to set the tone, but I don't know.
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting. I love me some 1 coin chess. Probably my favorite game mode right now, just in front of Doppelgangers. So maybe the games is just like, let's get Full Frontage's favorite game modes to cast. This will be fun for him.
Definitely the case. All right, we had to make sure you had the best time in the castle booth so that you come back, because you're killing it, my friend. But Cori, again, killed it, frankly, in the semifinals as well. However, did barely make it through. Like, had a great semifinals, but it was just that tight. I think ended up getting 5th in semifinals 1. So obviously would look to better his performance, especially if he wants the Samsung Galaxy bundles. Those go to the top 4 players, as well as a sizable amount of the prize pool. But hey, look, I'm going to be honest. Keys, they don't help you that much in this one, okay? I mean, maybe a fusion key here if you're down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Again, same rules on keys. Bottom 5 on the leaderboard can't use them, but not that important in 1 coin chests when you can get pretty much any chest you want.
Yeah, and we're seeing Trader this time around for 1 coin chest, which could result in late game frenzies. There are going to be a lot of gems coming through if a lot of these players are drafting traders. So this is going to be interesting to see. We see Claus trying to kind of figure out what he wants to do and where he can go to farm some carrots. Because right now he has Mavis. That's going to be his main source of income for coins. And he wants to try to get into a position where he's able to open as many chests as possible. He does have the Fusion Hog Rider to help him out with his speed a little bit. And let's see what he's going to end up doing here. I think he's trying to find out where people are.
Yeah, I think he's looking for info more than anything, but an interesting strat thus far. I mean, sure, information definitely king, but I'd be sprinting around chest to chest. But hey, I'm no SirClaz, I am no expert, and I think he is near the top. So we'll see what he ends up doing as he waits and bides his time.
Yeah, let's switch over to exstah. And he is looking pretty good right now. He's got some traders, he's got some Mavis, and things are looking pretty interesting.
Yeah, I do think that we are going to hop out of that one real quick and maybe get a quick reset on the map. I had some expectations there that maybe we were going to reset that one. I didn't think the stand around and wait strategy was good for SirClaz, but who knows? Again, I am not an expert compared to that man. Won a former competition and did fantastic again in the semifinals. So the question is, can anyone take him down? I don't think the guy has lost yet. So we'll see as we get back into game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, what a lot of people were going for there, they were going for the farming strategy, because like we were talking about, Trader is a good opportunity to build a lot of gems up, and with Mavis there as well, if you can go around that outside and pick up some carrots, get a lot of coins, and then switch back into the middle, that is where you can capitalize on that by getting a lot of coins to boost your trader gems, and then also building a lot of DPS as well. With 1 coin chest, you can definitely build a pretty decent squad, getting high HP with your tanks, and also getting a good amount of damage as well. And it is right now, the strategies seem to be going pretty well for the players, so we'll see what's going to result of that.
Yeah, well, my favorite thing about 1 coin chest is that it's almost like all strategy, right? Because you can get whatever you want. So it's a little bit of that RNG going your way about building what you want, but it's about build order, and it's about this kind of out strategizing your opponents based on what's available in the pool as well. So the high IQ players like yourself usually come out on top in 1 coin chest, which probably makes sense why that's one of your favorites. While we have a moment here, though, talk to me about some of the modifiers that maybe we haven't seen or haven't seen a lot of that will really yield some of those big gem totals that we've been waiting on.
We haven't really seen a lot of gem overload. We haven't seen a lot of super gem mine. And one of the modes that is pretty slept on in terms of getting a ton of gems is whack-a-mole. Being able to farm those moles that pop up all around the map, and then the big mole that's sitting in the middle in place of the gem mine. Those can yield some pretty significant gem rewards for you. And if we do see one of those modifiers pop up in these grand finals today, then we could be in for a pretty high gem count game.
Yeah, and we have what I call the big tree modifier as well, which we talked about a lot during Squad Up as well, right? We talked about how Greg does some extra damage to him, okay? We know some things here in the booth. We've got some strategies. We'll impart some wisdom where we can. But folks at home, I gotta remind you as well that this is all made possible by Samsung Galaxy. So not only drop follows on all of their major socials, but also go pick up the Galaxy Z Fold 6, which just got dropped not too long ago, all right? So stay connected with Samsung Galaxy and make sure you pick up the Galaxy Z Fold 6. Now, we're in the grand finals. We've played 1 thus far, looking for map 2. We're making sure all of our players are good to go. Had a little bit of a complication from the player side. So get the players all into the lobby. We're going to jump straight back into it. Talking 1 coin chess. We're talking some of the big modifiers. Talk to me about the modifiers maybe that could spread the competition. Some of the top players in this. Now, we've got some really good competitors, but I'm talking some of our qualified players that are the best in the world. What are the modifiers that maybe they can truly pull away because of the skill disparity, skill disparity, there it is, that the modifier offers?
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest modifiers I think is Royal Haunt. Basically, a bunch of Royal Ghosts will spawn in, and when you defeat them, they join your squad, and they will automatically start going for other squads and other ghosts and trying to take them down. Now, the good thing about that is those Royal Ghosts are able to attack NPCs, so they'll help you get some resources if you're able to follow you around. However, if you see a massive swarm of ghosts and you're able to take them down, they can also yield some good rewards, and you get them to join your squad. So what really comes down to is strategy in terms of when to take over ghosts and when to follow the ghosts to capitalize on the amount of resources that you can get. And if you can get a really solid push with your ghosts, you can take over an enemy squad completely. So I think Royal Haunt has a pretty decent skill disparity there when it comes to our top players.
Look, I love throwing you softballs because you hit them out of the park. Royal Haunt, definitely one that just changes the entire game. And I think one of the things that I've at least done in the past is utilize a lot of bows to be able to take down those Royal Haunts a lot faster, right? Those ghosts, rather. And if you're able to grab the army, sometimes you just follow them around, and wherever they go, you need to follow if you have enough of them. So it'll be fun to see if Royal Haunt makes it into the mix here. I'm sure it will, because again, folks, Grand Finals is here. We are racing to 6,000 gems, but it's time. Game 2 is here. quick re-rec, a quick redo, and we are right back into the mix with Chisgule off the start.
Yeah, we're going with Fusion Start. Chisgule going with a Mavis here. I like that because Mavis in her Fusion can pick 6 carrots from 1 patch. So if you're able to get some decent opportunities to get those carrot patches, then you're going to be able to get a decent amount of loot. And this map is perfect for it as well, because this is one of the only maps in the game that actually has carrot patches in the middle. So you don't really have to leave the middle to utilize Mavis on this map specifically. So this is a great pickup for Chisgule here for his Fusion Start.
Yeah, map knowledge is super important. Something that I've been working on in my games as well. Knowing not only where the carrot patches are, but B, tank, everything in between that you can pick up on the map. Definitely a big value add. But Mavis on this one, a huge one. It looks like Juicy doing a lot of the same here early. It's doing pretty well for him in second, and is going to go ahead and use a key, I think, as well, which is a nice value add. He's not near the top of the leaderboard, certainly well within his right. Again, the key rules. You can use keys as long as you're not top 5. So we'll see players continue to do that, try to set themselves up for success.
Yeah, and Juicy utilizing that. And you can see just little poke damage here as we switch over to Sam, who's also going to be running with the Fusion Mavis, and he's also got some traders as well. So Sam looking to get a pretty decent lead here with that Trader Mavis combo. And you can see with just 1 Trader, 1 Mavis, he's starting to build his supporting units. He's got the Battle Healer, he's got the Hog Rider for the speed, he's got the Nita to get the Bruce a part of his squad, he's got the Barbarians for the tank, he's got the Colt for the DPS. Sam is doing all the right things and building the different components that you need for a squad, and right now it's paying off for him.
Yeah, it certainly is the case as Sam has continued to push the equation. Again, every time we showed him on camera, no celebrations, locked in, gave us a half-baked smile last time, but knew that the job is not done. It's just getting started. So we'll see what Sam's able to do. And this one, JuicyJ pushing the equation pretty early here. Feels really confident with the Rage Spell. Answered with a Rage Spell from RenzaiX, but it's not enough. JuicyJ with an early bust. Opponent goes down. 190 gems and counting with still 90 seconds on the clock. This is a huge value add for Juicy with over 200 gems. Plenty of time to increase that total. This could be a pretty good map for him.
Yeah, it was a huge fight for Juicy. What a great read as well to be able to realize that he had the Barbarian King with the Super Rage Spell ready to go. And I think he was able to just mainly focus on RenzaiX's DPS in those range units, which help him delete the squad much faster. If you didn't know, the priority targeting for your squad is in the center. Whatever your squad is, that middle spot is where they will prioritize their target. So Juicy did a fantastic job there of getting the ranged units to the center of his squad, so that way he could prioritize focusing on them and make sure that he was able to win that fight.
48 seconds as well. Juicy up by a nice little margin, but SirClaz is hot on his heels, and so is Sam. SirClaz actually takes a lead off screen. Power needs a big move here to move up this leaderboard. Has a decent squad build up, but just can't quite get as much going as he would have liked. At least not yet. But Claz, a lot of gems, a smaller squad in comparison to some of the other ones out there, but a lot of fusion, so feeling fairly confident in getting paid in gems with some of these motions. This is huge for him. Wow.
Yeah, he's got 3 fusion traders, so not really an opportunity to fight, but here we go. JuicyJ looking in for the push, and he's going to run away. He was able to take Cori down just a little bit, and Juicy and SirClaz are right on each other's tails, but Juicy going in for the fight against Ashlyn gets pushed back by the log, and exstah is just going to be rolling around. Expo's going to come down, trying to stay away, but Juicy's going to go in for the fight, and he's able to get the... Oh, and SirClaz comes from behind!
A 6 gem spread in the final seconds. SirClaz does it on the back of traders, and Juicy does it on the back of every fight he can take. What a finish between the two. That was beautiful.
They were neck and neck in semifinals lobby 2, and now they're going back at it again, neck and neck here in the grand finals. And what a game 2 as well. 600 gems for 2 of our competitors, and SirClaz is going to be going home with a total of 825 from that first place rank. Juicy just barely missing out on an extra 20 gems, which, as we saw in that first semifinal, can make a huge difference when it comes to the end.
20 gems was a difference maker for a couple of our players, just barely missing out on the grand finals. Man, that was a good one. And frankly, I think that's some of the highest gem totals we've seen thus far. We saw one other game where a player was able to get over 800, and now we had two that I think got over 800 here with JuicyJ and SirClaz. But this is the moment in this map where I knew Juicy was going to have a good one, takes down Renzai, and is able to get paid in gems. Renzai had a sizable amount. And so this is the JuicyJ strategy. We fight everything when we're feeling confident. SirClaz is off trading his way to the top. Juicy was fighting his way to the top.
Yeah, Juicy had picked some great fights as well, had really good opportunities. You can see the jump that SirClaz had there, 589 up to 625 in the final 3 seconds there. And Sam didn't have that quiet of a game either. Look at that, getting 765 gems for himself.
Yeah, and maintains top position here with a 765. Claz moving up as well. Now, I know we're only 2 games in, but to see Chisgule this far down a leaderboard really does showcase the skill in our grand finals. There are so many good players here. Anybody could take it all right now. You could see Chisgule drop an 800 gem game and move right back there into the mix in the top 3. So anything goes, anything can happen until the final game. But we are racing to 6,000 gems, and well, we're already 1/6 of the way there.
Yep, and we are looking good for game 3. It is double trouble. We're getting double trouble again.
Yeah, this is a modifier we've seen now several times. So Juicy trying to figure out what he's going to do. Let's do a quick listen in with JuicyJ and see what his early game looks like in this one.
Didn't get my next chest immediately but because I didn't get that goblin there. It's insane. That is insane, bro. Okay, we got the boot from that. Let's hit this. Let's get that goblin. Nice. We get the goblin fusion. That gives us enough gold to be chilling here. See, we get another goblin. Nice. Okay, we made the right play. Stay calm, boys. Stay calm. We are good. We are good. Let's go into this chest real quick. Need another chicken now. Need another chicken now. I'll take a barb. Okay. I'm a little bit scared. Can't use key. Please give me a chicken, bro. Yes. Okay, we're good on the chicken. Get that chicken fusion rolling. I take this out. I have enough for my next chest already. Get another chicken fusion. Okay, now I'm looking for barb fusion and Shelly fusion, basically. But the squad is looking pretty tasty at the moment. Let's go and take out any mobs that are spawning in. These guys,
full frontage. I like the squad breakdown here from Juicy. Was in a bit of trouble at the very beginning of the listen end where he just was a coin or two short from what he wanted. And ends up picking up a pretty good spread across the board. What do you think about that mix?
Yeah, I mean, going for all the right things there. Goblin is crucial in double trouble because you can get a good amount of coins, which helps reduce the cost of your next chest once you get fusions, because the cost of your chest is based on the number of units in your squad. So if you have 2 units and then you fuse it down to 1, it'll reduce the cost of your next chest. So that's exactly what Juicy was trying to do. Build up those goblins so that way he could start fusing his other units to reduce the cost of the squad right here. And we can see exstah in a pretty difficult situation. Ends up losing his bandit to the vines there, and now he is in a bit of a struggle bus situation here, and Power's going to try to run through, but exstah has a good amount of chickens, and he's going to be able to escape there.
Yeah, I was going to say...
but runs right to Pat.
I was going to say, when you're down on the count, you start running. The problem is there's a lot of players in this map, and it's getting smaller and smaller, running into players all over the place. Just barely. I think he missed the chest.
He did.
Oh, no. The vines strike again, and he is in serious trouble. Maybe double trouble, full frontage, as he is trapped in the corner all by himself with a massive squad waiting, lurking, just wanting to take him out.
But you can see there, exstah actually made a decent play there. Power did end up getting busted there. So now if exstah goes down, at least he secured himself another 10 gems just by waiting it out. So not a bad call there.
Yeah, not a bad call. Waits it out a little bit, but still a frustrating one. Don't worry, got some games ahead of you. I am sure you can make a big move here. Pat, though, looking really strong right now, getting healed up after having to journey deep into the vines to pick up those gems and coins from the bust that he got before. Pat's going to move on his merry way. We are top 4. SirClaz, as expected, near the top. Sam, as expected, near the top. Chisgule making an appearance in the top 3, maybe for the first time. We'll see if he can maintain that, as it seemingly is in a bit of trouble as SirClaz is skirting the edge of the map.
Yeah, and sir, look at the health on that chicken in the middle there. It has like 1 HP left. If anyone comes over and like, oh, the Expo took it down. There to go.
The Expo saw a weak target. Speaking of a weak target, SirClaz, wide-eyed, bushy-tailed, caught in transition, gets down all the way to 7th and is just trying to stay alive. He's still got 71 gems. You'd love to keep these, have a decent leaderboard position, and with enough boots in pocket, he is able to make it out. That was scary for a moment, though.
Oh, Chisgule, he's like, I needed that. That was a big game for me. We're slowly making our comeback, and Sam and Viretrax also had a play in that SirClaz downfall towards the end of the game where he was just left with 71 gems.
Yeah, you know, 71 gems plus your rank reward is a lot better than just your rank reward, okay? Well, you can do the math. It's a 71 gem difference, and there's definitely margins that are a lot thinner than 71 when it comes down to a race to 6,000 gems. Certainly going to be the case if you're near the top. So we'll keep an eye on that. Remember those numbers. That could have been a difference maker as we get to the final couple games. We have a long way to go still. We're going to take a look at that leaderboard when it's ready, but I would love to look back on replays here in a moment from that map because, frankly, it was a doozy, and I think a couple things I saw off screen. I think JuicyJ actually ends up getting busted later in this map, and he was trying to make some early engagements. We had a listen in at the beginning, and he looked fairly confident, but then all of a sudden something went wrong for him as a couple of our other players succeeding in this one.
Yeah, Renzai and Cori just throwing shrink spells at each other to try to keep each other away, and here's Cori, actually the one to weaken exstah's squad, and Pat reaps the rewards of that, gets the key, gets the gems. So Cori not able to give chase there, and honestly a pretty smart call there, and you can see the chicken going down from the Expo there, and here comes Viretrax, and here comes Chisgule right in the backside, and then Viretrax chases SirClaz to the other side, and then here comes Sam coming up from the other side as well, and able to finish in first place by 2 gems over Chisgule.
We were so worried about SirClaz that we missed a 2-gem spread for first and second. A ridiculous number, but a quick look at the leaderboard. Man, Sam 963 starting to pull away a little bit at the top in maintaining space at the top with SirClaz second place still, and there's that Juicy we're talking about. He busted at 120 overall is all he gets from his rank rewards, still maintaining a top 3 position. Viretrax right behind, about 50 gems behind, 49 to be exact. Chisgule, a big jump all the way from, I think he was in 9th place all the way up to 5th after that one. So leaderboard still in flux.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, you said it, Chisgule in 9th place, 1 game, back into 5th, and honestly, he's only 800 behind first. A couple good games, that gap closes very quickly.
Definitely does. Let's see what
we got. Monster pets.
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing. I was looking at it and I was like, we're back on monster pets. We're having a lot of repeat modifiers here. So some of these players now getting a lot of experience under the same modifiers in the same competition, which I think is a fun actually note from a strategy standpoint, because you start getting some recognition on what the other players you've been competing against this whole time will do when this modifier is active. Now everybody has to adapt, but something to consider. Viretrax looking fairly confident fairly early, actually going for a boss NPC pretty early in this one, feeling good to pick up some early gems, coins, so that he can keep moving.
Yeah, and you also have to be a little bit careful about when you're picking the boss NPC fights, because sometimes that can be a little bit difficult to take down early on because your squad is so small. You want to make sure you have a good amount of DPS, and if anyone, like Chisgule, if he was on the outside of that and saw that fight where he's sitting with Fuse Shelly and Fuse Chicken, he could have come in and actually busted Viretrax there. So it's a very risky situation to go for bosses too early on. You want to make sure your squad's in a decent spot, but he's still in, and it ended up paying off for him.
Yeah, so far so good, but still plenty of map to be played. You can see some of the boss monsters actually get spawned by the monster pets like you were talking about, so gotta be careful about taking some of those fights. Might be a lurking squad right around the corner following their monsters around. Not quite Royal Haunt style, but still useful. As JuicyJ looking, he's looking a little appetizing. I gotta say, JuicyJ is looking right for the picking here.
Yeah, and we saw Viretrax there going for, he picked off one of the members of Juicy's squad and then just backed away. Picked up the gems, ran away. And that's exactly what you need to be doing in the early game, is trying to pick off those members of the squad, so that way you can just poke them down a little bit, because if everybody else's squad is weaker, makes things a little bit easier for you down the line where you don't have to worry about, is my squad stronger than anybody else's?
Minute 40. Sam yet again in first. I gotta say, Sam 963 has been impressing me. Came to the qualifiers, very humble, no celebrations, just looking for a good payday and trying to earn some Samsung Galaxy devices with those bundles that go out to our top 4 players, and looking good right now. Top of the leaderboard, and top of the leaderboard in this one too.
Yeah, and Sam just picked up a shrink spell, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that and see when that comes into play. It could be good for engage. It could be great for a third-party situation as well if 2 squads are fighting. And we have SirClaz not too far behind him in 2nd place by about 20 gems. And yeah, there's the shrink spell coming out from Sam for disengagement. You can see he wanted to create space just to build up his squad a little bit more.
Here we go. Sam 963 still in the lead, but you're right. I mean, there's a couple. I guess he's just got a weak little baby chicken. No, actually, the main chicken is also very weak, so I'm not sure if he's right for the picking, but likely has a ton of boots to work with here to avoid combat. And usually, at least at this point, when you don't have a giant squad, it's exactly what you want to do. So pops the rage and goes on the run. Looking to try to clean up a bit more, get a couple more gems, a couple more coins, maintain space at the top. SirClaz is trying to push the equation. Likely you'll see SirClaz jump to the top here, jump to first, gets a key as well off the mob. He's going to keep pushing the equation. 20 seconds of counting, couple expos go out, rage and everything in between. Claz is looking for a fight.
Yeah, that was a great find for the expo to get the Archer Queen fusion right there to grab the expos, and SirClaz looking to take a push here onto RenzaiX. Bombs into coming down, and RenzaiX actually turning the tide and pushes SirClaz out of the middle.
Wow, I thought he had that one as well. Quick look at all of our competitors. Couple people stretching, a couple people restabilizing, maybe drying off our hands if we're Pat, which I respect because I gotta be honest, things are changing in a blink of an eye in these maps here, Full Frontage. I'm loving the action.
Yeah, my hands are sweaty watching these guys play. Like, oh my goodness, these guys came to play. We are in a very entertaining grand finals so far. And I thought SirClaz was going to be able to run away with that. He was looking pretty good. He had the expos down, and RenzaiX comes in with a huge lightning spell and then just takes the opportunity with the stun from the lightning to be able to get that focus onto the middle of his squad and take down SirClaz's squishy units. He went for the non-fused Archer Queen first, which was a huge pickup for him in being able to take down those gems. And also, once those Archer Queen goes down, the buff on the attack speed of your ranged units goes with it. So he was making SirClaz's units attack slower, while his units were able to just steamroll him over and knock him down off the top 3.
Yeah, a great breakdown yet again. Let's take a quick look back at that map and see how everything shook out. Because, frankly, again, we talked about it. JuicyJ had some early, untimely demise, but doesn't get busted. And actually, in transition, Juicy actually ends up picking up 3rd. So I saw somebody, I had JuicyJ's stream pulled up on the side. I saw somebody in chat say, he made something out of nothing. And I respect that call. 3rd place at the end of this one, not too shabby, but I really thought SirClaz was going to take this one. Jump Sam here, feels really good, gets all these expos out, feeling great, and then all of a sudden takes this fight with RenzaiX, gets punished with a couple spells, and then the third party comes in as well, and he has to make a break for it, running straight into Chisgule. Had nowhere to run and drops all the way to 4th place, so a fun finish, and the leaderboard shook up quite nicely if you're a JuicyJ fan, but Sam still on top, 426 from that one, still leading the charge.
Yeah, an incredible performance from Sam, and you can see RenzaiX getting 377 in that game and kind of making his way back up towards the top. 377 is not an easy feat to pull off in a game, and he made it happen as he's making his way back in, and we're going to be going with the Fusion start.
Fusion start again. So again, a lot of repeat modifiers. We love it. See SirClaz on start, goes for Fusion Mavis. Let's do a quick listen in and see how this start goes for him and see what he's thinking. He might be laser focused, but we know Claz likes to talk.
And here we're going to get a... Oh, the squad's getting big. The squad is getting big. All right, let's pick this up. All these gems. That'll boost us up a nice little bit. Let's get the lightning. That should save us in case we get into a sticky situation. Pick up these coins. Go for you. And here we're going to fuse up our Shelly. We're going to move down, actually. And then in this chest, we are going to get a Primo, I guess. The leaderboards, I'll show you guys after. Ah, crap. Oh, that lightning saved us. That lightning saved us. That lightning really saved us. We need a hog, though, game. You got to give me a hog soon, otherwise I'm going to be in a bit of a sticky one here.
Look, we talk about the need for boots, and we talk about the need for speed. Hog Rider, yeah, it's necessary. I like the call there from SirClaz. What do you think about that one, Full Frontage?
Yeah, I mean, great call switching out that log for the lightning spell, because the lightning spell is going to help deal a good amount of damage, and he was right. That lightning spell saved him, so that was a fantastic call on the switch out from the log to the lightning. Really kept him alive in that situation, because his squad was looking pretty low.
And it was, but let's tap back in here with Pat. Been hanging out right in the middle of the pack and made some nice plays in the last couple maps to push himself up the leaderboard. Race to 6,000 and on top of this one currently. But again, truthfully, these leaderboards change so dramatically that being first right now almost doesn't matter. It's about what you can do with it later. And it looks like Pat able to get a key and use the key pretty early in this one. Might set himself up for success. I mean, what do you pick up if you're Pat this early in the game with about 90 seconds and counting left? I guess he goes probably for DPS.
Yeah, if he could, he probably wants to pick up that Archer Queen, potentially a Battle Healer if it's in rotation.
Yeah.
We're seeing B for the first time in rotation here as Pat gets a takedown onto Sam. That's a huge takedown.
Pat makes a move deep in the vines, takes down our top player. Could be this big window of opportunity been waiting for. Does somebody take down Sam? Somebody else could take the lead after this one. They still need a big game to catch Sam. He had a nice margin on second, but still, having him go down early, a huge boon to level the playing field. Again, a race to 6,000 means you've got to thwart any momentum when you can. 53 seconds and counting power. Nice squad here, but it's Pat that we're staring at. Tank. Oh no, yeah, no, he's got a couple fights here. He's getting pinched from both sides, makes a play to the outside. A nice rage spell to keep himself alive. I thought he was going to actually make a play for a kill, but then the third party comes in and he makes a run for it.
Yeah, and it resulted in Chisgule getting busted there. Renzai looking for the push as well. Pat doesn't have anything to respond. No. Renzai looking to go to the aggressive. The cannon's going to be coming down, and Renzai is cleaning up. SirClaz coming in as well, but SirClaz sees the situation and has to dip out. Pat is going to fall down, and Renzai coming out with the spoils.
Unreal. The third party goes burr and able to take the lead. Renzai acting a bit of revenge and reminding us that he's one of the top players in the game. He's been a bit quiet on our leaderboard in the grand finals. He needed it. And a nice celebration to let us know that he's one of the top players in the game and he cannot be trifled with. A great map for Renzai there. Definitely needed that one on the leaderboard.
Yeah, he is very excited about that one, and excited he should be. What a great game. Great moments to pick your fights as well, engaging with the Super Rage onto Pat, who was doing pretty well the entire time. And then Renzai was just farming in the middle, building up his squad, and that Super Rage spell pushed in at the perfect moment.
Just a quick look back on some of the replays from that one. As this is that bus we were watching from before, we were able to snap to it. A big pickup on Sam is going to change this leaderboard, at least make those margins so small between a couple of the top teams. Another one here, and Pat going big and then going down. This is a wild finish for Renzai. Not a gigantic gym count, but still not a bad one, right? 400 some odd gyms is going to push Renzai up all the way up to 5th place. So a nice big jump for him. Only about 70, 80 gyms behind Viretrek, so not too bad.
Yeah, and he's only 690 behind from first place. So honestly, 690 is, we've seen that in one game. We've seen 800 plus gem games tonight. So nobody is safe at this point, and we are just a third of the way through with Sam crossing that 2,000 gem threshold. Remember, we are going to the first player to cross 6,000 gems will be crowned the champion, and Sam's got a third of the way there.
Yeah, and again, that window of opportunity, do you see the spread from first and second? It's way smaller than it was before. Sam had a nice lead, and unfortunately getting busted means things are going to be quite a bit different. But we are headed over to Epic Overload yet again, and back with JuicyJ, who, by the way, consistency is key, was third in that one yet again. So he's right there into the mix. He's staying consistent every time, and he's just waiting for his big pop-off game to try to jump up this leaderboard.
Yeah, Hog is a great first pick for Juicy here, even on Epic Overload, Hog being a rare. You still want to pick that, right? That, like we were talking about all night, that movement speed is crucial. And we can see Sam with a fused Barbarian King already, and Juicy did not want any of that and did end up losing the Hog Rider. And Chisgule's going in for the chase here. He wants revenge on power from the last game, and I think he's going to take it.
Oh my goodness, Chisgule pushing the equation. A beautiful squad start for Chisgule. I got busted, I think, last time, and this time he's going to do the busting, taking out as many teams as he can. And a great start. Wow, what a push. And I think this is what you've got to do when you, at this stage of the competition, the grand finals, starting to pull away. We've already got somebody on 2,000 gems. That means you're a third of the way there, by the way, to 6,000. You're going to start swinging, and ambushing pretty early in the first minute of the game is a great way to change up this leaderboard and shift the tides of the competition in your favor.
Yeah, and right now Chisgule going with that Mortis is going to be huge as well. Oh, and a beautiful log there to create separation. Cori did not want that fight, so the log spell was perfect right there. And you can see Pat pushing SirClaz back out of the middle, and Cori on the opposite side with a fused Barbarian King. Now SirClaz has one of his own, and I imagine both of these players are sitting on a super rage spell to, if an engage were to happen, that they can just push back.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great shout. So watch out for that, especially in Epic Overload. We'll see what some of these players are able to do. Cori, again, also trying to move his way up the leaderboard, not only in this map, but just in general in the grand finals. Look, folks, we've got $50,000 up for grabs, but a majority, a lion's share of that prize pool is inside the top 4, where you're also earning the Samsung Galaxy bundles. So you not only need to win, but you need to do it in style. You need to make a move to the top of this leaderboard, not just be on it if you want to get paid handsomely. But we'll see what these players are able to do, as Renzai has made a big move up to 5th in overall, and maybe he's going to take this fight on SirClaz. It's a couple picks from distance, but nothing truly to write home about. Doesn't feel super favorable about that one. So just going to continue to farm with Mavis. Keep thinking about where he wants to go. Is actually SirClaz gets busted off screen by someone else, as Renzai had an opportunity to do just that, but thought better of it. Somebody else said, yeah, I'll take that opportunity.
Yeah, I honestly like the idea from Renzai not to engage here, as Renzai's going to go in for the push here against Viretrax, but he's going to end up running away from that. He didn't want that fight. The Super Rage came down. Like we're saying, Super Rage, a great opportunity to disengage with other players, because they see that Super Rage come down and they're like, nope, I don't want that, and then they just run away because they're not ready for that kind of fight.
Yeah, and I think it actually might have been JuicyJ that got the bust on SirClaz. Taking a look at it, he's in the lead, and in the lead by a sizable margin. Looking really confident with the Rage Spell procced. Gonna keep moving, though. Build up his squad for the final 30 seconds. Big moment. Looking for more farm.
JuicyJ getting chased by Renzai. Looking to just run away here as Pat looking to make his way to the middle and farm up some gems here as he sits in 5th place, trying to get some more members of the squad. Final 10 seconds remaining. Chisgule sitting in 2nd, JuicyJ in 1st, just kind of farming up here. And this could be a low gem finish here, but Pat's going to be coming through. Viretrax trying to get away with whatever he can.
JuicyJ with the win. Feels good on that one. A nice celebration for main stage, but frankly, he's got a lot more ahead of him. And I think at the end of the day, he wishes it was a bit bigger of a win, right? Like you said, Full Frontage, it was a low gym tally overall. Still a nice win, though. Still able to gain some separation from some of the players on the leaderboard near him. I think a total of about 376 at the top with that one, 176 collected. And again, I was looking at it, and it looked like Juicy maybe could have taken some fights, but it almost wasn't worth it, right? He was just trying to protect his spot at the top of the leaderboard. And taking a fight, what we've seen over and over again in this competition is when you start the fight, usually a third party comes sweeping in and try to reap the rewards for it. So sometimes you just don't want to take the fight if you're already at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and honestly, that is the smartest thing that you can do. If you're in a good position where you know that if someone pushes up on you, that you can push them away, but you're not in a good enough position to take a fight, because what you risk there is potentially getting third party. And if you're not in a strong enough position to take that fight and you don't think you can confidently win that kind of fight, then you're not going to want to engage in that situation because of the risk of the third party, especially when the leaderboard is that close.
Well, let's take a quick look back at the replays, and I'm really excited to see, not because I wanted him to fail necessarily, I just want to know who took down SirClaz, because Juicy had a really frustrating start, but ends up winning that one, sneaking away from that fight. Chisgule, a nice start as well, or in contrary to Juicy, with an early bust here using Mortis. SirClaz looked decent, and then something went wrong later in this map.
Beautiful log.
Yeah, I do love a good spell usage. And it was JuicyJ. Look at the push deep in the vines to make sure SirClaz could not escape.
Remaining.
Yeah, JuicyJ getting a beautiful finish onto SirClaz there, making sure he didn't. And this fight at the end got crazy. Viretrex was taking a lot of damage there and just had to escape. Renzai tried to get as many gems as he could, but ended up getting caught in between two squads. And Pat ended up being able to finish in third place just by getting some little bit of poke damage there. And Chisgule finishing in second, where he's been pretty quiet throughout the night so far, but not too far behind there in sixth place.
Okay, so you know what I love about this leaderboard? Is that JuicyJ has overtaken SirClaz because he busted them in that game, right? That was such a huge moment, pivotal for the leaderboard and pivotal in that map. Maybe a lower tally than maybe we expected or wanted, but still 375. We love it. We'll take it. And Juicy's in second. The thing is, Sam 963 has been at the top since the very beginning and still has a 200 gem lead. That's not a crazy amount, but it's enough to where Sam's probably feeling pretty good. I gotta say, I've been very impressed with Sam's gameplay. I'm really looking forward to watching more of it into this one. Again, one of our qualified players who's just been a dynamite player throughout the whole course of this competition, through the semifinals, qualifiers, and even now into the grand finals, leading since the very start.
Yeah, and we have Angry Vines here. We saw how detrimental Angry Vines has been on some of these players tonight, and now it's coming out here in the grand finals. And a good start for Chisgule with this Hog Rider and the Chicken. Like we were talking about, boots is key, especially in Angry Vines, because once those vines close in, they go all the way to the middle on Angry Vines, unlike in other game modes where there's still that ring around the outside. But movement is going to be super important, because as long as there's a lot of players, like 8+ in that final few seconds, it gets pretty dicey in the middle.
Yeah, while we have a quick moment here at the beginning of this one, talk to me about B. You have a little bit of a hot take. You think B is maybe one of the more underrated characters you could choose. Give me a quick breakdown on B, and maybe an Angry Vines why it could be a decent value add.
Yeah, so when you get B to her super form, she actually gives you the ability that those hives that you pick up from around the map will last you the entire game. So those bees will just be swarming around you. And if you can get fusion bees or double, as you can see with Chisgule right there, he has 2 bees floating around. So what Chisgule can do, especially with the combination of the Hog Rider and the Chicken, is he can get a lot of poke damage right here.
Yeah.
You can see he's just kind of sitting around on the outside and just slowly ready to disengage from those fights, while the bees that are swarming around are able to get poke damage. So I think B is actually pretty underrated, and a lot of people don't give her enough credit, because she can be a really good opportunity to chase people down.
Yeah.
Or if someone is chasing you, it might make them think twice, because if they're too close, they'll just be taking damage while they're chasing you.
Yeah, I love that breakdown. I totally agree. B is a very fun one to utilize. We'll see if Chisgule can maybe make good use of it in this one, as he's able to pick up a sizable amount on the other side. But Power technically in the lead by a decent margin. Pretty weak, though. Needs to either pick up some fusions or maybe a couple healers into the mix to try to stay alive here. It does have the Hog Rider to try to keep up some of the speed that we were talking about. You definitely need an Angry Vines, because look, 90 seconds, and we're already where most maps end when it comes to the Vines. So it's about to get a little bit mixy really quickly when nobody has been busted yet. 10 players all going to be alive in this small middle area. This is going to get dicey. Spells like bombs or anything in between, certainly helpful, but got to have some power here at the end, as well as some boots.
Yeah, SirClaz also has a Sunburned Barbarian Mega coming through.
Wow.
Cori going in with the Rage spell to just make sure he's able to get some resources for himself to try to unlock some more chests. And cannons are going to be coming down here. And oh man, exstah's looking pretty low there, but Cori decides not to engage there as he's just kind of taking it down. And Renzai going for the push on SirClaz, but realizes he has the Mega and doesn't want to engage.
SirClaz is locked in, not saying a word to his chat, which is very different than the SirClaz we saw from before. He knows he cannot afford to get busted again, and there, a bit of either a celebration or frustration, can't tell. He's in the mix, 6th. 37 seconds and counting in power, maybe in a bit of trouble maintaining a top position as expected with Angry Vines. Not a high gym tally, but remember those rank rewards, still pretty impressive. You can win this one and add a couple extra 100 gems to your tally. And power playing middle, working out great for him, up to 106 and counting, 20 seconds remaining, but it is extremely tight. Pat only about 10 gems behind, so everybody's gonna play for the middle and power. He can't play this time around. Everyone closing in. Final 10 seconds will be the difference maker.
7.
Yeah, and here we go. The engage with JuicyJ is going to be coming. Power just doesn't want any part of it. And more important note, Sam was eliminated, and SirClaz now taking first place. This could be a big shift at the top of the leaderboard.
Wow, that was a fun one to watch because Power couldn't make a play in the center and then was threatened at the end. Goes deep into the vines to avoid any combat at all. Doesn't want to risk getting busted. And so because of that, wasn't able to pick up any gems in the final 10 seconds, whereas SirClaz was able to push the equation. Sunburn Barbarian picks up a ton of gems in the final moments, walks away with a nice sizable victory. Around 364 or so will be the total with the rank reward in there. So nice little comeback there from SirClaz. The Mega certainly helped, but a great play in the final moments.
Yeah, and we had Firetrex, Sam, and exstah go down pretty close together, but 3 players getting eliminated and busted in that final few seconds as the Angry Vines closed in. SirClaz with the Sunburn Barbarian Mega was able to capitalize on that, had great use of the Rage spell there to pick great fights, and then JuicyJ snuck his way up to 2nd when he pushed Power out of the middle in those final moments. So Power did end up finishing around 3rd place there, but JuicyJ and SirClaz playing on point.
Well, here's a quick look back at that map and a couple replays. We were talking about B proficiency early with Chisgule, and maybe early game it paid off, but fell a hair quiet maybe on the leaderboard comparatively. But still, Angry Vines means it's not going to be a high gym tally unless you get real mixy in the final seconds with this incredibly tight corridor in the middle of the map. But Power maintaining position near the top as Cori had a nice zone off there, but it was SirClaz really pushing the equation. This is the moment. I was wondering if he got the bus. He only had 50 gems with 20 seconds remaining, but ends up picking up a bus and then pushes the equation with the Sunburn Barbarian, swiping anything in his path. Look at the finish here. Almost gets another one in the final second.
Man, what a push from SirClaz, and we have 54 gems separating Sam and SirClaz, and JuicyJ not that far behind that.
Wow.
Only 6 behind SirClaz. There's a bit of a gap there between 3rd and 4th of about 600 gems, but Firetrex and RenzaiX are tied in gems right now.
Yeah, there's 60 gems splitting 1st through 3rd. That is a crazy spread at the top, and we knew it was going to come down to 71 or less. That's what we talked about at the very beginning, remember?
Yep.
SirClaz was able to stay alive, and it quite literally might be that amount or less that could be the difference maker of you walking away with $15,000 or maybe quite a bit less. 15K, that's the prize for the top player today, so watch out for the grand prize, but a total of 50K in pocket for all the creators and players that have made it to this stage. We are right back into the next game, and we're starting with Fusion Start.
Yeah, seeing Fusion start quite a bit tonight, which is pretty fun because it's always interesting to see what players start off with. Seems like a couple going with Shelly, which is a pretty good pick. And because, you know, building that DPS is pretty important. It seems like Archer Queen might still be in rotation for these players, and Shelly is really good paired with Archer Queen, so we'll have to see if she's still available in this round. You can see SirClaz going with the Mavis as well to make sure he's able to build up some resources to be able to continue to build the squad. Goes for the Fusion Mavis right away. Good start for SirClaz so far.
Yeah, I really like the Fusion Start here. You can offer up a couple of different strategies in terms of picking up, like you said, Mavis for a ton of resources early to set yourself up for success, and see a lot of players do that, but quick motion around early tank here from Juicy is going to feel good if he gets into combat, but I love a good Fusion Greg, all right? The old tried and true, always a great option for resources. Great value, especially in the early game for Juicy as he continues to build up.
Yeah, just chopping trees down in one foul swoop. And then you have BeeBBQ on the other side with the Fusion Penny already, which is really good because Penny has one of the highest DPS in the game. And we have BeeBBQ also looking to potentially build a second Fusion Shelly, and there it is. He gets it from that chest. Also has the Fusion Mavis, so he's off to a fantastic start as well. Good range units, good DPS, and if Archer Queen is still in rotation, he is setting himself up for some high speed DPS in those final seconds.
It's a great shout. Definitely need a DPS. I love also the Shelly knockback mechanic. It's such a great value add. Entering fights in particular, chasing somebody down, small little stun and knockback. A great way to grab a bust if you need it. But RenzaiX continue to push the equation as well here. A little bit of a slower maybe build up than he would have wanted, but is able to pick up the tank. So a nice pickup in transition is going to feel a little bit better about some of these fights. It looks like most players have picked up a tank at this point, though. So won't be a unique individual in some of these fights. We'll see. He's thinking about trying to take it and then finds the second tank. So nice pickup and then is going to move out. He's not ready to fight, not yet. Maybe closer to the end. He is in first right now, but only by a tiny margin.
Uh-oh, and here we go. Pat and exstah about to get into it, and Pat is looking really good right now. exstah, you can see he knows he is done. The Fusion Shell is coming in clutch. The Barbarian King with the Super Rage spell. The maxes to give the turbo speed is looking real nice. Pat did lose a tank there, but was able to pick it back up, and now Pat has secured himself a first place lead.
Pat is a stone cold killer, my man. This dude doesn't even blink an eye when he takes down another player, and exstah is unfortunately frustrated. Don't worry, you got some time. You got some room to work inside this leaderboard, but, well, Sam seemingly in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, only has 2 fusions right now and is not in a good spot. Look, he has 2 coins left, so he's not really able to build his squad back up. I think he's just looking for survivability at this point. Did have a Penny treasure map there from what I imagine is a taken down Penny. Pat looking for more. He wants to bust as many people as he can.
Definitely the case. If you're feeling really strong about your squad and a rage spell up, picks up another key so he's able to buy one more and feeling really confident right now. Over 200 gems, able to pick up some in transition with Greg to find another chest. And we'll see what he's able to do. He's got a couple treasure maps as well, so this will be a nice value add. And again, when you're at the top of the leaderboard, doesn't need to take fights right now. Should be able to maintain just by rummaging around and foraging. But all of a sudden, Sam's in trouble. Sam could go down, barely able to make it out on the back of Chisgule, who almost grabs the bust on Sam. Everybody feeling quite a bit differently than each other in that one. And Pat finally cracking a smile. I love it, my man.
Yeah, he felt really good about that last game. He picked some great fights as well, had some really good builds there with the Barbarian King, was able to find the Barbarian King in the right moments to grab that Super Rage spell, which is crucial when you're in those late game fights. And honestly, the tank is what did the trick for a lot of these players. You can see the fusion tanks were dealing a ton of damage. My one rule in Squad Busters is if you see a tank, you pick the tank.
I like that rule, all right? I've got a lot of rules in Squad Busters, and sometimes they don't help me, all right? I think I'm good at the game, and then all of a sudden I get destroyed. So I like that rule. I'm going to take that and use that in my games as well. You see a tank, you take the tank. A great rule when it comes to Squad Busters. Now, the question in my mind is, did tank make a huge difference on this leaderboard? We'll take a look at it here when we can. We got to take a look back at that map, though, and the amount of tanks around this map and what they did for some of these players. RenzaiX, a decent map. JuicyJ, maybe a bit more frustrating. exstah, definitely frustrating and showing it on main stage. Just couldn't get away from Pat, who had a great map.
Yeah, Pat was absolutely out for the leaderboard. He knew he was down. He was in that bottom 5, bottom 6 there, and he wanted to get as many gems as possible in that game. And Chisgule pushing SirClaz out of that fight. We had SirClaz and Sam going for a fight, the top 2. And Chisgule just came in and was like, I need to make some ground up. I'm coming in with the Super Rage, and I'm looking for a fight.
Look at this leaderboard. There are 4 gems separating Sam from SirClaz, and Juicy is only, 41 gems behind them? It's getting closer and closer for the 3 at the top, and a couple more players starting to gain ground. You see Chisgule down in 6th place. Pat right there behind, 22 gems behind. Chisgule's only about 30 to 34 gems behind RenzaiX. I mean, these are tiny margins all the way down every single place. drastically changes the amount of money you're taking home as well, and whether or not you're earning those Samsung Galaxy bundles. So a lot on the line and tiny margins, but it's time. This is what we've been waiting for. Full Frontage, talk to me about this start.
We got Mega Start and Royal Haunt. I do love me some Royal Haunt. We're talking about how the skill disparity could shine here for a few of these players, being able to capitalize on the luxury of the Ghosts as part of your squad, or being able to take them down, and to just throw Mega Start in there is super fun as well. And one of the megas we're going to keep our eye on is going to be that Magical Shelly. Magical Shelly is one of the strongest mega in the game by far. She can blast through a squad, and until it hits a wall, it's just going to keep going. It can go for quite a bit. So Magical Shelly is going to be a mega that I wouldn't be surprised if we have our first place finisher with a Magical Shelly in their squad.
I love that you brought that up, because you got to bring the triple B in acronym. You got to blast, then bust them, then buy them, all right? You got to get everything in between. Grab your blast with the Magical Shelly, then bust the teammate or the player, the opposition, and then buy that chest and keep moving. Magical Shelly, a great start. Also Sunburned Barbarian, a great start if you're looking for a little bit more tank. But here's a quick look at it. Wow, look at the damage coming through.
Yeah, it just does the knockback, the damage, the piercing. It's so strong.
Super strong. Cori looking for a buy. Tank as well, following the wise sage advice of full Frontage. Picking up the treasure maps as well. C-Tank, pick a tank. I'm waiting for the big horde of our Royal Ghosts, though, to see who ends up amassing them and then following them around the map in the last 60 seconds or so, probably. We'll see who elects to go for that strategy, or if anyone can. I think maybe the strategy right now is make sure nobody is able to do that and amass too many, because sometimes it's almost near insurmountable. If you go to try to take away some of those Royal Ghosts, you're going to get punished if that player that is following them around is there close by. Can just push the equation, and you're so drastically outnumbered. There's almost not much you can do.
Yeah, Renzai does pick up the second tank here, but is getting sandwiched between Pat and Cori, and he wants to get out of there as quickly as possible. Still has the Mega Shelly, though, so in a good spot.
Yeah, a nice runaway, a nice escape. Oh, there it is, JuicyJ! JuicyJ's got the strat. I think he pulled this straight from the Gojj handbook, I gotta say, all right? He pulled that straight from me. He knows what he's doing. Ooh, nice key pickup all the way, also on that treasure map. And he's gonna push the equation because he's got a nice advantage. He's gonna lose a decent chunk of his army, but looks like his opposition can't stick around to take this fight for too long. He might be able to clean a couple of these ghosts back up and convert them to his side. This is gonna be a race to the finish line, a very, very tight race. As look at the gym totals already from Chisgule, Juicy, and Sam. This could turn tail very quickly if Juicy can keep this ghost army up.
Yeah, Juicy with this ghost army is going to be able to do a lot of damage. I think he has to follow a majority of his ghosts and just try to see where they go, because there's a good chance that someone is going to be fighting that, and you can see he picks up SirClaz right here. He's going to be able to get some good damage. The blast is going to be coming through from the Shelly, and the El Tigre is doing damage. Tank is not fused, and SirClaz is getting sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, I don't think Juicy's actually going to pick up the bust on that one as the third party came in, but he doesn't care. He's taking out one of his top competitors. Again, 44 gems separating the top 3 players, but here's Sam doing a lot of the same. JuicyJ strat coming in clutch and picks up a ton of ghosts, picks up a ton of gems. Sam's now on top of the leaderboard, taking out Juicy, up by about 10 now. Now a big take from the treasure map to grab the victory. That was a close one, but a nice finish from Sam, 9-6-3, and gives us a light smile and says, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, but I got a lot more to do here on main stage.
Yes, absolutely. And I was wrong. It was Kitsune Witch that came out on top there. Okay, so Magical Shelly not able to do what she needed to do. But Kitsune Witch is the second best mega, so, you know, it's okay. She spawns in those skeletons. She's able to provide some really good value with her triple bolts as she's able to pierce through and get some good damage. So Sam making good utility of that mega that he was able to get at the start, and also had some really good pushes with the Barbarian King.
Yeah, look, it just means I was still right on my acronym. I just misplaced the first B. It's bolt bust and then buy, all right? It comes down to the witch. But let's head back to the replays here. As you can see, Chisgule trying to push the equation, but was pretty weak in this encounter and wasn't able to get a lot of value out of it. Ultimately, Sam on top, but Juicy, a great map yet again with a great strategy in Royal Hunt. It was fun to see this modifier on main stage for the first time in this competition.
Yeah, you could see Juicy taking over the ghosts and followed them around. It's exactly what he needed to do, which led him to SirClaz. And even though he didn't get the bust there, you could see that he was able to help take him down, who was one of his biggest competitors there.
Yeah.
But Sam able to come out on top in first place. And honestly, Juicy, not that bad of a finish, right? Like, Sam didn't have a massive lead, about 50 gems there. So a little bit of a spread there, but Juicy and Sam still pretty close.
Yeah, again, it was 44 gem spread between first and third, and because SirClaz got busted there, they still maintain top 3. Juicy retakes over SirClaz's spot to take second, and is only about 120 gems or so behind Sam, even with Sam grabbing that victory. So a great map from both of them. SirClaz falls a little bit, and is now only like 24 gems ahead of fourth. Viretrax, we haven't talked about him in a little while. He's right there into the mix, and anything can happen. Really excited about this competition. Nick, quick words here. I think we're going to head to a very short break, but any quick words for the first half? We're nearing now the second half of the grand finals. We're somehow almost done with this competition. Any wise, sage words from full Frontage before we head to a break?
I mean, these players are bringing it. You know, this is exciting competition. This is top tier squad busters that we all came here to see. And I'm excited to see what these players are going to bring as we get towards the end. Sam coming up to play from the qualifiers, doing pretty well for himself. And shortly behind him is JuicyJ, who has come into this competition a little bit of a newer player and has really put the time in to work on his game and put himself in a position where he's in contention to become the champion of the Galaxy Battle Squad Heroes.
That's right. He is right there into the mix, but we are just done with the first half. The first player has breached 3,000 gems, but we're looking for 6,000. So we're going to take a very short break, let the players kind of cool their hands off, maybe dry their hands off, or just get a drink of water. So we're going to do the same here in the booth. We're going to be right back in just a moment with the second half of the grand finals. You're not going to want to miss this.
Okay, guys, take it away.
Downward dog sweaters.
Branded Sage.
We need new sound
Yoga
bowls.
mats for cats.
Steph, did we miss anything?
Recap sent. Wow.
In your squad. So if you have 2 units and then you fuse it down, it end up getting busted there. So now if exstah goes down, at least he secured himself another 10 gems just by waiting it out. So like 1 HP left. If anyone comes over and like, the Expo took it down. There to go.
The Expo saw a weak target. Speaking of a weak target, SirClaz then is just trying to stay alive. He's still got 71 gems. You'd love to keep these, have a decent leaderboard position, and with enough boots in pocket, he is able to make it out. That was scary for a moment, though. You know, the monster pets like you were talking about, so be careful about taking some of those fights. There might be a lurking squad right around the corner following their monsters around.
What you need to be doing in the early game is trying to pick off those members of the squad, so that way you can just poke them down a little bit.
Try to clean up a bit more, get a couple more gems, a couple more coins, maintain space at the top. SirClaz is trying to push the equation. Likely you'll see SirClaz jump to the top here, jump to first, gets a key as well.
Or the Archer Queen fusion right there to grab the Expos, and SirClaz looking to take a push here onto RenzaiX. Bombs into coming down, and RenzaiX actually turning the tide and pushes SirClaz out of the... Yeah, if he could, he probably wants to pick up that Archer Queen, potentially a battle healer if it's in rotation.
Yeah.
As well, Pat doesn't have anything to respond. RenzaiX looking to go the aggressive. The cannon's going to be coming down, and RenzaiX is cleaning up. SirClaz coming in as well, but SirClaz sees the situation.
Real, the third party goes burr and able to take the lead. RenzaiX, that could be a bit of revenge. Well, folks, welcome back to the Galaxy Battle Squad Heroes Grand Finals, all powered by Samsung Galaxy in partnership with Qualcomm. Now, we're here to celebrate the Galaxy Z Fold 6. It's the incredible device that all of our creators and players are playing on right now, and it's all powered by the upgraded Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 processor that the Z Fold 6 delivers, which gives you sharper, faster gameplay and lifelike graphics. We're having a great time here in Squad Busters, but we're doing it on the Galaxy Z Fold 6. So go get your very own right now. All you have to do is click that QR code, even just to learn more about this incredible device. You can also just screenshot me right now. I'll smile. There you go. And then click on the QR code, and you'll be able to get your hands on your very own Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. But we got to get back into the action. We have the second half of the grand finals. 10 players have made it here from the semis, and, well, our first player, Sam, at the top, coming through the qualifiers, all the way here to the mainstay of the competition, in the lead in the first half, now breaching over 3,000 gems.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good for Sam coming out in the first half of the grand finals. JuicyJ not too far behind him. We see a very small margin between these two players. SirClaz was pretty close, but then ended up getting busted in that last game. And things are looking good. And we see gem overload for the first time tonight.
It's time. Here we go. This could be a big one. Now, I think if all 10 remain on the map, maybe there's enough fights going on where it's not going to be a massive one. I don't want to jinx it, but there is a very good chance with gem overload full frontage that we could see one of the biggest gem tallies today, which I think the biggest we've seen thus far is somewhere around, with the rank rewards, 865-ish, I think, in total. So a total of 665 or so collected on the map. So that's kind of the metric for the biggest map of the day.
Yeah, and this is a great start from SirClaz. He's got the heavy fused up already. He's got the mortis, so he's able to take care of some of those mobs and have them join his squad, which will be an additional target for his enemies. And then he also has the penny, and he's going to start collecting that. You can see he gets a free key from Penny as well. Penny is a fantastic way to earn yourself some additional units to add to your squad, and I think SirClaz is going to try to capitalize on that as much as possible.
Shelly!
Great shout. SirClaz is going to try to push the equation. Cori in a bit of trouble now. He's got maybe a couple fusions here, but it's not looking amazing for me in comparison to some of the other players we've seen. And there is the Shelly and a couple Gregs. All right, so look, this is the classic moment where I don't know if he's actually that weak because he's got a couple fusions, but he looks tasty, if you know what I mean. He looks like he's right for the picking. The Shelly's certainly going to help, though, in terms of knockback and also some DPS, so probably not quite as weak as maybe he first looked like.
Yeah, he doesn't have any chickens, so not quite as tasty as
right.
we might see. But yeah, he's looking in some low. But let's take a listen on JuicyJ's strategy as we're about halfway through this game.
I think I head back spawn, bro, and we keep taking some more. I need some more trees, bro. I need to drag it up here. Once again, with gem overload, I'm just trying not to die, really. I'm just trying not to die. Let me see if I can quickly grab this. No, it's gone. Okay. I need to get the fusion for Chisgule, I think. Okay. Take this right now. Save my boots a little bit, just a tad. I like the decision for Chisgule. I like it. Oh, no. No. Respect him. Respect that guy's freaking massive squad. None of that, bro. I don't want none of that sauce. Give me this chest real quick. Yes. Okay, we're gonna take that dynamite. We're gonna follow our coaches. I don't have another choice, to be honest. But it was, I think it's
I
solid.
love the comments from JuicyJ, and I gotta say too, the fact that he's shouting out his coach as well. He's been really practicing. It's been paying off. Seemingly, his coach was talking about dynamites for days, talking to me quickly about the proficiency of dynamite, maybe near the end game here to kind of blow up some of your squads in the last 50 seconds.
Yeah, quite literally. Dynamite is going to be throwing those sticks of dynamites all over the place. And honestly, he's got some good splash damage. He was one of the worst characters when the game had first come out, but he did get a buff in the most recent patch. So he did find his way up as, the community tier list and everything. And he found his way in a pretty decent spot where towards late game, if he's available, he's actually a pretty underrated pick to just have to get that extra splash damage. and he can be super crucial in moments.
Yeah, I think we just missed off screen that JuicyJ might have gotten busted. So take a look back at the replays, but only 15 seconds remaining, and this is where it gets real dicey. A ton of gyms across the board, full Frontage, a 300 and counting, maybe 400 VireTrex, making a massive move late in this map that is going to jump him dramatically up the leaderboard. You got to remember, VireTrex was in 4th going into this one, barely behind SirClaz, and yet again, we'll celebrate on main as Juicy looking a bit frustrated. Gym overload, a big one, and VireTrex made the most out of that one. What a massive leap. VireTrex representing and moving his way up the leaderboard.
Yeah, what a great game from VireTrex. Was able to pick the fights when he needed it. There were 3 squads in the middle at the end there, and VireTrex was able to pick off the players that he needed to push him over that 400 gem count to climb his way back into this competition and kind of push himself towards the top of the leaderboard and make sure he can get in contention for that first place victory.
Yeah, and again, like you said, VireTrex, a great job. I gotta say, I'm seeing in our YouTube chat a lot of Vamos Vires, all right? We're cheering it as well. I called out VireTrex as one of my favorites near top of show, and I think he's representing Argentina. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I do recognize that soccer jersey for those of us in the U.S. that call it that. But back to replays we go. A couple busts across the board, but this was the crucial moment. It always is in gym overload. If you can pick up a couple busts in the final second, get a crazy amount of gyms because everybody has a ton. You heard JuicyJ say it in comms. You just got to stay alive, and VireTrex does a bit more than that.
Yeah, climbs it. Look at that, overtaking second place. JuicyJ getting busted in that game was huge for VireTrex to be able to come in and squeeze his way to the top and just 139 gems out behind Sam.
Okay, well, chat corrected me. I was wrong. I took a gamble, and I was definitely wrong. It's Venezuela, representing Venezuela and moving all the way up to second place. Very well done. 605 gems. Not quite the amount we thought we could see, but it was hotly contested. So very well done to pick up a win there and then push way up the leaderboard. Now, I got to remind everybody at home quickly about the prize pool, by the way, because you got to keep in mind the stakes of moving from 4th to second. Quick look at this. 4th place, you're still walking away with the incredible Samsung Galaxy bundle as you would with 1st, 2nd, 3rd with the Galaxy Z Fold 6, the Buds 3 Pro, and the Galaxy Watch 7. But look at that. 4th place wins $4,000. 2nd place, $7,500. You almost double your earnings by just making that leap.
Yep, and here we go. Pinata Party is going to be coming up here in just a few seconds, but things are looking really good. I also want to call out Pat on the leaderboard, who climbed up 500 gems in that last game. So he was able to secure himself in that 5th place spot and move his way closer to the top 4 to earn that Samsung Galaxy bundle. And that is going to be a pretty good situation for him to be in as we're heading into the second half of this competition.
A great shout. And you're right, Pinata Party. Here we go. Pat with a nice strong start here and picking up these pinatas in transition. Give me just a quick couple sentences on Pinata Party. I mean, I think the strategy here is pop the pinatas, right?
Yep, bunch of pinatas show up. You see a pinata, you pop it.
Yeah,
just
perfect.
like my
Thank
tank
you.
roll.
Yeah, that was great. That was about as succinct as it gets, and don't worry, I know that strategy. It's pretty simple. Find a lot of coins and gems in transition, but here we go. A couple of early fusions here for Pat's going to set him up for success. And you're right, had a great last map, looking to better his performance. Pat has been very consistently always in contention. Anytime he drops down on the leaderboard, he always claws his way back in. It's happened to the semifinals, and it's happening here in the grand finals. Never count out Pat. But we move over to Cori, who's maybe been a bit sleepy on main stage, but picks up some nice bosses and a couple pinatas, having a decent map so far.
Yeah, picking up a fusion archer queen for himself, which is very nice to get that juicy extra attack speed buff from the queen, and finds himself in 3rd place.
Yeah, nice. This is a good one. We'll see what Cori can do with that extra boost with the fusion. Again, quick reminder about the keys. You might have forgotten, if you're bottom 5 of the leaderboard, you can use keys. And so it's something that'll be a big value add, a little bit of a get right or comeback mechanic as possible, as needed rather. But JuicyJ looking a bit stronger this time around. Got a ton of maps around the map. that he could go pick up to find some extra resources at the top currently with about 90 seconds or so and counting.
Yeah, and look at the top three right now. 1 gem and a beautiful log for the disengage there. Juicy was not ready for the fight, and that's where spells come into utility. So important to hold your spells and make sure that you're saving them for the most opportune moments, whether it's a disengage or whether it's an engagement.
Here we go. Chisgule, well, he gets frozen, deeply frozen. It looks like whatever player threw the freeze on him didn't want to fight, so froze and ran away. Chisgule says he's okay with that for now. Top 4, 60 seconds of counting. A couple treasure maps is going to be a huge boon. SirClaz in the middle, not looking super strong, but not bad. I don't know if somebody's going to try to take this encounter early or not, but he's looking a hair weak. Is going to use these Gregs to maintain position near the top of the leaderboard. But, oh, maybe not quite as right for the picking as it looked. Rage Spell not even doing hardly anything for his opposition. Almost takes out one.
Yeah, SirClaz does have this Fusion Jessie, which is able to do a good amount of damage. In the classic form, Jessie will have her shots bounce to a second target. So if you can get a Fusion Jessie and you're able to get some good DPS there, you can cause some serious damage. And here we go. Sam's looking to push in on SirClaz and regrets picking the fight as SirClaz takes Sam down. But look at his squad. Not too much fighting. If someone comes over, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Chisgule was trying to do, trying to punish SirClaz for trying to play aggressive. Drops all the way down to 4th place, but not a bad one. A big bust there. He's able to pick up a ton of gems in transition, but so did everyone else. And because of that, SirClaz, who's been in the top 4 most of this tournament, stays in the top 4 in this map, but it's Chisgule on top. We've been waiting for it. Welcome back to the party, Chisgule. We'll see where this leaderboard shakes out. I can only imagine, Nick, this leaderboard is going to be really, really close. We're seeing a little bit of some leaderboard turning on its head. Sam may be a bit more in trouble that time around than before, so you might see these margins get thinner and thinner, and we might have a breakneck race to the finish line that could come down to just a couple gems.
Yeah, Sam ended up getting taken down by Claus there, and he was sitting in that 1st place position, so it's gonna be a toss-up. JuicyJ was really close, Viretrax was really close, SirClaz was also really close. Pat was making his way back with that huge game that we saw previously, getting 500 gems, and he didn't finish in that bad of a position for himself in this past game either, so it could be a huge opportunity for that 1st place position to be completely up for grabs.
Yeah, you know, it's a great shout too, because SirClaz grabbing that bus, not only he only got 4th in that map, but you're right, he weeded out his competition at the top, who's only going to walk away with 100, 120, something around that neighborhood. So a big value add to jump, potentially leapfrog, not quite probably all the way to 1st place, but will close that margin down to where it's well within reach in the next game or two. So again, race to 6,000, plenty of games to be played ahead of us, but we are slowly but surely coming down to kind of the late middle game, if you will, of this race to the finish line, which is really where, as we take a look at these replays, some of the players near the bottom, you saw Cori pulling out some of his keys, trying to figure out what he wanted to do. You got to start swinging for the fences. You got to start playing super aggro if you want a chance to move up this leaderboard fairly dramatically. Yes, there's pricing for all of you, but it is heavily favoring the top 4, top 5 players in this entire lobby.
Yeah, and this is where the turning moment for SirClaz happened. He got that heart from the tree and was able to get a good amount of damage onto Sam. That was the first engage with Sam. And then Sam decided to come back for more, and SirClaz just showed him better. He was like, why are you picking a fight with me right now? And showed him who is boss. And SirClaz kind of just had to get out of there. You can see RenzaiX chasing Chisgule down, trying to get as many gems as he could. But then Chisgule finding the penny treasure at the end there to just propel himself into 1st place.
Did you see it? He won by 1 gem. We take those. That's like a 21 total spread because of 1 single gem. So a nice value add. But again, look at where Chisgule is at. 2,900 gems is only about 126 behind 5th, but still pretty far down, which I just wasn't expecting. All of these players, though, so incredibly talented. As we look at the spread, I did not think that SirClaz would jump all the way to 1st, but I was wrong. 25 gem lead at the top because he busted Sam there. Getting 4th in that lobby was enough to put him to the very, very top. JuicyJ right there as well. Viretrax very, very close to JuicyJ, only 8 behind as well. So this is really close as expected, and I can't imagine there's going to be much more spread all the way down to 6.
Yeah, and here we go. Doppelgangers coming in as well. This could be a huge shift depending on what the squad for these players is, because Goblins, fantastic in doppelgangers. So we'll see if there's going to be traders in here. We'll see if there's going to be Gregs, Mavises, whatever is in rotation right now. But SirClaz looking for the Goblin strategy, trying to get as many coins as possible to build up his squad.
Yeah, I'm roaming around between a couple of our different live stream channels. We're live all over the place. That's when he goes, it's Goblin mode time. I was like, you're right. I mean, that's truthfully what it is in Doppelganger. You're going to watch it. Look, here it is. Sam, perfect explanation of what you need to do in Squad Busters. Has 92 coins when he's playing Doppelganger. So we'll have just about any chest he wants for the time being. And we'll continue to swap back and forth between Goblins and everything in between.
Yeah, Hog Rider. Also pretty decent to have. Hog Rider doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but the thing with Hog Rider too is if you're able to find a Hog Rider at the right moment, you could actually utilize Hog Rider for to build your boots back up, because Hog increases the regen speed of your boots. So if you're able to find a Hog, really good opportunity if you have some boots that you can rebuild that and then switch to another unit of the squad.
Go Goblin, go. Tons of coins to the side of Renzai, and trying to figure out where he wants to go. Just gonna kind of lurk around these chests, go back and forth. This is kind of a classic strategy when you have a crazy amount of coins and you're just trying to build up, just back and forth between chests. If there's a third in the area, could save you just a hair, a couple seconds or two, but sometimes it's not even worth it. You just want to sit here, go back and forth, back and forth. Firetruck's doing a lot of the same in the middle and looking very good across the board. Here's the third chest he's able to rotate to as he continues to swap back and forth, just trying to build up. He almost doesn't care what he's picking right now. He's just looking for Goblins and looking to build up.
Yeah, he's just rotating. He's like, give me anything that I find. Oh, really good
Wow,
really good opportunity to engage there if he was able to land that freeze spell. But I think, he's really just looking to get as much damage as possible. Firetruck's looking to go in with a Jesse. Saw the Jesse of the other squad. Oh, he might be able to get Chisgule out here. But no, Chisgule comes off the chest. Ice Wizard going to be coming down for Firetruck, and this is going to be very close. Power and Sam looking real close. But Power with the Hog Riders trying to just do whatever he can to find some chests.
Yeah, incredibly low gym tally right now, and I think the floodgates are going to open, but that's the thing about doppelgangers. Everybody's so busy building up their squads with goblins that you're not really fighting monsters, and so because of that, you just don't have a lot of gyms to go around, so even some of these busts aren't going to yield too much. Power does elect to use a key here to try to get back into the mix, but where do you go from here? When do you start fighting? And for Chisgule, I guess the time is, frankly, now, or as soon as humanly possible. There's one more buy on a chest. Might get him where he wants to go. He does have the Archer Queen, I think. But a couple fights inside. Vitrex in trouble. Ice Wizard's not going to do much when you only have a couple. Does get swept and busted out of here. Does open up a window of opportunity for somebody to catch up on the leaderboard. But who will it be? Chisgule coming in with Archer Queen.
Yeah, Chisgule looking to make some stuff happen with it. Gets another set of Archer Queens. They're gonna throw out the Expos. Look at it's Expos everywhere in the middle. And Chisgule, oh, now we're able to get Jesse's too. Jesse's turret scrappy. Gonna be able to provide a good amount of damage as well. And Chisgule with this bounce damage could be very deadly.
Only 8 seconds, though, and quite literally the lowest gym count we've seen in this entire competition. And sometimes that's doppelgangers. If you can't find a window of opportunity to bust some others, you're only going to walk away with a win from Cori, which is exciting, but only 60 gems. We'll take our rank reward, though. That's a 260 win. I think Cori's saying right now, we'll take it. We'll take those. We'll take what we can get.
Yeah, when it comes to that small of a gem game, and you're able to get first place, which is 20 more gems than second place, that could help you in this kind of game because everybody's gem score was really low, and with the leaderboards being so close the way they are, those small gem margins could make quite a big difference.
Yeah, and again, it's also one of those moments if you're a Viretrex fan and you're screaming Vamos Fire, that it's not too bad of a map to get busted on, right? Like, you're still walking with your rank reward of 100, 110, 120, or whatever it was. Well, the winner walked away with 260. Like, that's not too bad. So there is some kind of yin and yang there with the good and the bad of a low gym game. But a quick look back on why it was a low gym game, and it was everybody was brawling, but nobody was busting as they moved around the map. So focused on getting goblins that they weren't getting gyms.
Yeah, and honestly, it didn't seem like there were many farmers in rotation. We only saw the goblin, which is like one of the better suppliers for coins. So yeah, people were getting a lot of members of their squad built up, but nothing to really come home and take a huge gem lead for. And you can see not too much of a shakeup here, but again, those small gem counts will add up over time.
Yeah, you know, frankly, the biggest motion here, the biggest movement, I think, that is worthwhile mentioning from Doppelgangers is actually SirClaz had a nice game, 228, not bad at all. But because Sam got busted again and got busted first, it looks like, with only 100 points, or gems rather, that means that's a 128 spread there that got added to the mix, which makes this nearly about 150, 160 between SirClaz and second place. SirClaz starting to peel away. And there's a chance here SirClaz could sweep. He won our squad up event that wasn't too long ago. He won his semifinals, and now he's in the lead in the grand finals. I thought he might be able to do it, but again, even though I thought it was possible, I am a bit surprised to see him doing it over and over and over again.
Yeah, and here we go. Spell Overload is going to be the game mode that we're on, and Juicy with a good start here, getting the goblin, getting a lot of coins, and also getting some chickens to add to his squad as well. Going with the cannon and try to take care of this furnace. Furnace is one of those spells that can be very, very annoying, and Chisgule just pushing Juicy out of the middle there so he can take that mid control.
Yeah, I like taking mid early in this. I think that could be some nice value later in the map, but we'll see. Claz with a nice early lead. Doesn't really worry about too much. He's just going to kind of keep pushing the equation in mid. They keep farming up. A little low on coins right now, but there's a couple mobs around. It should be no problem. Don't know that anybody's going to push too aggressively this early, except maybe Claz is going to push aggressively this early. He wanted those coins, and he wanted to ward off his opponents from getting that chest, which was a nice play with the rage. Push off his opponent, and now continuing to push the equation.
Yeah, that could have been huge backfire on Claz, because as soon as he pushed in, the lightning came out from Chisgule, and Claz could have lost a huge chunk of his squad if he didn't have that rage spell. And Chisgule did not want to pick that fight because he didn't want to risk it, but that could have been a huge backfire.
Yeah, and over again, we talk about how spell usage truly becomes the delineator between a good player and a great player, right? It's part of the skill disparity that is part of this game. When to use spells, how to use spells, and maybe in Doppelganger, not so much. It's just expo. But in moments like this, where you hit the perfect rage at the right time, could quite literally save or win you a tournament.
Yeah, and Chisgule picking the B here as well. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I'm a big fan of the B pick here. Getting that poke damage is super, super important. You can see Cori trying to chase Pat down here. And Pat might be in a little bit of a sticky situation, but finds a way out.
Yeah, I think maybe somebody could have chased him there, but they would open up their back to a third party, so it just wasn't worth it. So a little bit of luck on Pat's side currently. He tries to continue to build up. Is really looking for a fusion here, or okay, we'll take some heals. That'll work. Gets right back into the mix. Should be still alive and not barely breathing anymore, which is a good win. Cori doing a lot of the same with the heal spell. Looking for maybe a fight he could take, but not a crazy strong squad, not yet, and a couple people looking at him.
Yeah, everybody's trying to see where they can pick fights, who's the weakest opponent. I think one of the biggest things that a lot of these players are doing that we haven't really touched upon is we're seeing a lot of players kind of run into each other who haven't really had an engagement in the game. And I think they're just trying to get a gauge on, like, okay, where is everybody? What is their squad? How are they building their squad? So that way, when it comes to late game, if you're able to process all that information, you know who has squishy units and who has tanky units that you might need to stay away from.
Yeah, it's such a great shout. I was thinking about that as well earlier. It's like you've got to recognize who is going to have a good late game, but you got to recognize that pretty early in this match so you know what to do, right? So if you could process the squad mix that some of your opponents have, and is it good in the late game because they have squishies and they don't have a lot of tanks? Great shout there yet again. 25 seconds remaining in SirClaz. Yet again, a little bit of a smaller army, but a couple fusions means he is still formidable and at the top. He's got some nice boots to run away and continues to sprint around, but it is a 5-gem spread with Viretrex right back into the mix. JuicyJ there as well. A very, very tight one. Reminder, rank rewards huge. Could be the difference maker. 4 or 5 gems separate the top teams, and now SirClaz in trouble. Drops all the way down to 4th out of nowhere. Cori sneaks into 3rd. It's Viretrex on top. Ready right back into it and ready to continue over and over the same celebration. He knows what he needs to do to win, and apparently it's mewing.
I love it. And Viretrex made a fantastic play there with the lightning to push Claz away. The stun came down from the lightning, was able to get a bust there, which knocked Claz down to 4th and bumped Viretrex up to 1st place.
Yeah, no, totally agree. And some of those in-game fights drastically change what happens on the leaderboard, and that's exactly what happened for SirClaz, right? Was in 1st, running away, just trying to stay alive. 3 seconds remaining, loses like 1 or 2 units. They get slammed, and because of that, loses enough gems to drop all the way down to 4th. But hey, it's good to see Cori right there into the mix as well. 3rd place in that one. So Cori, a nice win in the last one, and now in 3rd again. Maybe the tide's turning for Cori to move up this leaderboard and earn some extra cash. There's a lot of cash on the line. $50,000, and it's delineated all the way down to 10th. So 9th, you're winning more money than 8th, or winning more money than 10th. 8th, you're winning more money than 9th. So every point, every gem matters. But here we go. A quick replay, look back on that one and what went right for people like SirClaz or Chisgule, and what went wrong for some others.
Yeah, so Chisgule able to build up a decent squad here. We see Cori building things up in the mid game. He was able to get a Pam there in the middle, which honestly could have helped him quite a bit because Pam is going to be able to heal up your squad a good amount, which probably propelled him in a good position to get that 3rd place takeover in the final seconds there. We can see SirClaz doesn't have a huge squad here, and then here comes Viretrex right from the middle. We can see the lightning bomb engage coming through, and then the bomb helps Viretrex able to come out on top. The lightning gets a stun, and Viretrex gaining momentum to get that 1st place.
Okay, quick look at the leaderboard. It's still tight at the top, but JuicyJ has moved into 2nd place with a 301 gem game. It is extremely close across this leaderboard, jockeying for positions, even all the way down to 10th. I mean, we gotta frame the reference here, right? You gotta frame the stakes of what's going on. 10th place Power, a great player, a great competitor at 2,914 gems, all right? The difference between Power all the way up to 5th Pat is only 400 gems. Now that spread, decent margins, but we've seen 800 gem games. I mean, Power could jump thousands of dollars in our prize pool in one single game. So you cannot count out any player on this leaderboard, but SirClaz continues to lead the way and prove he's one of the best squad busters around.
Yeah, and that's what makes this so exciting is Power could change the momentum at any point as long as he has one good game. We're looking for some modifiers that give a ton of gems. We're thinking 1 coin chest. We're thinking super gem mine. We're thinking whack-a-mole. We're thinking tree giants. We're thinking big gem games for Power, because that way he'll be able to close that gap by quite a bit and potentially set himself up for success and even make his way into that top 4.
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot of things as well. I'm thinking I'm back. I'm ready for some more squad busters. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Tree Giants is one we haven't seen yet. I think that's a great call, full Frontage. I'm really looking forward to seeing a Tree Giants game. That truthfully could change the game. If you're able to get to the middle and control middle early, take out a couple Gregs or whatever you need, chop down those trees. A big opportunity for a lot of gens. Really excited to get into this next one and see what our modifiers are. And it looks like a little loot surge here. So this one's one we actually haven't seen on main stage either, but is also one of my favorites. A lot of opportunities to play around with your terrain to pick up a ton of different loot, anything from coins, gems, spells, and everything in between.
Yeah, so one of the biggest things to look out for in Loot Surge is going to be those boots that you can increase your amount of boots that you have to increase your speed. But then also one rare thing that happens every so often is you can get keys from the loot surge. And if we see some keys, we could see a couple free fusions coming out from people, which would make things very interesting.
Yeah, you know, it was funny. I like read the description, but like didn't fully process it, and then I was playing a ton of games. You know, I really enjoyed the game, and it happened, and I didn't even know that was a possibility at first because I hadn't done too much research on the loot surge modifier, and there was just keys everywhere, and I had a ton of boots, so I was just running around like a lunatic, picking up like 14 keys or something, and then every chest was free, and the squad was massive, but everybody else had a big squad. I don't think I won that one. I don't win, so but we'll see what happens. We'll see if maybe we catch a rarity here in Loot Surge.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see if I hope we get the keys that pop up. That would be very fun, and see what strategy these players go with when that happens. But we can see, we've seen a lot of spells coming through here, and you can see a lot of switching of spells for these players to try to find the best combo spells that they can get and make sure they hold on to the correct one. Power not looking too good right now.
Oof.
He's taking quite a bit of damage. He has max, he has a fused heavy, he's got a barbarian, but he doesn't have a lot of coins, and he's just kind of getting pushed out away from these chests and not really able to find an opportunity to build his squad back up.
Yeah, luckily there's still a lot of map to be played with, and big boots play here. This could be pretty big for him. Be able to survive at least towards the end. Again, you would love those rank rewards, and then also any gems you can pick up in the process. But he is definitely right for the picking right now, so we'll have to kind of keep an eye on the top middle of our screen to see if he either gets busted or is able to stay alive. Chisgule currently in the lead, but it is still very close with still plenty of time on the clock. Let's see what Claz is able to do here. And just pick up.
He does have a Mortis, which is going to be really good for him because he's able to take some of the mobs that he KOs and brings them into your squad and just kind of carries them around with you. So that's a great pick for Claz here because it's going to be an extra target for the enemies to focus on.
Yeah, it definitely makes your squad a bit more tanky when you know, something in your squad is not actually, you know, one of the characters you picked up, right? A lot more targets to focus and a lot more clutter to deal with if you're trying to take down SirClaz, so watch out for that. Chisgule at the top, 105 currently with about 60 seconds and counting, and Jesse's going crazy in the middle of the map. I respect it. But here come more gems on the map. This is a great time to use some of those boots to pick up a lot of gems in transition or in rotation to a new part of the map. The question is it worth it? Are you going to give away your life to somebody else by accidentally slamming yourself into a corner? We'll see.
Yeah, and one of the this environment itself, Ice World, one of the map kind of features is, if you notice, when you run on the ice, you actually slide a little bit. So you have to be very careful of your movement if you're trying to run away, because if you turn too quickly, you might be in a little bit of a situation where you find yourself going in a direction that you didn't plan to, and it could be the difference whether you survive or whether you get busted.
Yeah, great shout. And ice is a bit difficult to deal with, but so is Chisgule, pushing the equation and picking up a ton of the squad. Not a full bust, but does take out many. Now in the lead still, but only by about 9 gems. Renzai is in second, so they're thinking about fighting. Chisgule gets pushed, but his third party comes in. Chisgule in trouble. Does drop to second, but the fight was just late enough to where he only missed out by 5, and it's actually exstahs, I think, maybe that was able to come out on top, which is well needed and well earned.
Yeah, exstah, one of our free-to-play players in the competition, able to secure a first-place victory there for himself, and 190-ish gems. That's not a pretty small amount there. He's going to be able to climb himself up almost 400 gems on the leaderboard, and like we saw, there was only about 800 gems separating 10th to 5th place.
Yeah.
So that game could have put him in a good position where he's able to make his way back up the leaderboard. And like you said, that's a difference of thousands of dollars.
But literally, I mean, if you get last in the grand finals, you made it there. You're still being rewarded with something, $400 going your way. But if you get 5th, it's $3,000. Like, that's a giant spread in cash, and the spread in gems was only 400. Like you said, full frontage. So a big one there for exstah, but doesn't celebrate. He knows he's got a lot more ahead of him, a long road, and well, the road is getting shorter and shorter, frankly, for the long journey ahead of him to get to the top of the leaderboard, because, well, it is a race to 6,000 gems. And so when you look at the top of the leaderboard, we're looking at now well over, I think, 4,000. We are 2/3 of the way through, and maybe then some. We're getting closer and closer to the finish line, and it's about who crosses it first. And if many people, or 2 or 3, cross it at the same time, it's about who crosses it with the most gems in pocket.
Yep, let's take a look at some of those top moments from that last game. You can see Sam off to a decent start there, was able to get a rage and a heal spell to create some separation. SirClaz had a pretty quiet game there, had a pretty decent squad built out with the Mortis and everything like that. He was able to get some good squad building, and I don't think anybody really wanted to fight with Claz because of that. Yeah. And then Chisgule at the end here got himself in a pretty sticky situation. We see Renzai coming up in the bottom, who's right in second place. Chisgule did have that first place for the last 4 seconds. And then you can see right here, we have Pat coming in, we have Renzai coming in, we have JuicyJ coming in. Everybody was swarming that top left-hand corner and tried to take Chisgule down, but there just wasn't enough time.
Yeah, there's a quick little jump there. exstah does jump and kind of maintain a buffer above power there, 3330. So walking away with a little bit of extra cash, but we are past the 2/3 point. Look at it, just barely past the 2/3 point there with SirClaz jumping up to from, I think it was, let's see if my math is correct, 39.90 all the way up to 43.20 with 330 gems in that one. JuicyJ maintaining second, but only by a hair over SirTag, who's right there behind, 22 gems away. So Claz is starting to pull away a little bit, but we know things can change pretty quickly. And look at the spread even from Chisgule to Renzai, right? Very, very close there as well. But Chisgule now does finally breach into the top 5. Kind of been waiting on him, and he's slowly but surely chipping away at the competition as he's, I guess, learning from them or learning about them.
Yep, and here we go. Fusion start coming out here yet again. SirClaz going with that Mavis pick right off the bat. Going to be able to get some good farming, and Nita coming in for Claz as well.
Yeah, and again, I think a lot of folks like the Mavis start in Fusion just because of how much value it can give you early. Look at that, already 46 coins at the very beginning. Looking very strong, wants nothing to do with that bomb, so it's going to throw everything in his way, out of his way, and keep moving on his merry way, finding chest after chest. I think that one actually might have gotten snatched out underneath him. He goes back towards mid here with a couple chests he can pick up. Let's see where he goes from here.
Yeah, right now he's trying to cycle through and find the right spells for engagement and disengagement. He did just pick up that lightning spell there, which is going to be huge. The super freeze spell from the Ice Wizard does a really good job of that as well. But honestly, the lightning spell just does more damage. And right now, I think early on, when people's squads are so low, you want to have that higher damage dealing spell because people are less likely to engage. Whereas if they have a lot of members of their squad, they're like, a lightning spell doesn't matter. So really good switch there early game for SirClaz with the spells.
Yeah, I like that as well. I think the other thing about the bombs, you can use them on some of the terrain to get some extra farm. A lot of people do that early because they're just not quite as valuable as, like you said, lightning or otherwise. So something to keep in mind if you need a bomb in a pinch can certainly help out to grab a new chest, especially if you need it for a fusion, so you can reduce your cost. But there's a lightning going out from Chisgule to ward off any oppression, and now 6 coins away from a new chest, trying to figure out what his build will be. He's going to wait on the Mavis and gets it.
Yeah, able to pick up a good amount of coins there and some gems right there. And we have a tie for first with Chisgule and Claz right now, getting the Nita as well. And the bomb's going to come in from Sam over there. But Chisgule going to be able to push him away as he picks up the Pam and is also trying to farm up here and going for the engage. And Chisgule is going to be able to take a member of Sam's squad down, and Sam does not want to continue that fight.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, Sam. A tough squad to deal with, but continue clean up. Should be able to pick up one more chest there. Back to SirTag we go again, who's kind of jockeying position right now with JuicyJ. Those are the two to watch out for in kind of top middle of the pack, second and third. Chisgule and others trying to chase them on the leaderboard. Both been pretty consistent all day today. I would say JuicyJ hyper consistent. SirTag with a couple big maps to get him back into the mix, but unfortunately in a bit of trouble, maybe a bit more than a bit. Able to get out, though, with some boots, or otherwise still getting chased. Chisgule does not want to relent, and because of a knockback from an opponent, he's now in dire straits. There's 4 or 5 squads in this area. Luckily, able to sneak out barely because those 2 big squads got into the mix with each other, but this is a brutal way to go into the final 60 seconds if you're SirTag.
Yeah, Chisgule was giving chase, and Cori just kind of came down from the middle and just ruined the chase there. And honestly, probably saved SirTag, because I think if that didn't happen, Chisgule was still going to give chase. But the fact that there were 2 other squads that rotated into the mix, Chisgule just didn't want to deal with that and didn't have the opportunity to deal with that many squads at once. And a great log there to create separation between him and Claz.
Spell usage, so incredibly key. Second place right now for Claz. This is reminiscent of our squad up competition we had a couple weeks ago with Chisgule and SirClaz battling for position and JuicyJ kind of knocking on the door. Qualified players growing a bit silent in this map, but certainly not necessarily on the leaderboard. Chisgule needs another big one, and he's got an opportunity, but he gets sandwiched.
No.
Goes from first, second, all the way down to dead last, and will get busted in the final seconds. Are you kidding me? A window of opportunity. Chisgule had it. There was a chance he was going to jump, and then he gets busted in the final milliseconds of that game, and SirTag is able to grab a majority of that loot. That is wild.
Yep, comes in clutch there and grabs the first place. SirTag, I think, was the one that started that engagement, and we had SirClaz there picking up some gems as well, and I think it was JuicyJ who was in the middle as well. We're seeing a lot of these players fight with the aggression. RenzaiX might have tried to sneak in there at the end, but time just ran out. But man, what a huge drop for Chisgule. He just got sandwiched by so many squads at the end there in the final 5 seconds and just had nowhere to go. I think he ran out of boots, and I don't think he had a spell. Otherwise, he might have been able to get a good disengage there and survive in the final few seconds.
Yeah, it was just bad timing, frankly. Like, he had such a great game ahead of him, and everyone collapsed on him. It felt like we were back on our gym point format where everyone wanted to chase down the leader. This time it's just a race to the top, and Chisgule had an opportunity, but will unfortunately fall in this map. SirTag is the one doing a lot of the damage here. But look at where SirTag was at. How did he make it from there with only 2 alive in his squad to the end on top? Are you kidding me? Claz is there. Does Claz get the win? No, at the last millisecond, SirTag jumps all the way above by 5 gems. Oh. What a ridiculous feat. SirTag coming in clutch.
So I just saw what happened there. SirTag, with that Fusion Shelly that he was left with from that fight, actually knocked Claz away from Chisgule's loot, and SirTag was able to come in and pick up the loot, which got him the first place victory. So that Shelly came in clutch with the Shell Shock Super.
Yeah, he only needed 1 B this time. Just needed to blast, and then he was able to grab all those gems. That was a sneaky way to grab a victory and grab 400 gems. Look at the spread here. SirTag maintaining second, swapping and jockeying back and forth with Juicy. We are in the mix, and it is very, very tight, but it is time for some double trouble.
Yep, double trouble. Mavis start coming out. Mavis has been a very popular start for a lot of these players tonight, and honestly, rightfully so, especially in double trouble when you're able to get her from 2 chests, that you can get those carrot patches fairly quickly, and then you can focus on building up the rest of your squad. Having 1 Fusion Mavis is super important.
Yep, and I think with double trouble, a lot of the folks are going to be following that sage advice. See JuicyJ picking up some Mavis action early, plenty of coins to go around, and quick build up here, making sure he secures the second carrot patch.
Yeah, right now just trying to get as many coins as possible, and then we'll focus on unlocking those chests. Gets a second Mavis there. SirClaz also kind of following suit there, gets a Fusion Shelly, gets a Fusion Mavis, so he can pick the carrot patches. And I assume we're going to be seeing this strategy from a lot of players across the board. We can see a lot of people with that Mavis, and Juicy looking to be aggressive with Claz here and kind of knock him back and be like, no, this is my game, stay away.
Yeah, and I think this is the perfect opportunity to do that. You've got to protect some of these carrot patches. Really a huge resource right now. And, well, looks like JuicyJ trying to do a lot of the same on the carrot patches. Says, no, this one's mine. Go figure it out, SirClaz, somewhere else. You don't want to mess with me.
Yep, SirTag, same thing, has that Mavis combo. We're seeing a lot of Mavis, Shelly, Ice Wizards coming through, and honestly, great picks all around. Very similar picks. We're seeing a lot of these similar squads being built from these players as we approach the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, it's the same conversation we always have with competitions like this. Squad Busters is no different. There's always like a quote-unquote meta, and especially in Squad Busters where the meta is dependent on the map and then the character pool that you're given, you will see a lot of similarities just about what you can do with it and how do you execute with that same build. And that's the part of Squad Busters that's so fun. That's the skill disparity part, right? That's how you separate yourself from your competition, is how you utilize the same resources and then come out on top. But a quick pickup from a tank here. Sam, 963, went a little quiet on our leaderboard after the first half. We'll see if he's able to battle back to one of our top spots here. Slowly but surely falling down our leaderboard. Now would be a great time to research back up. And I think at this point in the competition, too, I think it's very apparent to all of us here. This is a bit more of a marathon than maybe some of the players were thinking. And so you got to keep some caffeine intake up if that's your thing. You got to stay locked in. You got to stay focused. You can't start slipping. You can't start getting tired, all right? This is a long race, and it's a race to 6,000, but we are slowly but surely making our way there with about 4,400 or so going into this one. A big opportunity to overtake maybe the leader and work your way into the 5,000s here. Chisgule on 105 as we have 50 seconds left.
Oh, and he's getting the Fusion Archer Queen, so he's able to get a good amount of expos down there. And we did lose Cori with just about 1:20 left, so Cori not able to make his way towards the end of this game. We can see Chisgule trying to get some key usage there, and he's going to be able to go through with the Fusion Max, and is actually going to be able to give chase to CryingMan here. And this could be a huge take, as JuicyJ is going to get busted on the right-hand side, and now Chase is coming in. Chisgule looking to just maintain mid-control, going for a fight, doesn't have the opportunity to take it, and is going to get pushed back.
Yeah, the blast back there was so key. He might have committed that fight if he didn't get blasted back. Has some decent heals, but right now he's just kind of laying in wait. The opportunity to take down a team really wasn't there, and so he's just kind of hold on to one of his top spots here. You see Sam, Chisgule in the lead, only 3 gems separating them. Sam, you got to feel pretty good about that one, all right? We take those. That's a nice little win there. Seemingly kind of laser focused, locked back in. Job's not done. Yeah, there it is. There's the smile, Sam. We've been waiting on it. He knows he's needed that win, and he needed it now. That was definitely a sigh of relief.
Yeah, and in the final seconds there, this has been the story for Chisgule tonight, I feel like. In those final seconds, Chisgule dropped from second, was just behind by 3 gems, down to 4th. So Chisgule lost a few members of his squad right in the final seconds there, and I feel like that's been the narrative for him tonight in the competition. And he's just not able to hold on in those final seconds. And I think people see it. People see the opportunity, and they just take it, and he just happens to be on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, I like that call too. Chisgule seemingly is doing everything right, and then you're right, in the final moments he's just getting punished because there's a couple teams in the area that, well, just don't like him or don't want him to succeed, I feel like, is what's going on right now. So we'll see what happens on the leaderboard. Chisgule has made a late tournament push up into the top 5. The question is, can he remain there? Let's take a quick look back on that replay and see who has it out for Chisgule. SirClaz leading the charge on our leaderboard, not able to win this one, but had a pretty solid map, I believe.
Yeah, and we had Chisgule getting the bus onto Cori early on, and Chisgule was looking good heading into the final 20 seconds, you can see here. And then at the end, you can see here, he picks a fight, and it just gets, at the last second, just gets taken down. And we can see Sam sitting at the top, looking pretty comfortable. He's like, nobody's near me. I'm in first place. I'm just going to hold my first place spot and collect my rewards.
Yeah, look at Sam. So he's in 4th right now. Now only 100 gems behind JuicyJ, who got busted in that game. So as we look at our spread here, we are nearing 5,000. 49-10 at the top. SirClaz still leading the charge, and now likely with one of the biggest margins we've seen from SirClaz at a little bit less than 400, about 350 or so above Viretrex, who's still maintaining a hold on second, still by a small margin. Luckily for JuicyJ, Viretrex didn't get busted, but didn't get a lot of gems in that one, was near being busted, and so really still a top kind of 3-4 situation on our leaderboard, but SirClaz is peeling away.
Oh man, we have a double modifier here, Golem Meteors and Ring Grab. So we mentioned before that Ring Grab, one of those rings costs 100 gems, and Golem Meteor is golems just dropping all over the map. And guess what? They're gem golems. So what do they drop? Lots of gems. So this could be a huge turning point for a lot of these players. Or if SirClaz has the biggest game of his life, he could end it here.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I didn't want to bring up the end conversation until it was necessary, and I believe it's necessary. It's a great shout. Yes, it's a lot. We're asking for the biggest game of the tournament, biggest game that we've seen thus far, which would be 1,100 gems. But it is definitely possible in this double modifier situation, and I think everyone has now understood the gravity of the situation. Everybody knows this is going to be a doozy. We got to see what we can do with this. We got to see if maybe we can jump up the leaderboard dramatically, and frankly, we need to make sure that SirClaz doesn't have a banger.
Yeah, and I think a lot of attention is going to be on SirClaz right now because of that narrative. So he could see a lot of aggro assault here on him as he nears the end of this game.
Quickly looting up, quickly squatting up. SirClaz building up an army, ready for what's late waiting. Is able to grab an early gem. It's going to be a nice value add. Again, like Full Frontage said earlier when we saw the ring grab as a part of the modifier situation. SirClaz in trouble, though. It's 100 gems that he does not want to give away for every ring on the table. Not 3 different players with a ring in pocket.
Yeah, I've seen games where one player ends with 6 or 7 rings, which is a huge amount. So it could get to the point where this is a huge opportunity for these players. exstah trying to take as much advantage of that as possible as he was sitting in the 9th, 10th place position. And we can see Pat trying to pick a fight, but SirClaz taking advantage of that and pushes him away.
So feeling pretty good. 3rd place right now. The 3 gem carriers. Now 4 as Power takes the top spot at 208 in total with the ring in hand. This is going to be a close one. But the thing about this modifier is that, yes, we've got a lot of players with rings in hands, but all it takes, you don't even need to get busted. All it takes is enough damage to where you drop it, and all of a sudden, you're right, we could see hundreds of gem swings in the final couple seconds.
Yeah, Cori has a mega here. This could be very good for Cori, because with that mega, he's able to get a good amount of damage. And it's a Kitsune Witch, so she's able to spawn into skeletons, and she has a good amount of splash damage. And here we go, the engagement power is going to happen. The free spell is going to be coming down. The super rage spell is going to be coming through. Cori wants nothing to do with that and has to disengage.
Whoa, yeah, both maybe thought better of the situation. Both with a sizable amount of gems and don't want to give it up. Loses a sizable amount of his squad, but is still up. The Witch fully healthy, so can make a play here on a couple bosses and hopefully ward off the advances from the mid. But he is in 4th right now. Here's exstah making a late game push as well, up into the 300s. We knew this was going to be a big one. Final 30 seconds. Again, we're looking for 1,100 from SirClaz to close it out. I don't know that we're going to see it unless he gets absolutely viral in the final moment and busts 3 or 4 squads.
Here we go. Cori sitting on 2 rings. Chisgule's going to end up getting busted as well. Lightning spell's going to come down. Renzai has to disengage from Juicy, and Juicy might have to turn around. But no, Juicy's going for blood. Viretrex is going to be coming through. Viretrex does not want to engage in that. Cori's sitting on a pretty good amount of gems. Viretrex ends up dropping some rings, and SirClaz making his way up the leaderboard, and he's going to get 528. That's a huge game for Claz.
A big game for Cori, but a bigger game for SirClaz. And finally, somebody has learned the Viretrex Selly, and whether in good jest, mocking, or otherwise, SirClaz wants to come out on top, and he is showing us that he is one of the best players in the game right now. A massive value add, and I gotta say, all of a sudden, everybody else is starting to sweat. Over 500 gems in that one. As expected, a big tally does put SirClaz only about 600 or a bit less away from winning this whole competition, which means he will sweep every stage of the competition and every competition we've had before this one, besides the qualifiers that he didn't have to play in.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, Cori also had a pretty decent game for himself there, but I think he was a little too far down. But let's take a look at what happened in this game, because that was a huge gem swing at the end.
Yeah, a massive gem screen. And look, SirClaz set himself up for success, got a ring early, but then protected it. Here's Cori picking up one actually from Sinner. I was wondering if maybe he had gotten a bust when he grabbed... oh, this is his first one. Okay, so this is when he sets himself up for success with the Witch. We thought maybe he would go down. And I think there was another fight off screen that we might have missed from before, where Cori was able to pick up a second. And a ton of fights happened happening in this area. Crab's in the way of exstah, who had a pretty solid game as well. Cori grabbed his second ring and then moves out to the very edge of the map, says, nobody touch me. I'm just grabbing a couple trees, and I'm going to have a nice, solid game for myself. I'm going to try to make some extra cash. He's going to jump up the leaderboard. Actually jumps past everyone else in the bottom 5. Cori finally makes his way to the top 5. Talk about reminiscent of the semifinals. This is exactly what happened in the semis. Jumps all the way into the top 5 late in the tourney. But my math was wrong. I forgot about the rank rewards. Full frontage. Look at SirClaz. Less than 400 to go.
Yeah, this could be the final game. And I think everybody is going to be targeting Claz at this point, because you have to figure he's getting close. Even if he stays alive with 100 gems, he is going to be very, very close. So everybody is going to want to take SirClaz down.
Yeah, and again, quick math for you. 362 to be exact. That number is incredibly important. If he gets 361, we're not done yet. If he gets 362 or more, that is all she wrote. Game over. SirClaz is your champion. So watch for that number. Let's see what happens. Truthfully, everybody else definitely needs to try to bust SirClaz, so they still have a little bit of runway to take off in this competition and work for a bit more cash.
Yeah, SirClaz going with the Shelly Mavis start. We've seen this start time and time again throughout the competition tonight, and honestly, a really good start for these players to be able to pick up those carrots. Gives them a huge amount of resources, and then Shelly obviously with that Shell Shock Super to be able to get some good damage and also get the knockback as well.
Yeah, and to be very clear on that, by the way, 362 is the total that he needs. So that's what you were talking about before. 162 and a win could take him there. And we'll try to do a little bit of math. If it's close, maybe we'll wait on admin so we're not saying it wrong. But any amount of rank reward here is going to be a huge value add. 362 is tiny when you factor that in. Keep that in mind. JuicyJ, by the way, in second as well. Could go for a really big map here to make sure he gets second, even if SirClaz has a decent one. Would love to take down his competition, but right now it's kind of protect your own. We're looking for Samsung Galaxy bundles in the top 4, and second place still walked away with $7,500 in cash, so it's a great prize that I know a couple players are jockeying for.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see how close this game gets towards the end. I have a feeling SirClaz is going to be playing this game in extremely safe. He does not want to set himself up for failure, because if he gets busted, then that could be at least another 3 games that have to be played. Because if he's busted first, that's only 100 gems that gets added to his score for the rank reward. So people are going to want to look to take him down. Otherwise, this could be close to over.
Yeah, you know, it's a great point. I think this is the game, because he has enough of a gap on second, he could play very, very safe. That's actually a great shout. Just get a decent amount of gems so that the next game is definitely going to be your last. So we'll see what he decides to do. Right now, Chisgule is on top, but this has kind of been the same story for Chisgule the last couple times. Starts on top early in the game, even into the mid-late game, but late game, Chisgule cannot close things out and take a first-place finish. Maybe this will be the one, and he certainly needs it. Falling, again, out of the top 5, trying to make a play back into the top 5 for a sizable amount of cash.
Yeah, he's got a decent squad built up right now. He's got a couple Nitas. He's got a Fusion Greg. He's got a Fusion Mavis. He's looking pretty decent in terms of loot and what he's able to control. He might take this Mega Crab down from Firetrex. And here we go. Cori coming to push in, but decides not to take that.
Here we go. It's close. 48 seconds and counting. You got to remember the stakes here. We're looking for 162 and a win. Right now, no one's at 162 in the entire lobby, so this might not be the last one, but we're getting down to the wire, and anything can happen in the final couple seconds. Watching that leaderboard dramatically, JuicyJ continuing to hold his position in second place overall, but first place in this map, at least for now. Chisgule in the mix. Sam back in the mix as well. And right now, the question is, where is SirClaz? He's not in the top 3, which bode well for everybody else. He's in the middle of the map. He's looking a bit weak. He's in 8th. He's got a decent amount of gems, 67 to be exact. but in trouble, and everybody knows they've got to take him out full frontage. They're going to push the equation. They're going to try to weed out SirClaz, make him drop as many gems as possible. We will see another round. The question is how many more. SirClaz will get 9th, but does not get busted, which you said could be the difference maker for him to close it out in the next one.
Yeah, so 9th place, and he got, I believe, 36 gems as well. So that's going to be 146 added to his score. So theoretically, in the next game, if SirClaz doesn't get busted, he will win the competition. So if he gets busted, that'll only give him 100 gems. He has to get busted first. That will guarantee that these players have 2 more games to try to make their mark and maybe overcome Claz if it's a huge gem game, or just secure themselves a higher spot to earn some more cash on the leaderboard. And, you know, top 4 Samsung Galaxy bundles.
Yeah, I would love if we can, production, just show the pricing graphic one more time here before we close out, because we've got to set the stakes of what could be the final game of the day. This is the difference makers we're talking about. Look at the jumps in cash. If you can go from 6th even up to 4th there, that's 2xing your prize pool. 15K, of course, the lion's share of our $50,000 prize pool at the top. But you're looking for top 4 if you want the Samsung Galaxy bundle with the Galaxy Z Fold 6, the Buds 3 Pro, and the Galaxy Watch 7. But let's take a quick look back at that map, because it was close, but luckily some of the players recognized what they needed to do.
Yeah, Chisgule had a pretty good squad for himself, and you can see the engagement right here towards the end with Chisgule pushing in, and Cori comes in as well and is like, I need to start doing as much damage to Claz as I can because we need to keep this game going. You can see 136 gems added there, and Firetrex and JuicyJ and Sam, honestly, all within a very close margin. 1 bust to SirClaz in a huge game from any one of these 3 could make for a very entertaining final game if we get to that point.
I know. So what I'm looking for here, because you all can do the math, you add 100 minimum into the next one. It's not necessarily the final map, but it might be. And I was looking for maybe a big gym tally modifier, but we do get monster pets, which isn't necessarily a massive one. There is still a chance this isn't the last, but likely will be if SirClaz can have a decent game and not get busted.
Yeah, right now off to a decent start, getting the Barbarian to get some HP, getting the Chickens to make sure he has enough boots to try to run away if somebody tries to engage with him. So he is looking to build up that opportunity where he has as many boots, because his goal right now is to not get busted. That's what he needs to do. And Sam gets busted right away, which is a huge change of events.
Yeah, Sam was one of those teams that was jockeying in top 3. He could have easily jumped all the way up to 2nd place with a really good map. Getting busted this early is brutal for him. Could see him jump out of even the top 5 if something detrimental happens, or at the very least get 4th or 5th instead of any advancement up to 2nd or 3rd. We'll see, but we've got to watch SirClaz here, because again, I think basically here's the quick and dirty math. If he gets dead last at 10th place, he's got to get 116 gems, okay? So he definitely can't get busted and have a decent amount of gems. We don't think that's going to happen. If he just gets 16 and 1st, he's done. He's made it past the threshold of 6,000 gems. So, and there's some math in between on that, but that's kind of what we're looking at. That's our spread. Definitely still a chance that this is not our last game, but we'll see.
Yeah, right now, Pat looking like he's got a pretty decent squad. Everybody else very close in gem count so far. Pat looking to grab some more resources here from the Mavis Carrots and find himself in 1st place as we're approaching 2 minutes left in this. And it's going to be interesting to see if people start focusing in on SirClaz and if they just go complete tunnel vision and just try to take him down.
Yeah, I think if you see him, especially in the late game, you've got to go for it, and I think he knows that, so you're right. He's got to prio boots. There's a couple early fights here. Chisgule taking the lead early yet again. Nice strong army to start, but what can he do with it this time around? Again, one big map for any of these players, regardless of whether it's the last or not, could change thousands of dollars, hundreds into thousands, or vice versa.
Yeah, Chisgule picking up a bandit here. SirClaz, you can see he's just staying towards the outside. He's like, I do not need to fight. I just need to have boots. He's got chickens up. and he just needs to stay alive for this. And even a middle of the pack placement could help him. He just needs 216 gems. So whatever that math equates to in this game could be huge for him.
Quite animated going into the final 60 seconds. 89 gems and counting. So he's looking really strong right now. Again, dead last, 10th place, which you know he can't get. 116, and he's almost there right now. So he's gonna do it if somebody doesn't do somebody about it right now. If somebody doesn't knock down his gym tally by just fighting him, you don't even have to bust him. There's a chance this isn't the last. But SirClaz is looking fairly strong right now with a sizable amount of boots. He's in position to close this thing out. Regardless of what place he gets right now, I think he's gonna have enough gems as long as he picks up a couple monsters in transitions or a couple trees.
Yeah, this is looking really good for SirClaz. He has the opportunity to close it out, even with 8th place. Let's see, 20 seconds remaining. He's just trying to stay away from everybody. And I think people are just too preoccupied with trying to get gems that they're not even focusing on the fact that SirClaz is going to be able to win here.
11 seconds. Folks, we told you the math. He just needed to get last with 116, and it looks like he's going to get 9th with more than that. SirClaz about to close it out. We got to hear his reaction to see if he knows it.
217 is what we need to win. 217, and we win the entire tournament. If this number says 217, I won $15,000. Oh, we won $15,000! I won.
He won! He knows it! He pulled out the calculator! He knows that he did it! He did enough! We told you the math. 116 in last, and he got a lot more than that and got 9th, which means he has breached our 6,000 gem threshold. SirClaz is your champion. Folks at home, did you have any question if SirClaz was good at Squad Busters? Now you certainly cannot. He swept every stage of this competition, won every single metric, set the bar over and over again. Full frontage. SirClaz is our champion.
Wow, what an incredible performance. And I think we called it. Everybody was focused on their gem count to try to push as high as possible, and they didn't want to risk the opportunity of engaging with Claus in case they ended up falling short. So I think they were just going for placement at that point and tried to get whatever share of the prize pool that they could.
Oh, we got to take a quick look back on that one, and such a great call that because he wasn't on the leaderboard of top 3, nobody really knew where he was at. He was hiding in the corner, he was looting up, and he did the perfect strategy. But a look at some of our other players, because you've got to remember thousands of dollars and whether or not you're earning the Samsung Galaxy bundles is on the line for everybody else. You see Power with the big game here, coming down from the bottom of our leaderboard, potentially making a jump. Chisgule with a pretty good game as well, 2nd place with 180 on top of that. Could see a shift. Here's the final leaderboard. SirClaz definitely takes it, but it is Firetrex barely edging out JuicyJ in 3rd. Fantastic performance, full frontage. Talk to me about what you're seeing on this leaderboard.
Oh man, Sam holding in 4th place as well, so still able to walk away with that Samsung Galaxy bundle, and Cori just finishing ever so short behind it. Man, what a competition. This match was so close, and SirClaz coming out on top yet again. And I gotta give a shout out to our qualified players. We have 3 of our 4 creators finishing in the top 5, which was the opposite of what we saw from the semifinals.
Yeah.
We saw 2 creators and 3 qualified players. Now in the grand finals, we're seeing 3 creators and 2 qualified players.
Yeah, I love that you called that out. Our creators go big here in the final moments. And a big shout out to Cori, by the way, knocking on the door of top 5 and then walking into it, barely edging out his opponent, Chisgule, right behind him. Cori getting 5th place, some nice prizing. Here's a quick reminder of what they're winning, by the way. SirClaz at the top, $15,000 and that Samsung Galaxy bundle with the Galaxy Z Fold 6, Buds 3 Pro, and Galaxy Watch 7. 2nd winning those bundles as well. 3rd winning a bundle. 4th winning a bundle. $7,500 for 2nd. So vamos Venezuela, vamos Fire. Firetrex walks away with $7,500 for 2nd place. My man JuicyJ, you had a great tournament. You were right there, right behind, and still walking away with a good chunk of change.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible performance from all of these players tonight. Our qualified players really showed up. and they put on a show with our 4 creators who were able to play in this grand finals. And also a big shout out to the rest of the creators as well. They put on some amazing competition in these semifinals and are great to watch. Make sure you follow all of them. Links are in the description below. And make sure you go drop a sub and support them as well, because they're all fantastic content creators.
Yeah, definitely. And you're a great content creator yourself, my man. This was so much fun in terms of casting all the competition, because we saw totally different, competition. Semifinals look totally different than the grand finals. Like, you had a sprint through 7 games where the margins were tiny. And then you get to the grand finals, margins incredibly small, but then a spread started to happen with our top teams. And I think, again, I'm really impressed with SirClaz, Viratrex, JuicyJ, Sam, even, who basically maintained a top 4, top 5 position from about the very beginning for most of them until the very end. So really excited to interview SirClaz here just shortly to hear a little bit more about what he was doing, what he was thinking, and the mind behind the great strategist, apparently, that is SirClaz, as he, again, has won every stage of this competition. But full Frontage, we had some highlight level plays throughout the entire course of this competition, and obviously a nail-biting performance in the final couple maps has got to be one of my favorite moments. Pick out one moment for me, though. What was a big moment throughout any stage of this competition that you were like, that is one of my memories that I'm going to be holding on to for a while?
I mean, that's so tough because there have been so many great moments in here, but I really gotta say that the opportunity that these players had to kind of go against each other is in and of itself an awesome memory. Like, Squad Busters is one of those games where it's like anything can happen, and it really comes down to momentum and skill with these players. And we saw the best players coming out on top consistently in their lobbies. And I gotta give a big shout out to Sam as well, because like you mentioned, he basically stayed in the top 4 for the entirety of the grand finals.
Yeah, no, that's a great shout. Well, the player at the top, our creator, the sweeper, the janitor of Squad Busters, whatever you want to call him, this man swept up the competition and all the gyms. SirClaz, welcome to the caster booth, and first and foremost, congratulations on yet again another victory. How are you feeling, my man?
It's feeling good. Very, very good. I can't stop the smile. But yeah, I'm very happy with the win. Won the $5,000 one and the $50,000 one. I'm very happy there.
That's awesome. So talk to us about your thoughts in the last game. Like, you knew that there was 217 gems that you had needed to come out on top. What were you kind of thinking throughout that last game?
So for the last game, I just had to mind my own business. That was the goal. I knew that you got a bunch of games for just, you got a bunch of gems for even finishing 10th place. So I knew I had to get at least like 117 gems. And then even if I got 10th place, I would get an additional 100 gems. So yeah, that was the strat for there. Just mind my own business. Doesn't matter where I finish. Just get the win. And well, that was the goal. And that's what we did.
Yeah, it was great strategy. And speaking of strategy, I mean, obviously, you've got a lot of it, man. You've won everything. I mean, you even won your semifinals, when it didn't even matter. You just need to be top 5, and you won that as well. So talk to me a little bit about your strategy. What was the difference, if any, strategy from semifinals, where you're only playing 7 games, to this race to a gem total of 6,000?
So for the first 7 games, it was just, it doesn't matter if I finish 1st or 5th, I just need to, get a bunch of gems, although we did finish 5th. I will say the first lobby was a lot easier than the second lobby. There were a lot of good players here. So honestly, the strategy for both lobbies was just, don't worry about getting 1st place, just don't die, just get top 5. That was my whole idea there. I don't rush for the 1st place, don't get cocky, and then, just mind my own business, and then always finish at least somewhat decent. That way I could, get some good consistency.
Yeah, so prior to the final game that you had, it was Golem Meteors and Gem Ring. When you were able to take that fight in the end and propel yourself to over 500 gems, what was going through your mind in those final seconds of that game?
Well, I got into a situation I didn't want to, but I realized I had the 2 fused Ice Wizards, and those Ice Wizards are broken when they do their spike ability. So I kind of just waited. They went through him, took half his squad out. Well, I think 9% of his squad out. And then, got all his gems, and that gave me a huge lead that I'm very grateful for and very lucky to get.
Yeah, it was a big jump. Now, you were jockeying back and forth on that leaderboard for a while with some other competitors. Talk to me about maybe some of the other competitors that surprised you today, because JuicyJ came out with a vengeance. Viratrex came out swinging. Were you prepared for what the content creators and our qualified players were throwing at you?
JuicyJ, yeah, I knew he was good. I've played a couple of games with him in the past. I just had him in my lobby, and I was very worried about him, and he did well, obviously, because he's very good at picking things up. So yeah, I was very wary about staying out of the way of the good players, unless I obviously had a bigger squad than them. But yeah, honestly, very surprised by the results. They didn't really go the way I thought they were going to go. A lot of players surprised me here and did really well. So yeah, Cori as well, very well as well.
Yeah. So one moment that stood out to me. One of the first games you did well. Did you break your armchair?
Yeah, so there was one game where I got a ridiculous amount of gems. I don't know, I was just kind of smacking about like an idiot, and then I broke the chair off my. I broke the arm off my chair, and I've kind of just stuck it back on right now, but I'm gonna fix it properly tomorrow. So yeah, I mean, I'll use the $15,000 to fix it.
There you go. I was gonna say you got plenty of cash to buy yourself a new chair, and of course that Samsung Galaxy bundle. Talk to me a little bit about the device, man. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, big daddy screen, and apparently it worked well for you here in Squad Busters.
Yeah, so I will be honest. At first, I got a bit of getting used to because I've been used to playing on a small screen size, but playing on a much larger screen, I can see things so much easier, and this definitely was the good thing in the end. And I'm very happy that we played on a bigger screen here because a lot better.
Yeah, heck yeah, my man. Well, I appreciate the shout there. Final note for you, yet again, I'm going to give you the floor real quick to shout yourself out, where people can find you, and maybe a message to all of your amazing followers.
All right. Well, thanks to everybody who believed. We managed to win. A big thank you. And a GG's to everybody else who did really well in the tournament as well. And if you want to check me out, I'm SirClaz on Twitch and YouTube.
Heck yeah, SirClaz, thanks for joining us here in the caster booth. We had a blast casting over your gameplay, but go celebrate, and congrats on the big win, my friend.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Full Frontage, another great interview from SirClaz, and again, winning everything under the sun when it comes to Squad Busters, but it was fun to kind of hear his thoughts around strategy and also the other competitors and how things went today. So great interview overall.
Yeah, SirClaz is such a fun guy, and he's got some awesome content, so definitely go check him out. And he's one of the top players in the game for a reason, and he showed it here throughout the competition as well, winning his semifinals lobby and then coming out on top in the grand finals. And you kind of got a peek into the mind, like Gojj had said, and just kind of understand the strategy when it comes to these kind of competitions.
Yeah, definitely the case. Well, Full Frontage, that's our show, my man, and it has been a doozy, a fun one, a long one, and it was well worth the wait. I loved our grand finals. I want to give you the floor one moment to shout yourself out. You killed it in the caster booth with me, my friend. Any final words for the main broadcast?
Yeah, it's been a pleasure being back in the caster booth. It's been some time, but Squad Busters is a game that I love, so it seemed pretty easy for me to jump back in, and felt like I never missed a beat. But you guys can follow me on Full Frontage on all socials. I upload Squad Busters content, I stream, so drop a follow, and I hope you guys enjoy some Squad Busters, and hope you guys enjoyed the competition as well. I've played on this Galaxy Z Fold 6 myself, and I gotta say, I've loved the device, so.
Yeah, man. Well, you were unbelievable, unsame, and just frankly different than any other caster we could bring in here. So I really appreciate you and your expertise, and bid you farewell, and thanks for a great cast. All right, folks at home. Well, look, you don't need to follow me anywhere. We gotta follow Samsung Galaxy on all major socials. They were the reason we were able to do this. Give them a big round of applause and drop a follow on all the places that we're live and all over the place, because we're live on Samsung US on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Samsung Mobile US on Twitter. You can follow them there for more updates around their products and events that are around the corner, because yeah, we had qualifiers for this event, which maybe we'll have qualifiers in the future for more events with Samsung Galaxy, and you want to be a part, so you've got to learn about them. All right, so go follow them on socials. And of course, celebrating Z Fold 6. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 was the device of the day, and it was amazing. You heard our content creators talking about it. You saw our qualified players playing on it. Even Full Frontage was able to showcase it here on main stage. If you want to go learn more about the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, you can grab this QR code down below me and go get your hands on one as well. Go buy you one. This thing is different. Had a chance to play a lot of Squad Busters on it, and I gotta say, SirClaz is right. You can see a lot on that massive interior screen. screen. Folks, this has been an incredible show. I've been so blessed to be able to host this. This is the end, and we want to thank you, the viewer, for making this all possible, to our production team and everybody behind the scenes that made this all possible, and our creators, qualified players. Thanks for spending your time on this amazing product. This has been one of the best tournaments I've been a part of. This has been the Galaxy Battle Squad Heroes Grand Finals, all powered by Samsung Galaxy in partnership with Qualcomm. Until the next tournament down the line, we'll see you then. For team, maybe you will think better of this fight. No, goes in with the Shelly knockback, and it actually opens up an opportunity. I think the trader strat, a lot of these players favoring, especially in late game. You can just get paid in so many gems, but here's some of the fights. Last 40 seconds. And Yada's certainly helpful. It really needs to find a bust here to weaken opponents. And wow, back to exstah we go.
Yeah, he's like, take a look at all my Ultra units. Let's go. And take a look at that beautiful Samsung Galaxy gems for JuicyJ.
Look, there's one thing I know about JuicyJ. He will always work to get better. And you'll always have a Mega, or they've got a couple fusions you didn't even notice because of the chaos, and then you get punished for it. But in the final couple seconds, SirClaz in the lead as expected, but it's JuicyJ in second yet again. Sam hot on his heel, but this is going to be a really tight race to the finish line here. Look at the size of gems that every single player has. Again, we're talking 5, 6, 7 gems separating them into the final 27 seconds, but some...
And Firetrex is able to take the lead. 7 gems.
That was a nice finish. And, well, Firetrex telling us what he's thinking about. Well, he's mute. A little bit wide open. Sam, where are you going? You're not finding Nemo. You can't swim through the anemone.
8, 7, 6.
Quick listen in, and Wolf tries to make a play. No words spoken. A big play. 247, 2.
There's Tails, but Juicy going in for the fight against exstah, gets pushed back by the log, and exstah's just going to be rolling around. Expo's going to come down, trying to stay away, but Juicy's going to go in for the fight, and he's able to get the
Third party goes Burr, and able to take the lead. Renzai acting a bit of revenge and reminding us that he's one of the top players in the game. He's been a bit quiet on our leaderboard in the grand finals. He needed it. And a nice race to the finish line. A very, very tight race. As look at the gym totals already from Chiz, Juicy, and Sam. This could turn tail very quickly if Juicy can keep this Ghost Arm possible. There's one more buy on a chest. Might get him where he wants to go. He does have the Archer Queen, I think. But a couple fights inside. Firetrex in trouble. Ice Wizard's not going to do much when you only have a couple. Chisgule had it. There was a chance he was going to jump. And then he
trying to get gems that they're not even focusing on the fact that SirClaz is going to be able to win here.
11 seconds. Folks, we told you the math. He just needed to get last with 116, and it looks like he's going to get ninth with more than that. SirClaz about to close it out. We got to hear his reaction to see if he knows it.
17, I won $15,000. Oh, we won $15,000! I won.